Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rogue Darkness by Dianne Duvall, narrated by Kirsten Potter. Prologue. A few months earlier. Sean Lintz threw a dagger that buried itself in a vampire's neck, then swung his katana at the opponent in front of him. Clangs, growls, grunts, and cries of pain disrupted the night's quiet as he, his sister Krista, and her husband Etienne fought a large vampire crew that had descended upon UNC Chapel Hill's campus. There must have been almost 24 of them. If the enhanced sense of smell Sean had gained when he'd become immortal hadn't warned him otherwise, he would have thought they were frat boys out making mischief. But his nose had caught the scent of blood that clung to their clothing. As Sean sliced up the vampire in front of him, another slipped around behind him and tried to hamstring him. Sean shifted at the last moment, grunting when the blade cut across his outer thigh. After decapitating the vampire in front of him with a swipe of his sword, he spun around to confront the asshole behind him. These vampires all appeared to be newly turned. Most still retained enough sanity to look nervous when their companions began to fall beneath the Immortal Guardians' blades. Not so confident now, are you dipshits? Sean thought. He spared his sister a glance to see how she fared. Krista was kicking ass, as usual, thanks to her ability to see auras and anticipate the vampire's next movements. Etienne grunted as a gash opened on his cheek. "Stop watching me, damn it!" Krista snapped. "Keep your eyes on your opponent." "Watching you kick ass," Etienne called back, "is far more entertaining." Both were holding their own. The body of Sean's latest foe hit the ground and began to shrivel up at his feet. "Sean!" Krista called. "How you doing over there?" "I'm good," he answered, opening the carotid artery of his next opponent. Panic lit the vampire's glowing blue eyes as he stumbled backward, dropped his long bowie knife, and tried to stem the rapid blood flow. One of his fellow vampires didn't move out of the way fast enough and accidentally stabbed the vamp in the back. Sean saluted him. "Thank you." He pivoted to face the vampire behind him. The vampire's gray eyes lost their glow as they rolled back in his head. His bowie knives clattered to the pavement as he sank to the ground, a tranquilizer dart protruding from his chest. Nicole. He should have known his second would shadow them. Like Melanie, she had minor precognitive abilities and had warned him earlier that she had a bad feeling about tonight. Something flew past Sean's left ear with a thwit. He spun to find the vampire who had accidentally stabbed his friend, lunging toward him with his blade raised high. The vamp stopped short and frowned at the dart that now stuck out of his chest. Then his eyes rolled back, and he sank to the ground. "Damn it!" Krista shouted suddenly. "They're running!" Etienne announced, his French accent tinged with disgust. "Bloody cowards!" Sean looked around. 7 vampires streaked away with preternatural speed. One jerked to a halt and sank to the ground, thanks to another dart fired by Nicole. "Go," he told the couple. "I'll take care of these." Krista shook her head. "Seth said not to hunt alone, I'm not alone. Nicole is backing me up." And Sean doubted Seth, the immensely powerful leader of the Immortal Guardians, would want this crew to live to kill another night. A dart struck one of the 4 remaining vampires in the neck. "See?" he added. "I'll be fine. Don't let those bastards get away." Though both looked uncertain, Krista and Etienne took off after the others, leaving his sight within seconds. 2 vampires struck Sean in tandem, while the third, wearing a baseball cap, hung back and bided his time. Nicole took out one of the vamps Sean fought with a dart before the bastard could sneak around and attack his back. Sean wounded the second, then turned to face the third. The vampire's head lifted, the bill of his cap rising to reveal his features. Shock rippled through Sean, freezing him in place. It was a woman, a slender woman who couldn't be more than 22 or 23 years old, wearing baggy clothes that concealed her feminine form. Her eyes glowed green as rage darkened her pretty features. "Oh, shit," Nicole whispered somewhere behind him. The woman's hands tightened around the hilts of the deadly katanas she wielded. Her fangs gleamed in the moonlight. Sean stared in horror. A female vampire? He had never fought a female vampire before. He'd never even seen one. Insanity usually drove the male vampires to kill the human women they captured long before the women could complete the transformation. But Gershom, the Immortal Guardians' vicious nemesis, had implanted commands in the local vampires' minds, compelling many to turn more humans. If a vampire who hadn't yet surrendered to the madness had caught this woman, he might have been sane enough to transform her instead of killing her. Sean's stomach churned. The idea of decapitating this woman sickened him. Could she be one of the missing immortals? Gershom had kidnapped a dozen gifted ones and transformed them so he could build his own army of immortals. This woman's green eyes made it highly unlikely that she was one of them. Almost all gifted ones, individuals born with advanced DNA that lent them special gifts, had brown eyes that glowed amber once they became immortal. There had only been one exception in thousands of years. The woman ducked to the side, dodging a tranquilizer dart, then dodged another. And another. He gaped. Holy shit! No way was this woman a vampire! "Call Seth," he ordered. The woman tossed her katana up in the air, drew a dagger, and threw it. Catching the katana as it fell, she leaped forward. Behind him, Nicole grunted. Sean hastily raised his weapons as the woman attacked. She was incredibly fast. So fast that he had to dedicate all of his attention to fending off her strikes. A thud sounded behind him, like that caused by a body hitting the ground. Shit! Had the dagger hit Nicole? Worry rose as he deflected blow after blow of the woman's swords. "Nicole!" he called. Silence. One of the woman's blades carved a path across his chest as she took advantage of his distraction. Damn, she was strong. She had to be an immortal. "Nicole!" he shouted, panic suffusing him when she didn't answer. Was she dead? Had this woman killed her? His foe landed another strike. She fought like an elder immortal guardian. How the hell was that possible? At best, she should match Sean in speed and strength and be his equal. Instead, she was kicking his ass. He parried every blow, but the sheer power behind them slowly drove him backward. Even if she slipped and gave him an opening, he couldn't strike a killing blow. Seth wanted the missing immortals taken alive. So how the hell was he going to get out of this? He couldn't fight her and contact Seth at the same time. He wasn't telepathic and had to use a phone. Could he hold her here until Krista and Etienne returned? A moan sounded behind him. Relief rushed through him, thickening his throat. Nicole wasn't dead. He dug in his heels, not wanting the female immortal to get any closer to wherever Nicole lay, and kept her busy so she couldn't throw another dagger. The long blade of her katana sank into his side and stayed there. Agony engulfed him. Sean sucked in a breath, then drew his blade across her thigh. She barely seemed to notice. "Immortal my ass," she sneered, and yanked her sword out. "If you bleed, you can die." It hurt so much that Sean nearly sank to his knees. She renewed her assault. "The other vampires fear you." She scored another hit. "They think you're strong." Pain lanced through him when she came damned close to severing his arm with another powerful strike. His sword fell from lax fingers, leaving him one weapon against her, too. "But you aren't. You're weak," she taunted in a voice full of hate. "Killing you will be easy." Rapid thwicks reached his ears. The woman danced backward as blood spurted from multiple bullet holes that opened in her chest. The shooting stopped. "He isn't weak, you stupid bitch," Nicole gritted. Sean risked a glance over his shoulder. His second leaned against the corner of the nearest building, a dagger sticking out of her left shoulder. Blood stained her teeth and poured down one side of her face from a head wound as she aimed a 9mm equipped with a top-of-the-line suppressor and extended magazine at the woman. "He's honorable." Grass shifted. Sean hastily looked back at the female immortal as she took a step toward him. Nicole shot her again, twice. "Too honorable to hit a woman, let alone kill her." The female immortal growled. "Fortunately, I don't have that problem." Nicole shot her again, then again. "Don't kill her," Sean huffed. Bending over, he grasped his injured arm. "Seth wants her taken alive." No more shots ensued. "Seth?" The woman snarled, blood spilling from her lips. Her eyes flashed even brighter as they met Sean's. "You tell that bastard I'm coming for him," she wheezed. Sean shook his head. "Tell him yourself. I can have him here in 2 seconds." Roaring in fury, she lunged forward. Thwick, thwick, thwick. More bullets struck home. Staggering backward, the woman shook her head, her weapons lowered as she fought for breath. "This isn't over," she bit out. In the next instant, she spun around and dashed away in a blur even he could barely see. Her baseball cap tumbled to the grass at his feet, freeing long auburn hair. Shit. That had not gone well. Sean turned to face his second. "Nicole?" He limped toward her. She met his gaze. The hand holding the gun fell to her side. Her eyes closed. Her knees buckled. Lunging forward with a growl, he caught her as she sank to the ground. Pain wasn't new to Sean. He had absorbed Krista's every time he'd healed her injuries during her 6-year stint as the only successful mortal vampire hunter in history. But the immortal he'd just fought had wrought a lot of damage. It took several seconds for him to find his breath. "Nicole?" She didn't move or respond, neither when he spoke nor when he jostled her. Sean wanted desperately to call upon his gift and heal her with his hands, but knew from experience that his body was too beat up to be of service. Holding her in place with his good arm, he clenched his teeth and forced his injured arm to work long enough to drag her phone from her back pocket and dial Seth. "Yes?" Seth answered. "It's Sean. I just fought one of the missing immortals but couldn't hold her. She's on the run. Nicole's hurt, and I'm too injured to heal her." "I have to go," Seth murmured, his voice distant as though he'd lowered the phone. "May I exit this way?" "Yes," a woman said. A door opened and shut. "I'm on my way." Seth ended the call. Sean closed his eyes. Please hurry. Nicole still breathed, but that dagger had come damned close to piercing her heart. Seth appeared several yards away with his hand on Amy's shoulder. Barefoot, the petite redhead Seth loved like a daughter wore only a nightgown that left her arms bare and stopped just above her knees. Shrugging out of his long coat, Seth draped it around her shoulders to protect her from the chilly breeze. "One of the missing immortals was just here. See if you can lock down on her energy signal while I help Nicole." He zipped over to Sean and crouched before him. "Where are Krista and Etienne?" Sean gently lowered Nicole to the ground and withdrew his touch. "Chasing half a dozen vampires who made a run for it." Seth removed the dagger from Nicole's shoulder and rested his hand on the wound. "There are too many energy signatures here," Amy murmured. "I can't figure out which one is hers." Amy fascinated Sean. Apparently, every individual produced an energy signal that was as unique as a fingerprint, and Amy was the only person in the world who could identify that signal and use it like a homing beacon to track people. Seth caught Sean's gaze. "Which way did she go?" He pointed in the direction the woman had fled. Nodding, Seth rose. "I'll heal you when I return." Crossing to Amy, Seth lifted her into his arms and took off in a blur of motion. Sean did his best to ignore the pain that pummeled him as he drew Nicole into his arms again. Her head wound no longer bled. Like her shoulder wound, Seth had healed it, and, if she were critically low on blood, Seth would have teleported her to network headquarters before he'd zipped away with Amy. "She's okay," he whispered with a sigh of relief as he settled in to wait. "She's okay." Nicole sighed as an arm drew her closer to a warm, muscled chest. Smiling, she snuggled her face into soft fabric, then grimaced. It was wet and sticky. Her eyes flew open. Sean held her in his arms. Sort of. He cradled her on his lap, one arm supporting her back, the other hung limply at his side. Oh, shit! She sat up so quickly that she nearly rammed her head into his chin. Are you okay? After scrambling out of his lap, she knelt before him and gave him a quick once-over. He looked like crap, but still lived and breathed. Nicole lunged for the 9mm she'd dropped, then palmed it, spun it around, and aimed at... nothing. Her heart raced as she searched for the vampire who... It's okay, Sean said. She's gone. Are you sure? That hadn't been a vampire. The speed and strength the woman had displayed clearly labeled her one of the immortals their enemy had turned against them. For all Sean knew, the woman could be circling around to come up behind them. Rotating, Nicole eyed the corner of the nearest building. She's gone, Sean repeated, every word belying his discomfort. Seth and Amy are tracking her. Now that her initial panic was subsiding, Nicole noticed that the agony in her head and shoulder had vanished. Fatigue pummeled her, but other than that... Seth healed me? Sean nodded. He didn't heal you? No time. Seth must have worried Amy would lose the trail if he delayed further. He'd heal Sean when he returned. Nicole rose and then crossed to the backpack she'd discarded when the battle had begun. Where are Krista and Etienne? Still chasing down the others, I guess. Grabbing the pack, she returned and settled on her knees before Sean. Most people who encountered her probably assumed the backpack was full of college textbooks, and would be shocked to discover that instead it sported multiple pockets and compartments chock full of ammunition, tranquilizer darts, auto-injectors full of the antidote to the only drug that affected immortals, a spare phone, an extensive first aid kit, and a chilly compartment stuffed with bags of blood. She dug one of the latter out and handed it to Sean. He took it with a smile of gratitude and raised it to his mouth. As soon as his fangs descended, he sank them into the bag and started siphoning the blood directly into his veins. Nicole caught a blur of motion approaching and hastily raised her weapon. Krista and Etienne skidded to a halt, raising their hands. It's okay, Krista said. It's just us. Relieved, Nicole holstered her weapon. Krista frowned, her pretty face filling with concern as she took in her brother's haggard appearance. What happened? When Sean would have lowered the bag, Nicole touched his hand to stay him and answered for him. The shortest vampire ended up being one of the missing gifted ones Gershom transformed. Both swore as their eyes widened. I don't know how or why, Nicole continued, but she was as strong and fast as an ancient, and would have killed Sean if I hadn't shot her repeatedly until she had no choice but to either surrender or run. Etienne frowned at the fallen vampires that littered the ground, their bodies shriveled up like mummies as the peculiar symbiotic virus that infected them devoured them from the inside out in a desperate bid to continue living. I take it she ran? Yeah, Seth and Amy are tracking her. Krista knelt and drew Nicole into a brief hug. Thank you for having Sean's back. She smiled. It's my job, and you're damned good at it. Gingerly touching Nicole's bloody face, she frowned. What about you? Are you okay? I'm good. Seth healed me. Sean lowered the empty blood bag. She took a dagger in the shoulder and still saved my ass. Pride and pleasure filled Nicole as she handed him another bag of blood. According to the ladies, she quipped, it's an ass well worth saving. All laughed. Krista and Etienne began collecting the weapons the fallen vampires had dropped. Nicole hovered near Sean, whose wounds began to mend as the virus within him went to work. Seth abruptly reappeared with Amy in his arms. Several beeps sounded as the tiny devices in Nicole, Sean, Krista, and Etienne's pockets notified them of his return. Every Immortal Guardian and his or her second had started carrying the devices when Gershom had demonstrated his incredible shape-shifting ability by assuming Seth's appearance. Seth carried a similar device in his pocket that automatically triggered the others to beep when he popped in, so they would know it was him and not Gershom impersonating him. He lowered Amy's feet to the ground. Can you stay a little longer in case she doubles back? Of course, Amy replied. I'll stay as long as you need me to. Nicole glanced at her. Amy was barefoot and wore a short nightgown topped with a huge coat. Seth must have lent her his to protect her from the cool breeze. Since Amy was barely 5 feet tall and Seth was 6 feet 8, she looked like a fragile child wearing her daddy's overcoat. But that appearance was deceiving. Even though Amy wasn't an immortal, she fought like one. Sean, Krista, and Etienne regarded Seth grimly. Her heart pounding a frantic beat, Nicole rose and faced him. Fear and dread soured her stomach. Seth wanted all the immortals Gershom led to be captured alive. He intended to help them see the truth, that they had been egregiously deceived, so he could induct them into the ranks of the Immortal Guardians. And Nicole had damned near emptied a mag into the one Sean had fought. Sean lowered the now empty blood bag. "Did you find her?" "No." His face dark with fury, Seth approached them. Nicole fought a sudden urge to retreat a step, or 2, or 3. Seth was the most powerful man on the planet. Pissing him off was exceptionally unwise. Kneeling, Seth splayed a hand on Sean's chest. That hand acquired a faint golden glow as he healed the younger immortal's wounds. The lines of pain that marred Sean's handsome face smoothed out as he released a relieved breath. Clouds gathered overhead. Everyone but Seth shared a wary look. The Immortal Guardian leader had spent thousands of years increasing his power and gaining new skills that no others possessed, such as the ability to control the weather. When his emotions ran high, however, that ability sometimes got away from him and reflected his inner turmoil, as it did now. Seth rose. "Etienne, Krista." The couple crossed to his side. Krista had emerged from the battle without a scratch, but Etienne was pretty banged up. As Seth healed Etienne's wounds, thunder rumbled. "Seth," Amy said softly, "it wasn't your fault." Nicole held a hand out to Sean. Grasping it, he let her tug him to his feet. "It was mine," he admitted. "I should have called you as soon as I saw her. But her eyes glowed green, so I thought she was a vampire. It caught me off guard." Krista frowned. "Are you sure she wasn't a vampire? I thought our eyes all glowed amber, except for Seth's, Zach's, and Jared's, I mean." Almost all gifted ones and immortals sported dark hair and brown eyes that glowed amber. Seth's, Zach's, and Jared's glowed gold. The wind picked up, whipping the trees into a fury. Seth shook his head. "Sarah's eyes are hazel and glow green." "Oh, right," Krista said. "I forgot." Sean shifted. "There's something else." "Tell me," Seth ordered. "She may be newly turned, but she fought like an elder immortal." Nicole nodded. "She did. She was incredibly fast. And strong," Sean added. "She was kicking my ass, and probably would have succeeded in killing me if the bullets hadn't slowed her down." "I shot her," Nicole blurted, wringing her hands. Might as well get the truth out there. "A lot." "No, she didn't." Sean stepped between her and Seth. "She's trying to cover for me. I shot her." "Bullshit!" Nicole moved to stand beside him and sent him a scowl before facing Seth. She really was kicking his ass, and not just because she was stronger. Sean wouldn't take the offensive because he wasn't comfortable striking a woman. Etienne frowned. "Merde, I didn't think of that. I wouldn't be comfortable hitting a woman either." "Well, I didn't have a problem with it," Nicole snapped. "No way in hell was I going to let her kill Sean. I shot her all to hell and would have kept it up if Sean hadn't stopped me." Straightening her shoulders, she lifted her chin and looked Seth in the eye. "I know you want her and the others taken alive, but my first priority is to keep Sean safe, so do whatever you have to do to punish me. I don't regret it." Holy crap, she was nervous, though. Her hands even began to shake. Nicole was probably the only second who had ever come this close to killing an immortal. "Damn it, Nicole," Sean ground out. Seth raised a hand to halt whatever else he intended to say. "There will be no punishment, Nicole. You kept Sean safe, and the woman didn't die. Next time, however, call me before you begin shooting." She relaxed a little. I was reaching for my phone when the bitch threw a dagger at me. It hit me so hard that I fell back into the building. The next thing I knew, I was waking up, and she looked like she was about to decapitate Sean." Frowning, Sean touched the blood that coated the side of her face. "You must have hit your head on the side of the building." Since she couldn't remember, she shrugged. "I guess so." Sighing, he dropped his hand and turned back to Seth. "How could that woman be so strong if she's newly turned?" Seth drew out his phone. After several taps and swipes, he held it out to Sean. "Which one was she?" he asked in lieu of answering. Nicole glanced at it. The Photos app was open, displaying a woman's headshot. Sean wiped his crimson-coated hands on his pants and swore when both came away more bloody. "Here." Nicole turned away from him. "Thanks." Sean rubbed both hands on the back of her jacket, then took the phone. While Nicole and the others waited, he swiped through a few photos. "This is her." He glanced at Nicole. "Don't you think?" Leaning closer, she studied the picture. "Yeah, that's her." The bitterness that had darkened the woman's features while she fought Sean was absent in the photo. Instead, she faced the camera with a friendly smile. Some of the anger that had burned inside Nicole over Sean's close brush with death gave way to remorse as she looked up at Seth. "I'm sorry I called her a bitch. It isn't her fault Gershom is fucking with her head." That bastard was twisting the minds of his immortals with lies so they would help him defeat Seth. Taking the phone, Seth studied the picture. Tessa Hayes. Tessa Hayes. Committing the name and face to memory, Nicole hoped fervently that she and Sean wouldn't have to face the woman in battle again. Chapter 1. Present Day. Sean felt his second stare boring into him as he wolfed down the lasagna she'd prepared for them. Thank goodness immortals weren't undead like the vampires in movies. If that had been the case, he would have missed many drool-worthy meals like this one. Though it might seem like it should be pretty far down the list, one of his favorite perks of being an Immortal Guardian was the food. Incredibly enhanced speed, strength, and regenerative capabilities were awesome, of course, but he and Krista had endured some lean times since leaving their parents' abode to pursue their respective goals as adults. After surviving a vampire attack as a freshman in college, Krista spent several years becoming the only mortal in history to hunt and slay vampires, and live to tell the tale. That last part had largely been due to Sean, who had studied medicine at Duke University while he did his damnedest to keep her alive. Since her vampire hunting treks had limited the hours they could work to pay the bills, yeah, they'd had some lean times. Yet that hadn't bothered him nearly as much as having to sit on the sidelines night after night while she risked her life to protect those of future vampire victims. He had wanted to join her on the hunts. Unfortunately, Krista had an edge over her opponents that he lacked, and Sean had barely survived the one night he'd hunted with her. Both he and his sister had been born gifted ones. Krista could see auras, something she had often bemoaned as useless until she'd realized that vampires' auras moved before they did, which provided her with enough warning of their swift actions to kick their asses. Sean had been born with the ability to heal others with a touch. So, before his transformation, his only contributions to reducing the vampire population had been driving Krista to her hunts, studying in the car while she kicked ass, and using his hands to heal any wounds she incurred. Not anymore. Now he hunted psychotic vampires and kicked ass. He also ate as many delicious meals as he wanted to, because traveling and fighting at preternatural speeds burned a considerable amount of calories. And vampire hunting as an immortal guardian paid very well. It also came with a lovely house in the country and his choice of seconds, or human guards, who, well, guarded him during the day, took care of business he couldn't during daylight hours because of his new photosensitivity, and rushed to his rescue if he needed backup during battle. Seconds were pretty much today's version of Renfield. Seated across the table from him, Sean second continued to study him with an expression he couldn't read. Chris Warden, the head of the East Coast division of the human network that aided Immortal Guardians, had given Sean his choice of 3 network employees who were ready and eager to serve as a second. Nicole had topped the list. That had surprised Sean, not because he didn't think women could perform the job. Krista had kicked ass and taken names for 6 years before she'd became immortal. But every male Immortal Guardian Sean had met had a male second. Nicole is the best of the lot, Chris had told him, but I'm having a hard time placing her. Why? Sean had asked curiously. Did she have an attitude problem or something? There are very few Immortal Guardian women, Chris explained. Vampires tend to be particularly brutal with female victims, so women rarely live long enough to complete the transformation. That's messed up. Yes, it is. And most Immortal Guardians were born hundreds or thousands of years ago when men considered women the weaker sex in need of protecting. I'm sure Krista, Lizette, and the other Immortal Guardian women would be happy to disabuse them of that notion. Chris had laughed. They already have, but old habits are hard to break. So, I have a difficult time finding immortal males who don't resist the idea of a woman possibly sacrificing her life to protect them. That had given Sean pause. Does that happen often? Seconds dying while trying to protect their immortals? Not as often as it used to, but it's always a possibility. He'd pointed to Nicole's profile. Since you served as a second of sorts for your sister before she transformed, and you're a healer, I thought you might be more amenable to the idea. Honestly, Sean found the idea of Nicole sacrificing her life to protect him as unpleasant as the others, but he would have felt the same about any man dying to save him too. So he'd chosen the best of the best. It had been a little weird at first. Sean had moved into this house as soon as the network offered it to him, happy to escape Krista and Etienne's home, as well as their constant flirtation. Nicole had arrived the next day and had resided with him ever since. Sean hadn't lived in a dorm while in college. Since he and Krista had rented a small house together, he had never had that move-in with a complete stranger experience. Fortunately, Nicole's personality resembled Krista's, so they had gotten along from the beginning. Could she be stubborn as a mule sometimes? Yes. Did he question her taste in music? Often and loudly. Did he like that she charged headlong into danger the way his sister did? No, though he admired her courage. Was he okay with the fact that she had already come damned close to dying at least once while serving as his second? Hell no. But she was incredibly efficient at her job. And good company. So, what's up? Nicole asked before she stuffed another forkful into her mouth. That her appetite rivaled his own never ceased to delight him. He'd had too many dates with women who picked at their food because others had made them feel self-conscious, either about their weight or about eating what some might consider an indelicate amount in public. Both were utter bullshit. Nicole, however, ate as much as he did. She had to. She needed the extra carbs to fuel her training sessions with Darnell and the other seconds, and him. It had taken Sean a long time to feel comfortable sparring with her. Because he hadn't been immortal long enough to know how much speed or force he could safely use without hurting her, he had panicked every time he'd knocked her down, until she started to knock him on his ass. "What do you mean?" he countered. "You've been weirdly quiet and sullen lately. Why?" "It's nothing," he muttered, unwilling to tell her. Sometimes Nicole could be a little too discerning. "Come on, I'm your second. You can tell me anything." "Not anything." "Anything," she insisted. "Fine." He released a long-suffering sigh. "I need sex." "Anything but that," he laughed. "Well, you asked." "I did, didn't I?" She was quiet for a moment as she tucked into her meal. "Yeah, I do too." "Do what?" "Need sex," she confessed, surprising him. "I love this job, but it has put a serious dent in my love life." He snorted. "At least you have a love life for it to dent." Not that he had ever seen her date. He fought a frown. Wait, did she date? If so, how did she do it without him knowing? And why did the notion trouble him? "Oh, please," she scoffed. "As handsome as you are, I doubt you'd have trouble finding a woman interested in getting naked with you." "Thank you. But one-night stands don't interest me." Sean had resorted to those a few times when Krista's vampire hunting had crimped his dating life, and hadn't liked it. He didn't just want sex, he wanted companionship. Even if they did... "Yes," she prompted. "I can't keep my damn eyes from glowing when I'm turned on." Usually brown, his eyes glowed bright amber whenever strong emotion, like anger or lust, gripped him. It was an involuntary response he'd had no luck bringing under control. "Oh." Her brown eyes met and held his with an almost clinical stare. "Right. I guess that would be a little hard to explain." "Exactly." She chewed another mouthful. "Maybe you could find someone who's into dominance and submission and blindfold her." He smiled. "That's not really my thing." Her lips twitched. "Me either. I hate being ordered to do shit." "So I've learned," he retorted dryly. She laughed. "And if any man spanked me, I would kick his ass." An easy feat for her, thanks to her intensive training. "Since it took me so long to get used to sparring with you, I'm sure you know I wouldn't get off on spanking a woman. I would much rather have her climb all over me and ride me hard than submit to me." She pointed her fork at him. "That's an image I could have done without." He smiled. "Well, if all else fails, you could always take care of your own needs." That had better not be a blush he felt creeping up his neck. Sean knew he was supposed to be able to discuss anything with his second. But this? Really? Hoping Nicole wouldn't notice, he shook his head. "Masturbation depresses me." "Because you wouldn't have to do it if you had a woman?" "Yes, and..." He hesitated, unsure if he should say it. She raised her eyebrows. "Let me guess. Your hand can't compete with a warm, willing woman?" "Exactly. In the end, it just makes me feel more lonely." She chewed thoughtfully. "Yeah, I get it. Masturbation depresses me, too." A statement that, of course, brought images to mind of her touching herself. Nicole was a very desirable woman, something he'd had a hard time ignoring. Standing 5'6" to his 6'2", she had a toned, slender build with curves in all the right places. Imagining her naked and writhing on a bed while she touched herself, one hand cupping her breast as she slid the other down her pale, flat stomach, and... "Great," he grumbled as his body responded. "Thanks for that. Now I'm hard again." Her face lit with surprise. "Because I mentioned masturbating?" "Yes, damn it." That image was now burned into his brain and was not how he should think of his second. They were friends and work colleagues. That was all. Chris Riordan had made it exceedingly clear that sex was not a duty he should expect his second to perform. If Sean tried to pursue anything intimate with Nicole, Riordan would flip his lid. Seth would, too. And Sean did not want to end up on the Immortal Guardian leader's shit list. Nicole stared at him, something he couldn't quite pin down in her expression. Curiosity? Intrigue? "I see what you mean about your eyes." He swore silently. "They're glowing, right? Super bright amber. Wonderful." She bit her lip. "I can't think of a way around that." "Me either." "What do other Immortal Guardians do?" "You mean the ones who aren't married?" "Yes. Based on everything I've heard, they abstain." Her eyebrows flew up. "Really? They're all so hot." He didn't know why that rankled, but it did. "Nevertheless." "That sucks." "Yes, it does." He hadn't thought about sex when he'd asked Etienne to transform him. He had instead been focusing on finally being able to contribute more to eradicating vampires and saving lives. Now Sean could only hope he would meet his future wife soon. His father, born with precognitive abilities, had admitted Sean would marry an immortal woman. But when Sean had asked him who that woman was and when he'd meet her, his father had shrugged and said he didn't know, that he had only seen her in visions. "You could always do it doggy style," Nicole suggested helpfully. "If she isn't facing you—" "I already thought of that. But it's been so long that just kissing a woman and holding her close makes my eyes glow. Wouldn't you want to be held and kissed and stroked before a guy spun you around, bent you over, and took you from behind?" "Definitely," she frowned. "And now I'm turned on." A statement that merely increased his arousal. "That isn't helping. Sorry. Maybe you could wear contact lenses that—" "I tried. They only change the color my eyes glow." "That sucks," she said again. Yes, it did. The sound of an approaching vehicle reached his ears. "Are we expecting company?" "No," she frowned. "Why? What do you hear?" "A car, still a few miles out. On a road that led only to this house." Nicole shoved her chair back and rose. "Sometimes I envy telepaths." Turning away, she headed up the hallway to the armory. Sean had to agree with her. Being able to peek into the driver's mind and determine whether the approaching person was friend or foe would have been nice. But he was secretly glad Nicole couldn't delve into his mind. He doubted she'd appreciate the images that had flitted through it during the past few minutes. "It's probably just my mom and dad stopping by." "Evelyn usually calls ahead first," she responded out of sight. True. And Krista either texted or had ATN send him a mental heads-up when they planned to visit. Unwilling to abandon his meal, Sean tightened his grip on his fork and put on a burst of speed, determined to finish his lasagna in record time. Head down, he heard Nicole return. "Oh, for Pete's sake," she blurted. He glanced up. Her face awash with exasperation, she fastened the bulletproof vest she'd donned. "I'm gearing up for war, and you're in here stuffing your face?" She now wore a shoulder holster that housed 2 Glock 18s with 33-round mags. Laughing? Sean nearly choked on the last forkful. Closing the distance between them, Nicole pounded Sean on the back. "I can't help it," he protested once he swallowed. "It's too good to waste." Her eyes went to her now empty plate and narrowed. "Wait, did you finish mine too?" He grinned. Laughing, she gave him a shove. "Go arm up." Sean rose, gathered the dishes in a heartbeat, conveyed them to the sink, and headed for the armory. Shaking her head, she left the kitchen. Nicole hadn't expected any immortal she served to contribute to the mundane household tasks. Kinda hard to imagine a powerful immortal being spending his nights hunting and slaying psychotic vampires to protect humanity, then heading home to do laundry or the like. Particularly since, in recent years, Immortal Guardians' duties had expanded to include preventing freaking Armageddon. Yet, on numerous occasions, Sean had beaten her to the dishes. "You know I'm supposed to do that for you, right?" she'd asked once. He shrugged. "That doesn't mean you should when I can do it myself. Besides, you cook most of our meals." He was a good guy. A good friend, too. She'd thought moving in with a man she didn't know from Adam would be awkward. And yet, she'd ended up getting along far better with him than she had with her first college roommate. That girl could make a saint swear like a sailor. Nicole grabbed the assault rifle she'd left by the stairs and crossed the foyer. Drawing the curtains back a bare inch, she peered outside. Bright solar-powered floodlights illuminated the front yard. This house was parked in the middle of, she wasn't sure how many acres of field and forest. By design, no trees obscured the view from the house on any side for the first 50 yards or so. Immortals and their seconds liked to see their enemies coming. No headlights illuminated the meadows yet. An unexpected visit like this usually wouldn't cause much of a stir. The network was incredibly efficient in its multitudinous efforts to keep the rest of society from knowing vampires, immortals, and gifted ones existed, but a lot had changed in the past decade. Groups had arisen that posed a real danger to Immortal Guardians and those who worked with them. Lives had been lost, both mortal and immortal. So as Nicole waited for the car to appear on the winding road, she mentally prepared for battle. Unease infiltrated her, driving her to shift her feet restlessly. "Anything?" She jumped. Sean could move as quietly as a mouse. "Not yet." "You getting any bad feelings?" The precognitive abilities Nicole had been born with sometimes gave her bad feelings when something foul was about to go down. "Yes." Swearing, he drew the curtains back and peered outside, exercising none of the caution she had. "Subtle," she said dryly. He grinned down at her. "Did you want to turn out all the lights and pretend no one's home? Maybe duck down behind the sofa so anyone peeking through a window would see an empty room?" Sean was a dive-right-in kind of guy. Rolling her eyes, Nicole checked his weapons. 2 Shoto swords in sheaths hung on his back, a bandolier full of throwing knives crossed his chest, sheathed daggers adorned his thighs, and... "You might want to do something about that. You wouldn't want whoever's coming to get the wrong idea." "Do something about what?" He followed her gaze to his pants, which failed to conceal his arousal. "Damn it!" He looked so comically chagrined that she couldn't help but laugh. "Oh, ha-ha, laugh it up. This is your fault," he accused, as headlights appeared in the distance outside. "Quick, help me think of something that will kill it." She stared at him blankly, then blurted out, "Zombies." "What?" "I watched a zombie movie the other day that was utterly revolting." "Says the woman who has watched me decapitate countless vampires and helped me dispose of their remains." "Fine. Gross zombies who are half-decayed and falling apart while feasting on the entrails of other gross zombies," she elaborated. "And vomiting." He grimaced. "Then eating the vomit." He laughed. "Ugh, okay, thank you, that's disgusting." "And it worked." She grinned. "Always happy to be of assistance." Levity soon morphed into pensive silence, however, while they waited. A sleek car crept up the road. Nicole frowned. That wasn't Evelyn and Martin's. Looking up at Sean, she mouthed, "Anything?" He shook his head. The car pulled into the driveway and parked. The headlights went dark. A minute passed. Then 2. 3. Impatience rose. Nicole touched Sean's arm to get his attention and signed, "Who is it?" She couldn't make out much because shadows concealed the driver. Sean, however, could see clearly in complete darkness. He used the sign language they'd learned at network headquarters to spell out Tessa, so the car's occupant wouldn't hear him. Nicole's hackles rose. Tessa? As in Tessa Hayes, the newly inducted immortal who, because of the lies fed her by Gershom, had tried to kill Sean? The same one who'd thrown a dagger that had impaled Nicole when she'd come to Sean's rescue? The one who had later attacked Leah, the woman Seth recently married? Nicole tightened her hold on the rifle. Sending her an admonishing look, Sean took the rifle and leaned it in the corner. Nicole schooled her expression into one of exaggerated innocence and mouthed, "What?" He signed his response, "It wasn't her fault." The rational part of Nicole knew as much, yet she hadn't quite been able to get past it. She had thought Tessa was going to kill Sean that night. The other woman's glowing eyes had radiated fury, and such malice had laced her speech. Seth had since swayed Tessa to their side. The woman now lived at network headquarters with some of the other immortals who had fallen under Gershom's spell, and several vampires who had surrendered to the Immortal Guardians, hoping the network doctors could keep them from going insane. The peculiar virus that infected vampires caused progressive brain damage in humans, rapidly eroding their impulse control and driving them toward insanity. But the advanced DNA that gifted ones were born with protected them from the more corrosive aspects of the virus, so they became Immortal Guardians and didn't suffer the madness. Sean had been a med student at Duke University before he transformed, and was continuing his studies with Dr. Melanie Lipton, one of the network's top viral researchers. So Nicole spent quite a bit of time at network headquarters. Sometimes she hung out with the special ops soldiers she'd worked with before becoming a second. She also liked to play poker and video games with the vampires to ease their boredom. Either way, she couldn't help but notice that Tessa always disappeared when she and Sean were on the premises. That hadn't exactly endeared the woman to her. It had instead roused suspicion. Did Tessa still harbor ill will for them because they'd nearly killed her? It was hard to tell, because the woman avoided them. At last, the driver's door opened. Well, Tessa wasn't avoiding them now. Nicole's fingers twitched, wanting to grab that rifle. Sean must have caught her glancing at it because he scowled and sent her a warning look. The car door closed with a thunk. Footsteps approached. Did Tessa choose not to conceal her approach because she bore them no ill will, or because Gershom had transformed her with the blood of an ancient and she knew she could easily overpower Sean? Sean displayed none of the uneasiness that prodded Nicole as he opened the front door. "Hi, Tessa." At least he didn't greet her with a cheery smile. Instead, his features reflected puzzlement. "What brings you out this way?" Nicole tensed as she awaited the woman's response. "Hi, Sean." Tessa's reply sounded more tentative than Nicole had expected. "Is Nicole here?" "Yeah." Ignoring Nicole's frown, he backed up and motioned for the other woman to enter. "Come on in." Tessa stepped inside, her gaze flitting to Nicole as Sean closed the door. Tessa was about the same height as Nicole. The standard garb most Immortal Guardians and Seconds preferred hugged her slender form tonight. Long auburn hair flowed down her back in thick waves, complementing hazel eyes and pretty features. No unconcealed weapons adorned her. She also lacked the long coat Immortals wore that tended to hide a small arsenal. Tessa dipped her chin in a nod of greeting. Her gaze took in the vest and weapons adorning Nicole, then slid to the rifle leaning against the wall nearby. "I'm unarmed." "Perhaps. You're also as fast and strong as an ancient." "Nicole," Sean warned. "No," Tessa said. "She's right to be wary." Clasping her hands in front of her, she shifted restively. Nicole frowned. Was she nervous? "That's actually why I'm here." Tessa straightened her shoulders and raised her chin, seeming to bolster herself. "I came to apologize for what happened, for what I did that night. I've wanted to apologize to both of you ever since I realized—" Closing her eyes, she sighed and shook her head. "Ever since I realized how wrong I'd been to trust Gershom." His features softening, Sean rested a hand on Tessa's shoulder. Nicole fought an urge to object. "It wasn't your fault," he told her gently. When Tessa opened her eyes, they sparkled with tears. "I wanted you dead that night, Sean. I wanted you to suffer. I wanted you all to suffer." "Because Gershom made you think Seth killed your brother," Sean pointed out. "He also told us to take you alive that night, but I would have decapitated you if Nicole hadn't stopped me." She turned to Nicole. "And that dagger I threw would have pierced your heart if you hadn't turned away quickly enough. I would have killed you both and felt no remorse." Her throat worked in a swallow. "That knowledge haunts me. It's why I avoid you every time you come to network headquarters, because seeing you makes me face what I had become." Well, hell. Now Nicole felt bad about expecting the worst. "You became what Gershom made you, Tessa," Sean said without condemnation, "through no fault of your own. You were a pawn in his twisted plot to destroy Seth and kickstart Armageddon. That bastard wanted to watch the world burn and was exceptionally adept at fucking with people's heads. He even managed to pit Roland against Aiden, and Roland is almost 1,000 years old. If Gershom could manipulate someone his age and with his experience, why do you think you should have been immune to it?" Tessa stared at him, unspeaking. Sean dropped his hand. "Look, we're good, Tessa. I don't hold what happened against you. The more time you spend with us, the faster you'll realize that the Immortal Guardians family is a forgiving lot. Hell, Krista tried to kill ATN when she first met him. Twice." Her eyes widened. "Isn't ATN her husband?" "Yeah, and he doesn't hold it against her. One time when Richard lost consciousness, John wanted to shove his ass out into the sun. I thought Richard was John's stepdad. He is. Her brow puckered. They don't get along? They do now, but at the time John thought Richard was a vampire and wanted to protect Jenna. Oh. Nicole relaxed a little, Sean's words even beginning to convince her. And let's not forget, he added, that Nicole here shot the shit out of you that night. Tessa looked at Nicole. Do you feel remorse? For shooting you? Hell no, she answered honestly. A hint of amusement brightened Tessa's features. I don't blame you. I did, however, feel remorse for calling you a bitch when I did. Nicole glanced from Tessa to Sean and back. Is that weird? Yes, Tessa and Sean both responded, then laughed. Why did that cause Nicole's unease to return with a vengeance? You see, Sean said with a smile, you fit right in. Thank you, Tessa said, her relief palpable. Both of you. Especially you, Nicole. Thank you for preventing me from killing Sean. Nicole shrugged. No problem. It's my job. I'd do it again. Tessa smiled. Nicole schooled her features into a grim mask. No, seriously. The words emerged heavy with warning. I'd do it again. All levity fled Tessa's features as her eyes widened with alarm. Even Sean looked uncertain as his gaze flitted back and forth between them. Nicole winked. Gotcha, she said with a grin. Both laughed, the tension melting from their forms. If anyone's going to kill Sean, it'll be me, Nicole declared as she narrowed her eyes at him. He keeps eating all my food. He groaned. I'm sorry I ate your lasagna. Too little too late, buddy. Tessa laughed. Shaking his head, Sean clasped his hands before him in a pleading position. I'm going to study with Melanie after my hunt tonight. If I promise to bring you a pie from the network's kitchen, will you forgive me? Chris Rorden liked to keep network employees happy and always outfitted the cafeteria's kitchens with the best chefs. Only if you don't eat it on your way home. Yes! Grinning triumphantly, Sean turned to Tessa. Speaking of hunting, I was just about to leave. Would you like to join me? Surprise lit her pretty features. Really? You want to hunt together? Sure. It'll give us a chance to get to know each other better and show there are no hard feelings. Nicole bit back a protest. Sean knew her gift was filling her with foreboding tonight. This was not a good time to mix things up. I haven't started hunting vampires yet, Tessa confessed. His smile faded. Did Seth want you to wait? No. I think he's worried I might feel conflicted about it, since I used to hunt with vampires under Gersham's command. Nicole studied her. Do you? If Tessa intended to interfere in Sean's hunt instead of aiding it? Tessa bit her lip. A little. But it isn't because of Gersham. It's because of the vampires at Network headquarters. They're good guys and are fighting with every fiber of their being to beat the madness. She shrugged. I just don't want to kill any vampire who might be worth saving like they are. None of us do, Sean told her, his voice reassuring. Cliff's long battle with the growing insanity, the way he clung to honor year after year despite the voices roaring in his head, touched all of us. Cliff was one of Sean's best friends. But when you're out hunting, it's easy to tell who's fighting the madness and who's reveling in it, and I always keep an eye out for others like Cliff. Drawing in a deep breath, she nodded. Okay. So you'll hunt with me? Yes, she agreed with a tentative smile. Good. He motioned to her. You're going to need weapons. I don't have any. Rorden thought it best not to arm anyone living on Sublevel 5 because we often leave our doors open, and he doesn't want to tempt the vampires. I suppose that's best. The last thing you need when a vampire experiences a psychotic break is for a plethora of weapons to be at his disposal. Nicole knew that was only part of it. Some of Gersham's immortals had not embraced their new reality with enthusiasm. A few still struggled to accept the Immortal Guardians as the good guys, something that contributed heavily to the weapons ban. Come on. Sean guided Tessa up the hallway. You can use some of mine. Nicole retrieved the rifle and followed them, ostensibly to return it to the armory. Nicole, do you have a coat she can borrow? Sure. Though she had spares, Nicole chose the coat she always wore while shadowing Sean. This should fit her. Their clashes with Gershom had driven Rorden to add tracking devices to the hem of every coat the network provided Immortal Guardians and their seconds with. If anyone went missing again and Seth couldn't find them, the network wanted an alternative method of locating them. Nicole didn't think most immortals were aware of that. When Sean reached for the coat, she ignored him and held it up for Tessa to slip into. Tessa smiled as she donned it. Thank you. It fits perfectly. Returning her smile, Nicole bantered with Sean while she armed Tessa with the usual array of blades. Even vampires who had long since succumbed to insanity retained enough of a desire for self-preservation to know they should avoid using firearms that would draw unwanted attention. The last thing they needed was a mob of well-armed human vampire hunters chasing them when they already had to elude Immortal Guardians. Once Tessa was armed to Sean's satisfaction, the two left in Tessa's car. Nicole smiled and waved as they backed out of the driveway. After the car left her sight, however, her friendly smile vanished. As soon as she closed the door, she returned to the armory and removed her shoulder holsters. A few quick tugs released the Velcro closures on her vest. What the hell was Sean thinking? He knew Nicole had a bad feeling tonight. After removing the vest, she set it aside. Was Tessa showing up the same night a coincidence? Perhaps, but Nicole didn't like coincidences. She donned a stab-proof vest the network had provided after her run-in with Tessa. No daggers hurled at her tonight would pierce her flesh, even if thrown with preternatural strength. Over that, she added her shoulder holster, already outfitted with Glocks bearing suppressors. Grabbing a spare coat she hadn't used before, Nicole drew her fingers along the bottom hem until she found the tracker, then pressed and held it to activate it, as Chris had instructed. A beep sounded. Shrugging it on, she turned to the multitude of weapons displayed on one wall. Since Krista, Etienne, and their second Cam often dropped by, Nicole kept the room stocked with enough weaponry and ammo to outfit all of them and then some, so there were plenty of blades for her to slip into the loops and pockets hidden inside her coat. After those, she added a hip-holstered tranquilizer gun. Only one drug in existence could knock out vampires and immortals, and the network had designed a tranq gun that could shoot multiple darts bearing it. A twinge of guilt pricked her as she headed through the kitchen to the garage. Tessa had seemed sincere when she'd apologized, but that uneasy feeling continued to roil inside Nicole as she ducked into her car and raised the garage door. She was taking no chances tonight. She would shadow Sean, whether he liked it or not. Chapter 2. Nicole doesn't trust me. Sean glanced at Tessa as they strolled along a sidewalk on Duke University's campus. What makes you say that? He thought Nicole had hidden her unease rather well earlier. She had even joked and teased Tessa while arming her. I could feel it. He frowned. Are you an empath? He hadn't thought to ask Tessa what abilities she'd been born with. Immortal Guardians boasted a wide variety of them. Younger immortals, like himself, usually only bore one gift. Older immortals, those whose DNA hadn't been weakened by thousands of years of gifted ones marrying ordinary humans, sometimes had several. Seth, the Immortal Guardians' leader, possessed them all, along with a few no one else did. No, she said, but I still sensed it. He shook his head. Nicole understands why you did what you did, Tessa. The timing of your visit was off, that's all. She would have reacted better if you'd picked a different night to drop by. Her brow furrowed. What do you mean? Did you two have plans? No, nothing like that. She's a gifted one with mild precognitive abilities, like Melanie. Her eyebrows flew up. Dr. Lipton has precognitive abilities? Sure. Haven't you ever seen her reach for the phone right before it rings? That sort of thing? She pondered it. I guess so. I just assumed it was a coincidence, that she wanted to make a call and the phone rang before she could. He smiled. I think you'll find there isn't much serendipity in the Immortal Guardian world. Things you mistake for happenstance are rarely coincidences. As soon as the words left his lips, he frowned. Hadn't he blithely dismissed Tessa's sudden appearance occurring alongside Nicole's premonition as a coincidence? He shook it off. Like Melanie, Nicole often gets a bad feeling when something foul is about to go down. And she got one tonight. Tessa bit her lip. Are you sure she wasn't just anticipating my arrival? He waved a dismissive hand. Yeah, it was something else. Something that hasn't happened yet. Usually, when she gets these feelings, I end up coming very close to having my ass handed to me. He smiled. And since my ass is still intact, I'm going to assume it wasn't about you. She chuckled. If you'd rather not hunt with me tonight, though, I'll understand. Things might get a little dicey. Honestly, that makes me want to hunt with you even more. If something's coming, I'd like to help you fight it off. You do have mad skills, he praised. How'd you come to be so good with blades? Anxiety touched her features as she looked away. I don't know. Gershom did something. He meddled with my head and... I don't know. Mind-controlled me, I guess. One day I couldn't throw a proper punch, and the next I could kick ass. How unsettling it must be for her to know that someone had manipulated her mind to such an extent without her knowledge. Zach did that once. Her head snapped around. What? Zach did something similar to that, to Dana. He did? Why? Did she ask him to? No, she didn't find out until later. Her brow furrowed. I don't understand. Why would he do that? I thought Zach was a good guy, one of Seth's right-hand men. He is, Sean hastened to assure her. But Lizette is everything to Zach, and Aiden is important to Lizette. So when Aiden fell in love with Dana and vampires started targeting her, Zach planted what he called a how-to-kick-ass manual in her head to help keep her safe. He grinned, and boy did it work. That didn't erase her frown. Is that something Immortal Guardians do often? Manipulate people's minds without their permission? Crap. He shouldn't have mentioned it. He had wanted to make her feel better, and instead had spawned... what? Suspicion? Disapproval? No, they don't. They really don't. There were extenuating circumstances, and... He broke off when a whimper carried to his ears. Oh, shit! A woman whispered. The sounds of a struggle ensued as a breeze carried the sharp scent of pepper spray to his nose. He and Tessa shared a look, then darted forward, running so fast that any human they passed would catch only a faint blur of motion. The scuffling ceased. Silence fell, disrupted by snarled curses. Sean's nose twitched as he and Tessa honed in on the source of the pepper and swung around the corner of a building. Both skidded to a halt and drew Shoto swords. 5 vampires, who could easily pass as college students, lurked in a dark patch the bright campus lights failed to illuminate. 2 were bent over, frantically wiping glowing blue eyes. 2 more knelt over a couple of unconscious young women, their fangs buried in the victim's wrists. The last vampire stood tall and held his victim like a lover, his face buried in the crook of her neck. Sean couldn't see the woman's face, but could tell by her limp arms and the way her head lolled that the vampire had already sunk his teeth deep, the pressure of the bite releasing a GHB-like chemical from the glands above them. If she wasn't already unconscious, she would be soon. The 2 teary-eyed vamps spun around. "What the hell?" one blurted upon sighting them. "Immortal Guardians," the second sneered, eyes weeping, nose running. The kneeling vampires leaped to their feet. All 4 drew big Bowie knives. 1 attacked Sean, 3 attacked Tessa. He swore. "Kill them, they aren't worth saving." When confronted by Immortal Guardians, salvageable vamps either panicked and ran or waited for the Immortals to strike first. They didn't all attack the smaller, and, in their minds, easier-to-kill female. There was no honor in that. Even during Cliff's worst psychotic breaks at network headquarters, he had never harmed a woman. Neither had Stewart or Miguel. Sean swung his swords with wicked precision, deflecting blades and scoring hits. Most vampires weren't well-trained, having spent most of the time prior to their transformation sitting on their asses, playing video games, or pursuing social media feeds. This one was no different. Swinging wildly, the vampire left himself open enough for Sean to swipe his head from his shoulders. Before the vamp's body hit the ground, Sean spun to aid Tessa. Even though she bore mad skills, she had little experience battling multiple foes and had yet to learn how to fight one vampire without the other two circling around behind her. Sean dove forward and barely kept a vamp from hamstringing her. As he did, the fifth vampire slung his victim over his shoulder and took off. "He's getting away," Tessa cried. "Go," Sean ordered. "I've got this." "Are you sure?" "Yeah." Since Tessa had transformed with the blood of an elder, she would have a greater chance of catching him than Sean. If she failed, the vampire's victim likely wouldn't survive the night. Tessa zipped away in a burst of speed. The three vampires left behind looked at each other, then started hacking frantically at Sean with their weapons. Sean jumped up, somersaulted over their heads, and landed behind them. A quick swing of a Shoto sword deprived one of his head. They rarely expected that move. The other two, one sporting shaggy blonde hair and the other sporting a dark buzz cut, fought even more savagely, neither wanting to be the next to fall. Sean struck, parried, and kept them both in front of him. Mostly. The faint rhythmic thuds of shoes hitting grass warned him that someone approached at a run. At first he thought Tessa was returning, but the steps came from the wrong direction at human speeds. He swore. The last thing he needed was for campus security or some other looky-loo to come along, see what was happening, and live stream it to the internet. The shaggy blonde vamp howled in pain when Sean nearly severed his arm. Sean pushed forward, keeping up a barrage of strikes. The vamp with the buzz cut darted around to his back. The footsteps halted. Spinning around, Sean blocked a blow that would have taken his head and delivered one of his own. Blood spurted from Buzz Cut's neck when Sean's blade opened his carotid artery. Eyes wide, the vampire dropped his weapons, gripped his neck, and stumbled back a step. Sean turned to face his last opponent. Thwick, thwick. His arm raised to strike, Shaggy jerked. Sean dove to the side as blood sprayed from the vampire's chest, accompanied by misshapen bullets. Judging by their placement, those lumps of lead had likely pierced the vampire's heart and abdominal aorta, ensuring he would rapidly bleed out. As the vamp sank to his knees, Sean searched the shadows. Relief swept through him when his gaze alighted upon a small figure half hidden by the corner of the building. Nicole. "You shadowed me?" Striding forward, she kept her head on a swivel and looked stunningly fierce. "Of course I shadowed you. I told you I had a bad feeling tonight. Where's Tessa?" He backed away in the direction Tessa had fled. One of the vamps took off with a victim. Tessa followed him. "Go." Nicole strode past Shaggy, shot him again, almost as an afterthought, and knelt beside one of the young women. "I'll take care of this." Nodding, Sean sped away. The fleeing vampire might be fast, but he couldn't compete with Tessa. Gershom had transformed her using blood he'd siphoned from Aiden after rendering him unconscious. In recent years, Immortal Guardians had discovered that gifted ones transformed by immortals with healing abilities often matched them in speed and strength. Aiden was roughly 3,000 years old and a healer. So Tessa was even stronger and faster than immortals who were hundreds of years older than her. It made catching up to this vampire easy. Stopping him without hurting the woman he carried, on the other hand, might not be. Instinct tempted her to tackle him, but the woman slung over his shoulder wouldn't survive a crash to the ground at this velocity, so Tessa darted around in front of him and blocked his path. The vampire changed course at the last second and took off in a new direction. Tessa headed him off again. And again, the fourth time he swore and slowed to a halt, his blue eyes glowing with frustration. When she finally got a good look at his face, shock rippled through her. She knew him. Reed? The anger in his features morphed into confusion as he peered at her. Tina? Tessa. His brow cleared. Right. I didn't recognize you. I thought you were an Immortal Guardian. Cautiously, she approached him. Reed had been one of the many vampires in Gersham's army. Tessa had seen him around the compound several times, but had only hunted with him once. I thought you were dead. Why would you think that? The only vampires who didn't return from hunts were those killed by Immortal Guardians, and the last I heard, you hadn't returned. He had disappeared the night before Gersham had tasked her with capturing Leah, something she had thankfully failed to do. He shook his head. There was something I had to take care of. It took longer than I expected, and when I texted Gersham for a pickup, he didn't come. Gersham had insisted that no member of his army know the location of his primary base. It's the only way, he'd explained, to keep treacherous Immortal Guardians from plucking the information from your minds. When he had sent Tessa and the others out to hunt, he had teleported them to locations that changed nightly, and then returned to teleport them back when they called for a pickup. To this day, Tessa had no idea where he'd kept them. I've tried every night since, Reed went on, but he isn't answering my texts. Did the pickup number change? She stared at him. He thought Gersham was still in power? How could he not know? Reed, the number didn't change. Look, I really need to talk to Gersham. Would you text him for me before— Gersham is dead, she blurted. Well, technically he wasn't, but Seth had ensured that Gersham would never see the light of day again. Reed's eyes widened. What? The Immortal Guardians defeated him. Gersham's gone. Has been for months. He staggered back a step. That can't be. It's true. Immortals cleared out the place we stayed in, and they destroyed a military base Gersham took control of. There's nothing left of it. It's another reason I thought you were dead. Silence fell as she gave him a minute to absorb her words. Are you and that guy, you're the only ones who made it out? He looked beyond her shoulder. Why are you dressed like Immortal Guardians? And why did you fight us? Were you pissed because we attacked the girls or something? One of the vampires Gersham assigned Tessa to hunt with had once bragged about doing more than drinking from the women he bit. Sickened and horrified, Tessa had beaten the shit out of him until Reed summoned Gersham to pull her off him. When Tessa revealed what the man had done, Gersham read the vamp's mind to confirm his foul deeds, and then killed him, warning the others that they would suffer the same fate if they ever did anything so heinous. It had been yet another reason Tessa had trusted Gersham. No, she responded, the man I was with isn't just dressed like an Immortal Guardian. He is one. She thought it best not to mention that she was too. Not yet, anyway. Reed looked pretty twitchy. He took a step back. What? Then why the hell are you with him? Did they capture you? Yes, but— His expression darkened. Did they hurt you? She held up her hands in a calm-down gesture. No, they helped me, Reed. And they can help you, too. Gersham lied to us. Bullshit. Anger tightened his jaw. Is that what they told you? Did they brainwash you or something? No, that's what Gersham did, she stated, keeping her voice placid. He was controlling us, Reed, in ways I never guessed possible until I was away from him. So how do you know they aren't the ones lying to you and controlling you? Because they can prove it. They have proven it, without a doubt, and they can prove it to you, too. He shook his head, but a hint of indecision entered his expression. Gersham had telepathic and empathic abilities he used to manipulate us, she explained, to keep us from doubting him or questioning his orders. Pausing, she lowered her hands as uncertainty struck. If Reed had been out from under Gersham's influence for months, shouldn't he have long since begun to question the wisdom of following Gersham's orders? Shouldn't doubt over past actions have crept in by now? Her gaze shifted to the limp figure draped over his shoulder. Why did you take the woman, Reed? Sean had told her she'd be able to tell who was worth saving and who wasn't. Did Reed fall into the latter group? His hold on the woman tightened. I didn't want the other vampires to hurt her. Some of her anxiety retreated. You were protecting her? That was a good sign, wasn't it? Yeah, those vampires were crazy. You should have heard the sick shit they were bragging about. If they were crazy, why were you with them? He shifted his weight from one foot to the other. I couldn't reach Gershom, or find any of the rest of you. I knew Immortal Guardians were hunting us and figured safety in numbers, you know? During her brief time with the Immortals, she'd heard that hunting in packs, which used to be rare, was common among the vampire population now. You said the other vampires were crazy. You don't want to end up like them, do you? He met her gaze. No. Then let the Immortal Guardians help you like they're helping me. The sound of someone swiftly approaching carried to their ears. Stiffening, Reed glanced past her again. He's coming. In one quick motion, he flipped the woman off his shoulder and hurled her at Tessa. Surprised, Tessa fumbled to catch her as Reed raced away. Though Tessa could easily support the other woman's weight, they were almost the same size, and getting a good enough grip on the unconscious form to keep her from sliding out of Tessa's hold and hitting her head on the pavement was awkward as hell. Sean skidded to a stop beside her. You okay? Yeah. Where's the vampire? She nodded in the direction Reed had fled. He threw the woman at me and ran. Sean shot off in a blur. Guilt pricked Tessa as she shifted the woman and cradled her like a baby. Should she have told him that Reed said he took the woman to save her from the others? She hadn't been able to discern whether he told the truth, and Sean might slay him on sight without asking questions. Sticking to the shadows, she strode back the way she had come. Sean had no doubt left 4 dead vampires decaying beside 2 unconscious women. When she reached the scene of their initial confrontation, Tessa stopped short. Nicole stood with her feet braced apart, aiming a tranquilizer gun at her. Upon seeing Tessa, she relaxed her stance and lowered the weapon. Where's Sean? Chasing the vampire. She frowned. You couldn't catch him? Sean? No, the vampire. You're faster than Sean, faster than the vampire. You should have been able to catch him. I did. Nicole gave her a quick head-to-toe glance. Are you injured? No. Then how did he get away? Hesitant to admit she'd tried to recruit him, Tessa indicated the woman in her arms. I didn't attack him while he was holding her. I was afraid she'd get hurt. Then the vampire heard Sean coming, threw her at me, and took off. Her face filling with concern, Nicole holstered the weapon and motioned for Tessa to set the woman down. Is she dead? No, she's still breathing, just unconscious. Tessa gently laid the woman down beside the other 2. Are the others okay? Yeah, looks like we got here before the vampires could take too much blood. They're both just out of it from the bite, and would have no memory of being attacked when they awoke. Nicole knelt beside the 3rd woman and touched her wrist, checking her pulse, perhaps. We'll have to call in a network cleanup crew to give the women a medical exam, confirm they're okay, and see them home. They also need to check the security cameras. We sped past at least 2. You and the vampire? Yes. Nicole nodded. Her pulse is strong, so he must not have taken much blood. The diligent second proceeded to check the woman over for injuries, beginning with her wrists and the bends of her arms, popular targets for vampire bites. I didn't realize you were shadowing us, Tessa murmured. Neither did Sean. Had Nicole shadowed them because of the bad feeling Sean mentioned her having, or because she didn't trust Tessa? If it was the latter, Tessa's next words would undoubtedly increase that distrust. I knew him. Who? Nicole asked absently. The vampire. Nicole froze for several long seconds, then sat back on her heels and looked up at her. What? I knew him. He was a member of Gershom's army. I only hunted with him once and assumed he'd been killed, either when Seth and the others descended on home base or in the final battle. All expression left Nicole's face. You hunted Immortal Guardians with him? Tessa nodded. Would she ever rid herself of the shame that spawned? He didn't know Gershom isn't around anymore. He said he took the woman to protect her from the other vampires, so I thought... A long sigh escaped her. I don't know. I thought he might be worth saving, and was trying to talk him into surrendering when he heard Sean approaching. And then he threw the woman at you. Tessa nodded. I think he was just scared. Several heavy seconds passed. Well, Sean should be able to catch him. Nicole went back to examining the woman. Not knowing what else to do, Tessa started collecting the fallen vampire's weapons. All 4 vamps were shriveling up and would soon leave nothing behind save their clothing, watches, phones, and dental fillings. Oh, shit, Nicole whispered. Straightening, Tessa glanced at her. What is it? Nicole brushed the woman's disheveled hair back from her face and stared at her in astonishment. It's Becca. Who? Becca, Kayla's daughter. She's a student here. If Tessa remembered correctly, Kayla Dorman had fallen in love with Immortal Guardian Nick Belanger a few months ago and only recently transformed. Reaching into her coat, Nicole withdrew a cell phone. The crunch of grass beneath boots arose in the distance. Someone's coming, Tessa warned. Dropping the phone, Nicole stood and drew the tranq gun. Is it Sean? I can't tell. Whoever's coming is downwind. Tessa drew the Shoto swords Sean had lent her and planted herself in front of the downed women, ready to defend them and Nicole, just in case. A blurry figure shot around the corner of the building and slid to a halt. Sean faced them, his hands up in surrender. It's okay, it's just me. Nicole glanced past him. Where's the vampire? Did you kill him? No. His features darkened with frustration. I lost him on the other side of campus. I think he ducked into a car and left. Nicole swiftly holstered her weapon and bent to retrieve her phone. Well, we'll worry about that later. Right now we have a bigger problem. She motioned to the unconscious woman. Sean's eyes widened with alarm. Oh, shit, Becca! Kneeling beside her, he touched his fingers to Becca's neck while Nicole speed-dialed a number. His eyes closed with relief upon finding her pulse. Oui? A Frenchman said on the other end of the call. Richard, Nicole said briskly. We need you, now. She quickly told him where to find them. A dark figure appeared about 5 yards away. Spinning around, Richard strode toward them. What happened? When he followed their gazes to Becca, his face paled. Merde. Is she okay? Nodding, Sean lifted Becca into his arms and rose. A vampire attacked her and her friends. She's been bitten, but her pulse is strong. He passed her to Richard. Get her to the network. Brow furrowed, Richard cradled her close. Warn Chris I'm coming so he'll turn off the alarm. Rorden had outfitted network headquarters with an alarm that blared every time an immortal teleported inside without warning. Tessa had never asked why, but assumed he had added that when Gershom had started shape-shifting into the forms of various Immortal Guardians and wreaking havoc. Rorden! Tessa glanced at Nicole, who had already dialed the network's leader. It's Nicole. We need a cleanup crew at Duke? Who's we? Me, Sean, and Tessa. Vampires attacked 3 women. What's their status? They're alive, but they're all unconscious. And one of them is Becca Dorman. He swore. Richard is going to teleport her to network headquarters now, Nicole told him. Okay, tell him the alarm's off. Richard vanished, his enhanced hearing having allowed him to hear both sides of the conversation. A large, dark figure abruptly appeared beside Tessa. Jumping, she let out a little squeak of surprise and prepared to fight. Then she glanced up and relaxed. Though Jared was an immortal as ancient as Seth, he had only recently joined the Immortal Guardians' ranks. Nearly 7 feet tall, he exuded power and was intimidating as hell when angered. But he had always been kind to Tessa. He gave her a quick visual inspection. Are you all right? She nodded. No injuries? None. Tessa fidgeted. A vampire got away, the one who bit Becca. I chased him, but... Did he hurt you? He demanded, face darkening. No. Threaten you? No, he threw Becca at me and took off. Which direction? Sean pointed. I followed him but lost his scent at Flowers Drive. I think there may have been a car waiting for him, or maybe it was his. Jared dashed away. Tessa looked at Sean. He shrugged. Ancient immortals can sometimes track people in vehicles. She stared at him. Their senses are that much sharper than ours? Mine? Yes. Yours? I don't know. Worry and self-doubt peppered Tessa as she and Sean collected the fallen vampire's weapons. She should have tackled Reed once he stopped, or raced forward and plucked the woman from his arms, set her aside, and... She didn't know. Every second ticked past like an hour. Jared suddenly appeared again. All jumped, and then sighed. "I lost him," he announced. Nicole motioned to the other women. "Would you take these two to the network? I'd feel better if Melanie looked them over." "Of course." Unlike Tessa, Jared had no trouble gathering both women into his arms and soon teleported away. Seconds later, he returned with 3 network soldiers. "Now the rest of you. These men will guard the scene until the cleanup crew arrives." Tessa started to ask why he hadn't brought the cleanup crew with him, then realized whatever vehicle they usually drove probably carried a host of equipment that would enable them to rid the scene of every speck of blood and hack into the university's security feeds. Jared rested a hand on her shoulder, his touch almost tentative. Sean took Nicole's arm and clapped a hand on Jared's shoulder. Duke University's campus fell away, replaced by darkness. A peculiar feeling of weightlessness engulfed Tessa, making her stomach feel uncomfortably buoyant, as it sometimes did in an elevator. In the next instant, the brightly lit infirmary on sublevel 5 surrounded them. The large room bustled with activity while Tessa's eyes adjusted to the sudden brightness. Anxiety hung heavily in the air. Dr. Melanie Lipton and her husband, Bastian, leaned over an exam bed upon which Becca now rested. The other 2 victims occupied beds nearby. 3 techs rushed toward them with bags of blood and IV paraphernalia. The handful of vampires who lived on sublevel 5 had all gathered to see what the fuss was about and huddled on the other side of the room. Seth promptly appeared amidst the controlled chaos, his hands on the shoulders of Kayla and her husband Nick. The younger immortal's eyes glowed bright amber with concern. Kayla glanced around, a panicked look on her face, then spotted her daughter. Crying out, she dashed over to the bed in a blur. "Becca, honey?" Melanie started setting up the IV. "She's okay. She just needs a transfusion." Nick looked murderous. "What happened?" Sean and Nicole filled him in. Tessa waited in anxious silence for them to condemn her for letting the vampire get away, but Nicole opted not to mention the conversation with Reed. Had Tessa been wrong? Should she not have tried to sway Reed to their side? Her gaze slid to Becca's still form. What if he had lied and only told her what he thought she wanted to hear? What if he'd intended to kill Becca? Chris Rorden entered. "What happened?" Though he was human, Chris commanded thousands of network employees and was the mortal equivalent of Seth. He wielded so much authority that even immortals obeyed his rules. Well, most of them did. Sean and Nicole again recounted events for Chris. "Okay, I'm on it," he declared. On what? Tessa wondered. Searching for the vampire? How? He knew nothing about the man, not his name, not his face. But she did. Her stomach roiled with nerves. "I knew him," she blurted. Silence fell as all eyes focused on her. "What?" Chris asked, his gaze piercing. Fear and apprehension escalated until she wrung her hands. Would they believe she'd let him get away on purpose? Would they think her complicit? A large hand touched Tessa's upper back, a welcome warmth against her shoulder blades. The anxiety that plagued her swiftly melted away, replaced by calm. She glanced up at the man who towered beside her. Jared dipped his chin in a nod, his dark eyes full of kindness and encouragement. Straightening her shoulders, Tessa faced the others. "I knew the vampire who bit Becca." She described her brief conversation with him. Nick scowled. "I thought we wiped out Gersham's entire army." Seth's brow furrowed. "I did too. When we blitzed his home base on Roanoke, the only survivors were the immortals we rescued. and no one survived our attack on the military base."
Gersham's home base had been on Roanoke Island?
Chris frowned. "Well, no vampires returned to Roanoke after you cleaned it out. There's been no sign of any at the remains of the military base, either. My guys had surveillance cameras set up at both locations before the dust had even settled."
"Without Gershom, vampires can't return to home base," Tessa reminded them. "He never told us where it was. Gershom always teleported us there. He didn't want any Immortal Guardians to find its location in our thoughts."
And she had known nothing about the military base until after the Immortals defeated Gershom.
Chris drew a small notepad and stubby pencil from his front shirt pocket.
"You said the vampire's name is Reed?"
"Yes. He disappeared right before Seth captured me. He said he's been trying to text Gershom ever since."
"Do you know his last name?"
"No," she said apologetically. "I only hunted with him once."
Seth frowned. "Gershom didn't have a cell phone on him when I defeated him."
Chris scribbled something in the notebook.
"Well, if he dropped it while you were fighting, it was destroyed in the blast."
He looked at Tessa.
"Can you draw me a picture of Reed?"
She grimaced. "No, I'm sorry. When it comes to drawing people, smiley faces and stick figures are the best I can do."
Seth approached her. "If you'll allow me to access your memories of tonight's skirmish, I can draw him. Then Chris's contacts can use their agency's facial recognition databases to learn his identity."
Anxiety returned with a vengeance. Tessa's heart pounded despite Jared's calming touch. Seth had been inordinately kind to her, considering she had nearly killed Sean and Nicole, then tried to kidnap Leah, whom Seth had married shortly thereafter. She trusted him, and knew Seth was a good guy. And yet, Tessa couldn't help but cringe at the idea of him wandering around inside her head. It actually made her panic a little inside. Not because she had anything nefarious to hide, but because, well, she supposed she feared it for the same reason someone whom wolves had attacked might not want to venture into the forest again. Having been mind-controlled once, she couldn't help but fear history would repeat itself.
"Sean saw the vampire," Jared said. "Search his memories instead."
That was kind of him. His empathic ability must have let him feel her apprehension. After a moment's pause, Seth turned to Sean.
"Did you get a good look at him?" Sean nodded. "I think so. See if it's enough."
Seth stared at Sean's forehead for several long seconds, then blinked.
"That will do. Thank you." "You're welcome."
Seth crossed to the desk Melanie often used in the infirmary and picked up a pencil and a blank sheet of paper. Leaning down, he held the paper in place with his left hand and began to draw. His right hand and forearm blurred as streaks of gray rapidly filled the page. After only a few seconds, he set the pencil down. Turning to Tessa, he held up the paper.
"Is this a good likeness?"
Her eyes widened as she stared at it. He might as well have snapped a black-and-white photograph of Reed. It was that detailed. "Yes, that looks exactly like him." Seth handed it to Chris.
"I want a copy of that," Nick growled, radiating fury.
Though Kayla half reclined on the bed next to her daughter, her expression was as murderous as her husband's. "I do too." Nodding, Seth returned his attention to Chris.
"Send every immortal in North Carolina and their seconds a copy. This Reed fellow didn't appear to know who Becca is, that she's a gifted one and the daughter of an Immortal Guardian, but I'd like to confirm that if we can."
Nick loosed a scoffing sound.
"Are you serious? You think this was a coincidence?"
Standing beside Melanie, Bastian shrugged.
"It could have been. You know, universities are prime hunting grounds for vampires. Drunk college students make easy prey."
"Becca hasn't been drinking," Kayla protested, her expression stony. "We would smell it on her."
Unruffled by the rebuke, Bastian spoke calmly. "I know that, Kayla. I was going to say that eggheads staggering home after pulling all-nighters studying are easy prey too. Neither are vigilant, and while trolling for those particular groups, vampires sometimes get sidetracked by pretty girls. Cliff and I have come to the rescue of many young women on our hunts, both students and employees, as have you and Nick, I'm sure. All of us have, Sean commented. A rumble of agreement ensued. If this Reed fellow had targeted Becca, Seth said, he wouldn't have needed to band together with other vampires. He could have simply waited until she was alone to take her. So yes, it's possible that she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Nevertheless, Chris, see what you can dig up on Reed. Rawdon nodded. Give me 24 hours. Done. Seth met Kayla's gaze. Becca will suffer no ill effects from the bite. But if the three of you would like to sleep at David's tonight, you are more than welcome. She nodded. Thank you. I don't want her returning to her dorm. Chris looked up from whatever he was writing. Her dorm is as secure as I could make it without stationing guards inside the halls and along the perimeter. I'll have my guys review the university's surveillance feeds for the past couple of weeks and see if Reed has been hanging around. I also had a crew add a few non-university sanctioned hidden cameras of our own after you joined the Immortal Guardians family, Kayla. The cameras cover the entire exterior of the building and every interior hallway that leads from the entrances to Becca's room. And before you ask, no, I did not install cameras in her room. She smiled. Thank you. If Chris finds anything, Seth said, I'll call a meeting. In the meantime, Sean, Tessa, you're done hunting for the night. Do either of you have any injuries you'd like me to heal before I go? Tessa shook her head. So did Sean. Good. I'll head over to Duke and check on the cleanup crew. He vanished. Tessa looked at Sean. I just realized I left my car at Duke. I can't give you a ride home. Jared spoke. I can teleport them home and retrieve your car from Duke. Surprised by the offer, she looked up at him. Really? He nodded. Reaching into her pocket, she retrieved the keys and held them out. He shook his head. I don't need them. She blinked. He could start a car without a key? Well, now I kind of want to go with you to see how you'll do it. He grinned. Let me take Sean and Nicole home. Then I'll return for you. At last she found a smile. Thank you. He crossed to Sean and Nicole, then gripped their shoulders, and the trio vanished. Chapter 3. As she had every evening for the past week, Nicole donned a stab-proof vest. She had shadowed Sean compulsively ever since Becca's attack. So far, his hunts had been of the standard variety. He'd encounter 1 or 2 vampires, engage in a quick battle, and defeat them without incident. Rawdon had found nothing to suggest that Reed had been stalking Becca, and no Immortal Guardian had caught so much as a glimpse of the elusive vampire. With every uneventful night that passed, the bad feeling that had plagued Nicole retreated a little more. It still lingered, though, like a mosquito bite that wouldn't stop itching even as it shrank. Tonight, she covered her vest with a black T-shirt that sported a giant bumblebee with the word kind written in fancy script beneath it. A shoulder holster came next, already outfitted with a 9mm. After haphazardly tucking the T-shirt into the front of her pale blue, well-worn jeans, she drew on a gray zip-up-the-front hoodie Sean never wore anymore. Since he was about 8 inches taller than her, broad-shouldered and muscular, it swallowed her, which was perfect. In addition to concealing the weapons she carried, it left her looking like a college student who had borrowed her boyfriend's jacket. Her artfully tousled ponytail should complete the look. Nicole dragged a sleeve back and attached a knife to her wrist. After securing a second knife to the other one, she stuffed her feet into scuffed running shoes. She was bent over, tying the laces, when Sean spoke behind her. "Is that my hoodie?" Dropping her foot to the floor, she turned. Sean stood in the armory's doorway, staring at her as if she sported a peculiar Halloween costume. "Yes? You don't mind if I borrow it, do you?" "No." "Where's your coat?" "I'm not wearing it tonight." Holding her arms out to either side, she struck a pose. "What do you think? Do I look like a college student?" "Yeah. Why? You planning to troll Duke for some innocent young stud you can lure into carnal bliss?" She laughed. Yes, Sean, because everyone knows that the best way to pick up a man is to wear another man's clothes. He shook his head. Any man who sees you in that is definitely going to want you to pick him up. Surprised, she glanced down. Really? Since when were jeans, sneakers, and an oversized jacket considered alluring? Don't even try that. You know your ass looks amazing in those jeans. When something warm and tingly fluttered in her chest, she hit it with an eye roll. You can't even see my ass. Your hoodie covers it. And I will reward it for that later. But I don't need to see your ass, because I know those jeans. I recognize the tear in the knee, and your ass looks amazing in them. Wow. You're cataloging my jeans and ranking them according to how my ass looks? You do need to get laid, don't you? He laughed. I really do. For the first time since she had accepted the position as his second, Nicole was tempted to... what? Lure him into carnal bliss? No. It had taken her years to land this gig. She didn't want to muck it up by crossing a line Chris Riordan had made a point of drawing several times. Sean's sister was married to Etienne. Etienne and his sister Lizette were both telepathic and known to delve into the minds of others without asking permission. Etienne was, in fact, the one who had outed Tracy for having sex dreams about Sheldon. If Nicole and Sean pursued something more intimate, there would be no hiding or keeping it a secret. And even if she and Sean could keep it a secret, what if one of them developed feelings that weren't reciprocated by the other? She fought an inward shudder. No way would that end well. And who knew how long she would have to wait for another immortal to take her on as a second if Riordan didn't fire her for having inappropriate sexual contact with the man she was supposed to guard. Riordan could be a total hard-ass when it came to keeping things on the straight and narrow. Hell, he still held grudges against Bastian and Aiden for breaking network rules, and they were Immortal Guardians. Thus far, Sean had shown no interest in her, romantically speaking, and treated her like a sister. If he hadn't gone so long without sex, he wouldn't have given her ass a second glance. "So, where are your combat clothes?" he asked, disrupting her thoughts. "Are you taking the night off?" "No. Nick called. He thinks Becca could use an outing. He and Kayla have insisted she spend every night at David's place and be inside half an hour before sunset. She's feeling a little frustrated and cooped up." Sean frowned. "She understands it's for her safety, though, doesn't she?" "Yes, but Riordan hasn't found anything to indicate she wasn't simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's been a week, and nothing has happened." "Because she's been safely tucked away at David's place." "Exactly. I think the frustration Nick's picking up on isn't so much that Becca wants to go out and party with her friends. I think the waiting, the not knowing, is just starting to get to her." Nicole shrugged. Being attacked and having no memory of it is creepy. "I'm sure it is." She sat on the bench. "You know what happened to Jenna, right? How Richard met her?" "Yeah, John told me." John was Jenna's son. Since he and Sheldon, Richard's second, were close in age to Sean, the three of them often hung out together. Like Becca, Nicole reminded him, Jenna had no memory of the vampire attacking her, but she confronted him later with Richard's help, and it helped her get past it. I think Becca may need to do the same. She considered it for a moment. Either that, or she wants to know once and for all if someone is targeting her. It's the only way she'll ever feel safe again. He sighed. "I can understand that. So, what's the plan?" "Nothing terribly interesting. I'm going to pose as her friend." He smiled. "You are her friend." Yes, she was. Chris Riordan rarely recruited anyone younger than 25, wanting to ensure they were past the party your ass off now that you're no longer under your parents' roof phase and could be counted on to perform their duties without getting drunk on weekends and spilling network secrets. But there were occasional exceptions, and Nicole had been one of them. Nicole's parents had been of the push her as far and fast as she can go sort. Not because they wanted her to have the brightest future possible, but so they could brag about it to their friends. And boy, had they bragged. Nicole had graduated from Harvard, summa cum laude, with a doctoral degree at the age of 17. She now had almost no contact with her parents. Nicole had been nothing more than another token of achievement for them, another bauble to dangle in front of their friends to show them up, because little Harrison III of the same age was barely passing 11th grade English. She couldn't remember her parents ever hugging her, kissing her cheek, or offering any other gestures of affection. All they'd given her was stress, and who needed more of that? So she'd cut ties with them as soon as she legally could. Chris Riordan had recruited her shortly thereafter. Consequently, even though Nicole was only 6 years Becca's senior, she felt far older and was protective of her friend. "I am," she agreed belatedly. "That's why I'm taking her out tonight. Nothing daring. I figured we'd go to my favorite restaurant and bar, hang out for a little while, and see if Reed will attack her." "Pretty much," she admitted. He was quiet for a moment, his expression inscrutable. "Nick and Kayla are on board with that? They understand, but aren't thrilled about it. That's why they want me with her." His lips quirked up in a smile. "Because they know you can kick ass." She loved the admiration that simple statement conveyed. "Yes, I can." Straightening, he strolled toward her. "How many weapons are you carrying?" Nicole stood. Gripping the lapels of the hoodie, she opened it wide enough to expose the 9mm. She would have carried a tranq gun, too, but it was bulkier than the other and harder to hide. "What else?" She peeled back both sleeves and showed him the wrist blades. "And?" Turning away, she raised the back of the hoodie enough to display the extra mag she'd tucked in the back waistband of her jeans. "Excellent." She grinned at him over her shoulder. "The weapons or my ass?" He laughed. "Both." When she faced him once more, her stomach did a little flip. His eyes bore a faint amber glow. Nicole pointed at his face. "You'd better not look at Becca with that glow in your eyes, or Nick will wipe the floor with you. He might not have raised her, but he watched over Becca while she grew up and is now a very proud and protective papa." He grinned. "I won't. Becca is just a friend." Confirmation that he wasn't interested in Becca shouldn't affect Nicole, so why did she feel relieved? Wait, did his mentioning that his eyes wouldn't glow around Becca because she was just a friend meant he thought of Nicole as more than a friend? She nearly growled with frustration. Why did her mind keep going in that direction? Because of that damned talk they'd had a week ago when he'd mentioned needing sex and gotten turned on by her. Now she couldn't stop thinking of him that way. "I'm going with you," he announced suddenly. "What?" "I'm going with you." "No way! The whole point of doing this is to see if Reed will attack again." "Exactly. That's why I'm going." "No, you're not." She motioned to him. "Look at you. Even if Reed doesn't recognize you from the other night, he'll know you're an Immortal Guardian and keep his distance. The whole point of this is to see if the attack was a fluke. If it wasn't, 2 college girls will seem like easy targets and lure him into acting again, particularly if he thinks I'm drunk thanks to the beer I intend to accidentally spill on my shirt. If he sees you, he'll keep his distance." Frowning, he glanced down. "I can change my clothes." "It isn't just the clothes, Sean. It's your face and hair and everything else." She shook her head. "Immortal Guardian males all look so much alike that you can pass for brothers. Hey, the males aren't the only ones. You and Becca could practically be twins. Oh, please, we don't look that much alike." Gifted ones and Immortal Guardians did tend to resemble each other. Whatever genes determined one's physical characteristics must be more dominant in gifted ones than in humans, because those traits had prevailed for millennia. "But you look similar," he insisted. "Same height, same slender build, same dark hair, dark eyes, and annoyingly cute nose." She laughed. "You are so weird. You think my nose is cute?" "Yes, damn it. It's freakishly appealing." Taking him by the shoulders, she turned him around and pushed him toward the door. "Go get laid, Sean." Laughing, he dug in his heels and faced her. "I didn't say it turned me on." Assuming a thoughtful expression, he tilted his head to one side, narrowed his eyes, and stroked his chin. Although... Nicole shook her head with a grin and checked her watch. "Ooh, I have to go or I'll be late. Nick told me to pick Becca up at her dorm before sunset." Abandoning his pose, Sean followed her from the armory. "Seriously, Nicole, I don't think you should go alone." "Don't worry. I'm not one of those women you see in made-for-TV movies who receives death threats, then, having no self-defense experience at all, refuses protection and goes for late-night walks alone. I have weapons. I know how to handle myself. And I have Richard on speed dial. If Nick and Kayla are okay with it, you should be too." "I wish you would put that a different way." "Put what? That you know how to handle yourself?" Again, she laughed. "Get your mind out of the gutter." "I'm trying," he said with amusing bafflement. "It just isn't cooperating." She halted before the front door. "Where do you plan to hunt tonight?" "Duke." Nicole had already tucked her mini-wallet in a back pocket, unwilling to carry a purse that might get in the way should Reed attack. So she grabbed her keys off the table by the door. "With Tessa?" she asked, casually. The two had hunted together 3 or 4 times now. "No, alone." She stared up at him. Relief and worry warred within her. She still didn't trust Tessa, and would rather he not hunt with her. And yet, Nicole didn't want him to hunt alone and couldn't shadow him tonight, not until after she returned Becca to her dorm, where Kayla would be waiting for her. Should she suggest he hunt with Krista and Etienne? That was a bit of a sore subject for Sean. He loved his sister, but didn't like feeling as if he needed a babysitter after the years he'd spent sitting on the sidelines while she hunted vampires without him. "What?" he asked when she said nothing. "Still have that bad feeling?" "Yes," she admitted. "It's weaker, but still there." Reaching out, she clasped his hand and stared down at it. Though she wasn't as petite as some of the other Gifted One and Immortal women, his hand was so much larger by comparison that it made hers look delicate. Warmth engulfed her when he curled his fingers around hers. Quiet fell. "Anything?" he asked softly. She shook her head. "Just the same buzz in the background that I've had for days. I think it would get stronger if you were in danger, though, so you should be good tonight. Becca, too." "And you," he said with a smile. It didn't always work that way. Her gift had totally screwed her in the past by not offering a heads-up that she was in danger. But she forced a smile. "And me." He gave her hand an affectionate squeeze, then released it. "Be safe. And call me if you need me." "I will. Don't forget to take a tranq gun with you tonight." "I won't." "See you later." Nicole headed outside and skipped down the front steps. The wispy clouds above were already acquiring a coral hue as the sun approached the horizon. Sheesh, she'd better hurry or she wouldn't reach Duke before the sun set. Nick and Kayla were probably antsy enough about this already. How much more so would they be if the woman they'd asked to guard their daughter was tardy? Despite the crush of rush-hour traffic, Nicole managed to reach Becca's dorm before the sky darkened enough for vampires to venture out. Becca sat on the front steps, chatting with Kayla. Most of the college students Nicole had known would have been horrified by the notion of their mom hanging out with them on campus, but these two had been best friends ever since Kayla had divorced Becca's adulterous father several years ago. And now that Kayla was immortal, she looked almost as young as her daughter. Nicole doubted anyone who saw them together would even guess they were mother and daughter. Kayla waved. "Hi, Nicole." Waving back, Nicole joined them. "You ready for a night out on the town?" she asked Becca. Her friend responded with an enthusiastic, "Yes!" Kayla's smile seemed a tad strained as she kissed her daughter's cheek and gave her a hug. "Well, I'll be on my way then. You girls be careful." "We will," Becca promised. "Bye, Mom." As Kayla walked away, Nicole asked loudly enough for her voice to carry, "So, how many keggers are we hitting tonight?" Kayla spun around, eyes wide, mouth open to protest. Then she caught Nicole's teasing expression and relaxed. Becca burst out laughing. Shaking her head, Kayla sent them a rueful smile. "Don't do anything I wouldn't do." "Now that she's immortal?" Becca murmured as her mother walked away. "I don't think there is anything she wouldn't do." "I heard that," Kayla called without looking back. They chuckled. "So, what are we doing tonight?" Becca asked as they strolled away from the dorm. "Going to my favorite restaurant." Technically, it was a restaurant and bar that was popular with the college crowd, but Becca was too young to drink legally. "One of the networks?" The network owned and operated a few restaurants that immortals and their seconds could frequent without worrying about their differences or conversations drawing attention from humans. "Nope." Becca smiled. "Good. All the eyes watching me are starting to get on my nerves." "Well, it's just you and me tonight." And they thoroughly enjoyed themselves. The bar was bustling with students determined to blow off steam after a long week. The food was excellent, the music rocked, and Becca seemed to enjoy herself as the night went on, though she didn't let loose enough to flirt with any of the guys who hit on her. Even the most charming of them received cold shoulders. "Are you dating someone, Becca?" Nicole asked, wondering why her friend kept shutting down everyone who approached her. Immortal Guardians were notorious gossips, so Nicole was pretty sure someone would have mentioned it if Becca had a boyfriend. "Not right now, no." Nicole smiled. "Are Nick and Kayla chasing away all the guys?" She laughed. "No, I've just been too busy studying my ass off to do anything else." Nicole grunted. "I know what that's like." "What about you?" Becca studied her curiously. "Are you dating anyone?" "No." "I've heard being a second can make it pretty hard to have relationships." "It does." So did lusting after the immortal she was supposed to be guarding. "That sucks." Before Nicole could respond, a deep voice spoke behind her. "Hey, babe, sorry I'm late." A British accent colored his words. Becca's eyes widened as they focused on someone behind her. Nicole turned to see what had grabbed her attention and gaped. Sean strode toward her, a smile on his handsome face. A very different Sean. His combat blacks were gone, replaced by worn, faded blue jeans that molded themselves to muscled thighs. A white Henley t-shirt hugged 8-pack abs. Atop that, he wore a dark gray shirt, unbuttoned, with the long sleeves pushed back to his elbows. Dark tattoos now whirled and swirled up his muscled forearms. A watch adorned one wrist. 3 black string bracelets circled the other. And his hair. He had shorn his raven hair close to his head on the sides. The rest of his thick, wavy locks looked like he'd finger-combed them back from his face and sported so many pale golden streaks that he looked blonde. A tattoo similar to those on his arms crept up one side of his neck, accenting his firm jaw. Holy hell! Butterflies fluttered in her belly. Stopping beside her chair, Sean grinned down at her, looking jaw-droppingly gorgeous, a description that ended up being more accurate than she'd realized. Tucking a finger beneath her chin, he closed her gaping mouth, then leaned down and pressed a kiss to her lips. Nicole's heart began to slam against her ribs. What was happening? The stunned look on Nicole's beautiful face was absolutely priceless. Sean couldn't wipe the grin off his own. But his little plan almost backfired when the simple kiss he delivered heated his blood and nearly caused his eyes to glow. His heart thumped harder as he straightened and glanced over at Becca, whose eyes danced with mirth. "Looks like I missed dinner," Sean said with a faux British accent. "But I'm up for whatever comes next." "I'll bet you are," Becca said with a gleeful grin. Nicole made a choking sound and reached for her beer. "What are you doing here?" she asked after taking a hearty swig. "I thought you had to work late." "I'm bunking off. So what would you two lovely ladies like to do tonight now that I'm free?" Loosing a sigh of regret, Nicole rose. "Nothing, actually. Becca's had a long week, so we were just about to head back to the dorm." "Great, I'll come with." Nicole started to set her beer down but fumbled it, spilling most of what remained on her shirt. Becca hastily grabbed some napkins and shoved them toward her, but Nicole had already accomplished what she'd meant to do. She now reeked of alcohol. Impressive. That had seemed 100% real. Nicole could act. If she hadn't told him earlier that she'd planned to do it, he would have thought it an accident. She scrubbed at her shirt for a few seconds, then gave up and tossed the napkins on the table. "Ready?" Becca smiled. "I think you may have had too much to drink." "Nah, I'm fine," Nicole insisted with a smile. When she turned away from the table, she staggered and seemed to lose her balance. "Whoa." Sean clasped one of her arms to steady her. "No way am I letting you get behind the wheel. Let me drive you both home." "Hell no," Nicole grumbled. "You keep driving on the wrong side of the road. We're just going to walk back to campus." Becca nodded. On their way to the door, Nicole lurched sideways and bumped into a guy sitting at the bar. "Hey!" He swung around with a scowl that vanished the moment he saw who had bumped him. "Oops," Nicole said with a crooked grin. "Sorry." He sent her a leering smile as he admired the way her wet shirt clung to her breasts. "You look like you could use a ride home." Sean wrapped an arm around her. "She already has one. Me." "Are you sure she wouldn't rather leave with me? She'd love it if I gave her a ride." Sean's hackles rose. "Bugger off. She's mine." Beside him, the man's friend leaned in and mumbled something crude that made Sean want to wipe the floor with both of them. Becca took his arm. "Let's just get her home before she pukes." Sean committed both a-holes to memory so he could teach them some manners if he ran into them again. A chilly breeze buffeted him as they stepped outside, clearing his head of the weird fog of fury that had gripped him. No wonder Nick was so protective of Becca. Predators seemed to lurk everywhere. Once they passed several groups loitering in front of the bar, the trio turned a corner and headed up a much quieter street. "Way to overact," Nicole grumbled, her usually enticing gait still marred by the occasional stagger. "I wasn't overreacting," he countered, ideally to remind her that Reed might be listening if he was out of sight somewhere stalking Becca. But his mind lingered elsewhere. Those words, "she's mine," had felt right falling from his lips. A little too right. Dropping his arm, he took her hand and twined his fingers through hers. "Nice jacket, by the way. I was wondering where I left that." "I didn't think you'd mind if I borrowed it." "Not as long as you don't get sick on it." Her lips quirked up. "You won't get in trouble for ditching work, will you?" "Nah." Although Nicole might kick his ass later for ignoring her wishes and joining them, he just hadn't been willing to risk her or Becca coming to harm, and was still a little surprised that Kayla and Nick had agreed to this. "Well," Becca offered cheerfully, "I'm glad you could join us, George. I was a little nervous about going out tonight, and feel safer with you here." Nicole snorted a laugh at the fake name Becca bestowed upon him. He grinned. "It's my pleasure." Sean kept up a running conversation with them as they strolled back to Duke and made their way onto campus. He kept his senses peeled for any hint that someone followed them. His sharp gaze caught no movement in the shadows. His sense of smell failed to detect the aroma of blood that often accompanied vampires, but the cologne he'd applied to disguise his own scent hindered him. No stealthy tread echoed theirs. Even with bass boom, boom, booming in the distance from what sounded like one hell of a party, he would have heard it if someone matched their steps. The crisp breeze strengthened, dragging his shirt-tail back. Were he human, he would wish he had a jacket. As an Immortal Guardian, however, he could control his body temperature, often as an afterthought, so his hand kept Nicole's nice and warm. She laughed at something Becca said, drawing a smile from him. He liked Nicole's laugh. The feel of her small hand in his, and the memory of her kiss. That was going to stick with him. "Thanks for walking us home," Becca said, jolting him from his thoughts. He feigned disappointment. "I can't join you inside." Nicole shook her head. "We're having a girls' night, remember? That's why you were working late tonight. That and the deadline you have to meet next week." "Bugger, I forgot." He released her hand. "Are we still on for tomorrow night, then?" "Yep." "Okay. See you around 7? "Sure." Sean pressed a kiss to her cheek. "Seriously?" Becca said dryly. "You can kiss her goodnight, George. Like a real kiss. I told you it won't make me feel like a third wheel as long as you don't start groping each other." Nicole's eyes shot to his. Sean sent her a cocky grin. "You heard her." Sliding an arm around her waist, he drew her up against him. When she made no objections, he dipped his chin and brushed his lips against hers. Once, twice. Gentle explorations, curious to see if the electric shock the first one had sparked had just been a fluke. It hadn't. When Nicole rested a hand on his chest and slid it up to cup the nape of his neck, lightning struck. Fire raced through him, speeding his pulse and driving his heartbeat to drum in his ears. His heightened hearing caught the rapid thumping of her heart, along with the slight catch of her breath. Did she feel the spark, too? When her lips parted, he slid his tongue inside to stroke hers. So unbelievably good. Nicole pressed closer, rising onto her toes as she wrapped her other arm around his neck. Her hips shifted against his. Her breasts brushed his chest. Hard and aching for her, Sean clutched her tighter. Becca laughed. "I said not to grope each other, you—" Thud. Sean jerked his head up in time to see a blur of motion streak away. Becca no longer stood beside them. "Oh, shit!" Slipping behind him, Nicole leaped onto his back. "Go!" Tucking his arms under her knees, he took off. "Was it Reed?" she asked, holding on tight as he raced forward at speeds that made the buildings around them blur. "I don't know." He'd been too busy losing himself in their goodnight kiss, which was supposed to have been for show. Dumbass, he chided himself. The vampire only had a few seconds' head start, but led them on quite a chase. They left Duke behind and flew through Durham, passing cars and pedestrians who would only notice a breeze. Sean tore around the side of a building in an area of town he wasn't familiar with and skidded to a halt in a narrow alley. The two buildings rose on either side of him, looking industrial in nature. No bystanders were visible, and he gaped. Becca fought the vampire. "What the hell?" Nicole blurted. Becca swung two scythes she had hidden, Sean didn't know where. Reed drew two Bowie knives and stumbled backward as he parried the blows. "Who are you?" Becca snapped. "Why do you want me?" Sean released Nicole's legs. As soon as she slid down his back, he drew the daggers hidden beneath his shirt and started forward. Becca must have been training with the seconds because she was actually holding her own. "What the fuck?" Reed blurted and actually took a step back. No, she was more than holding her own. "Tell me!" she shouted as one of her blades sliced into Reed's arm. Another carved a path across his stomach. "Why did you attack me?" His face darkening with fury, Reed swung his Bowie. "Fuck you!" Becca blocked it, despite his greater strength. "Fuck me?" she snarled. "Is that your answer?" She swung again, drawing blood. Sean stared. Gun drawn, Nicole kept pace with him, watching in awe as they approached the duo. Damn, Becca has skills. Do you think she's like Krista? Krista's ability to see vampires' auras had helped her defeat vampires, with their enhanced speed and strength, long before she'd become immortal. Sean shook his head. I don't know. He didn't think Becca had ever mentioned her ability. "Is that why you want me?" Becca's voice acquired a French accent as she cut Reed again, and again, and again, then swept one of Reed's weapons from his grasp. After dropping one of her own, she grabbed him by the throat. As Sean and Nicole watched in dumbfounded disbelief, Becca's form changed, growing taller, bulkier, her clothes straining to contain it, then tearing and falling away. Nick now stood before Reed, his face twisted with fury. Reed's eyes, damned near, popped out of his skull. Swearing, he swung his other Bowie. Nick yanked it from his hand and hurled it away. Sean and Nicole ducked as it flew past. Lifting Reed by the neck, Nick shoved him up against one of the buildings. While Reed kicked his feet and clawed at the hand that choked him, Nick leaned in close. "Is that why you took my daughter?" he demanded, his voice deep now and nearly vibrating with rage. "You wanted to fuck her?" "Oh, shit," Nicole whispered. I wanted to save her," Reed wheezed. "Bullshit," Nick roared, and motioned with the sai in his other hand to a bloody patch on his neck. "You sank your teeth into her neck, into my neck, thinking I was her. I still bear the marks." I just wanted to calm her," Reed sputtered as he squirmed, making no headway in securing his release. "Don't lie to me," Nick roared. He drew Reed away from the building, then slammed the vampire back into it hard enough to crack the brick. "If you wanted to save her or protect her, all you had to do was walk up to her and tell her so. Instead, you bit her and whisked her away, and this was the second time you did so." He slammed the vampire into the wall again, the cracks in the brick lengthening. "Fuck you," Reed shot back, anger seeming to overcome fear. "Yeah, I took her." Or perhaps the madness that afflicted all vampires had begun to kick in, because that dumb bastard started telling Nick in nauseating detail everything he'd wanted to do to Becca. Nick dropped his sigh and proceeded to beat the shit out of Reed. Sean remained where he stood, allowing the elder immortal to vent his rage. It didn't really matter what condition the vamp was in when they questioned him. They would kill Reed anyway, once they elicited the answers they sought, and Sean thought the vampire deserved an ass-kicking. If Reed had been sincere in his desire to protect Becca, he wouldn't have bitten her, nor would he have spewed the vile things he'd said, even in bluster. Honorable men just didn't think that way. Reed tried and failed to get in a few punches. Nick was hundreds of years older, far stronger, and couldn't care less that he fought naked. Nick grabbed one of the fallen sais and prepared to strike what would surely be a killing blow. "Wait!" Sean called and took a step forward. Nick glared over at him as Reed struggled to pick himself up off the ground. "What?" "Don't kill him, Nick. We need to know for sure why he took her." "He just told us why he took her," Nick growled and turned back to Reed. Weaving where he stood, Reed peered up at Nick through swollen eyes. "Nick? Did he say Nick?" he asked through swollen, bloody lips and staggered. "Are you Nick Belanger?" The smile that curled Nick's lips was chilling. "Yes, and now you know the name of your executioner." He swung. Sean and Nicole both lunged forward. "No!" Reed's head tumbled from his shoulders and hit the ground. His body sank into a lifeless heap beside it. Jerking to a halt, Sean stared at Nick. No smile graced his face as he stood, chest heaving, glaring down at Reed as if he wanted nothing more than for the vampire to open his eyes and stand up so Nick could kill him again. His bare form splattered with Reed's blood, Nick turned to face them. "He can't hurt her now, can he?" "No," Nicole said softly. "He can't hurt her." Glancing up at Sean, she caught and held his gaze. "Becca's safe now." Sean nodded. But was she? Chapter 4. Nicole drew her cell phone out of her back pocket and dialed Seth. "Yes?" "We need you," she told him. In the next instant, the Immortal Guardians' leader appeared beside her. While Nicole floundered mentally and wondered how to explain what had happened, Seth studied Sean, an arched brow at his altered appearance, then glanced over at Nick, who stood over the decaying vampire's body, as naked as the day he was born, with rage painting his features alongside the blood. Seth strode toward Nick. "Let's get you home before someone sees you." As soon as he touched Nick's shoulder, the two of them disappeared. Nicole turned to Sean. "We fucked up," they blurted in unison. Swearing, Sean paced away a few steps. "We should have run this whole thing by Seth first." She nodded. "I know, it didn't occur to me that something like this would happen. It didn't occur to me either. At most, I thought Reed would appear, play the good guy like he did with Tessa, and I'd trank his ass. And I figured if I tagged along and pretended to be human, he wouldn't consider me a threat, and I could keep him from hurting you both if shit went sideways." He dragged a hand through his hair, then grimaced at the feel of the product that coated it. "Did you know Becca wasn't Becca?" "No. Did you?" "No." Seth reappeared. Nicole's stomach fluttered nervously. They had just lost their only lead in terms of discovering why Becca was being targeted, and based on Reed's last words, it seemed like she was definitely being targeted. Seth again took in the scene. Nicole and Sean stood quietly with what she imagined were looks of both guilt and dread on their faces, while the vampire shriveled up in a pool of blood. Tilting his head back, Seth looked up at the structures that bracketed them, turned, and scrutinized the building on the other side of the street at the end of the alley. That one, Nicole noticed, boasted several windows. Seth closed his eyes. Nicole glanced up at Sean. He shrugged. "There was a witness," Seth murmured. "Oh, crap. Should I call Rawdon?" she asked hesitantly. Seth opened his eyes. "No, I took care of it. The man is drunk, his mind easily manipulated. I commanded him to erase the pictures and video he captured on his phone and then buried his memories." He strode toward them. "What happened?" She and Sean quickly recounted the events of the night. His face impassive, Seth studied them. "You didn't think it strange that Nick would relax his vigil so quickly?" Inwardly, Nicole winced. "I thought it was less that and more that he wanted to know if Becca was being targeted. Kayla, too, I'm sure." Sean nodded. "I thought the same, and there really was no other way to know other than to put Becca out there." Well, technically speaking, Nick had found a way. She just wished he would have clued her in first. Seth sighed. "You had no inkling that Becca wasn't Becca?" "None at all," Nicole admitted. "I didn't even know Nick could assume the appearance of other people. I thought he only shape-shifted into animal forms." The elder immortal shook his head. "Most older immortal shapeshifters can assume another person's appearance but choose not to, believing it too great a deception." "Well," Sean said, "Nick was spot on in his impersonation of her. I'm impressed as hell. He even got her voice right." Nicole nodded, understanding now why Becca had given all the men who'd tried to chat her up the cold shoulder. "That doesn't surprise me," Seth offered absently. "Nick has watched over Becca ever since she and Kayla moved in next door to him when she was a child. He knows her every mannerism, every intonation in her voice." He shook his head. "Next time, consult me first before you launch what Rawdon will no doubt deem a covert op." "Yes, sir," they chorused. Rawdon would be pissed that they'd blown this opportunity. Information gathering was a huge part of his and the network's job, and he did not like anyone interfering in that and mucking it up. "Let me get you home." Seth touched their shoulders. The alley faded to black. That peculiar feeling of weightlessness engulfed Nicole. Then they stood in the foyer of Sean's house. "I need to speak with Chris," Seth said, "and let him know what's happened." As soon as they nodded, he teleported away. Nicole stared up at Sean. He looked as unsettled by the night's events as she was. "Reed knew Nick's name." She nodded. "I think that confirms he was targeting Becca, don't you?" "Yes." "To get to Nick?" "Looks like it." "How did he even know that she and Nick are related? They don't have the same last name, and Nick and Kayla just got married a couple of months ago." He shook his head. "I was wondering the same thing." Her mind raced, trying to connect the dots. "Do you think Reed was the only one targeting her, or is this part of some greater scheme?" "I don't know. There were other vampires with him the first time he attacked her, but this time he was alone. And Nick had slain the only man who could have told them if more were involved." She sighed. "We fucked up." "Yeah, big time." Belatedly realizing she still held the 9mm, she shoved it into her shoulder holster. "This is my fault." "No, it isn't. We all agreed to this. You, me, Nick, and Kayla." She found a faint smile. "The only one who may not have agreed to it is Becca." He smiled. "I doubt she even knew about it." "If she had, she would have insisted on posing as bait herself." "Yeah, she's as hard-headed as you are." Nicole laughed. "And you aren't hard-headed?" Remind me again, how many times did Seth have to pop in and save your ass when you refused to hunt with a partner while vampire populations were off the charts? His lips turned up in a sheepish grin. Okay, we're both hard-headed. We're gonna have to work on that in the future. She grimaced. If Rorden doesn't fire me. Sean snorted. Let him try it. I'll kick his ass. Nicole knew he expected her to laugh, but Rorden's reaction was a genuine concern for her. He sobered. Wait, you aren't actually worried about that, are you? About Rorden firing you? A little, she admitted. In the greater scheme of things, she was still new to the job. Well, don't. Chris won't fire you. He knows what an incredible asset you are, Nicole. You should have heard him singing your praises when he gave me my choice of seconds. Surprise coursed through her. Really? Hell yeah, you rock, and Rorden knows it. Damned if that didn't give her a major case of the warm and fuzzies, and make her blush. She'd received so few compliments in her life that she didn't know how to accept them. Thank you. He grinned knowingly. You know what doesn't rock? She asked before he could razz her about the color staining her cheeks. What? She pointed to his head. That hair. Eyebrows rising, he turned his head from side to side. What? You don't like it? The cut's fine. She liked the buzzed sides and would love to run her fingers across them to see if they were rough, like beard stubble, or soft. It's the color I don't like. How did you bleach your hair so quickly? He laughed. I didn't. It's some kind of fancy hair wax. Sheldon showed me how to use it. Really? I don't think I've ever seen him with blonde hair. Me either. The yellow came with a set containing just about every color of the rainbow. He wanted me to go with blue, but I refused. She laughed. I could totally see Sheldon with blue hair. Her cell phone rang. After digging it out of her pocket, she checked the screen. Chris Rorden. Dread stole away her amusement as she took the call. Yes? It's Rorden, Chris said, his voice clipped. I'm calling a meeting tomorrow night, David's place, an hour after sunset. Nicole met Sean's gaze. We'll be there. Sean remained silent as she ended the call. I'd say he seemed pissed, she commented, but that's how he usually sounds. True. Quiet descended. When it lingered, Nicole felt awkward for the first time since she'd moved in. Now that the adrenaline rush had receded and they'd dealt with the night's events, her thoughts returned to the goodnight kiss she and Sean had shared outside the dorm. The kiss they shouldn't have shared. The one that had made her body burn. Sean cleared his throat. I'd better go wash this crap out of my hair. Sheldon swore it wasn't permanent, but I'd rather not leave it on too long, just in case. Or, she suggested with false cheer, you can leave it in and I can start calling you Sunshine. Laughing, he turned and strode up the hallway. I'll be in the shower. Gloriously naked, a thought that brought butterflies back to her belly. Shaking her head at herself, Nicole headed for the armory and put her weapons away. Why, oh why couldn't Sean be more like Nick? Or rather, why couldn't her reaction to Sean be more like her reaction to Nick? Seeing Nick naked earlier had done absolutely nothing beyond catching her off guard. But just imagining Sean naked steered her mind in directions it really shouldn't go. And that kiss, the way his body had crowded hers as his tongue stroked and teased and tantalized. I think I'll have a shower too, Nicole muttered. A very cold one. Nicole had been around immortals long enough to know that living forever had its drawbacks, the greatest of which was watching the mortals you cared about grow old and die, generation after generation. Being denied the opportunity to fall in love, marry, and have children was another. Immortals rarely pursued relationships with mortals because those never ended well. Often the human would grow bitter when she aged and the immortal didn't, sometimes accusing the immortal of keeping a younger woman on the side. Then anger and resentment would sour the relationship. Other times the two never stopped loving each other, as was the case with Tommaso and Cassandra. Those two had been together for 135 years, thanks to Seth's ability to heal Cassandra and extend her life. But even Seth, with all of his immense power, couldn't stave off death forever, so Tommaso would lose his human wife to old age in another 2 or 3 decades. Until recently, no gifted ones had been willing to transform and spend the rest of eternity with their immortals because they hadn't understood the differences between immortals and vampires and feared their condition resulted from a curse or the like that would damn them for eternity. Sarah Bingham had been the first gifted one in history to ask to be transformed. Consequently, loneliness was pervasive among Immortal Guardians. Almost as old as Seth, David had lived since biblical times and had been Seth's second-in-command for nearly as long. His home here in North Carolina was the hub of the Immortal Guardians world on the East Coast, a favorite gathering place of those who hunted in the area. Seth and David maintained such homes all over the world and always opened their doors to Immortal Guardians and their seconds. It was their way of easing the loneliness that could grip the mighty warriors. It was also a way to help them feel more normal. Most of humanity had worked during the day and slept at night for millennia before electricity and all-night superstores appeared on the scene. So having a place where they could gather and socialize after a long night of vampire hunting made a difference and gave them all a family to spend time with, since they had long since lost their own. During her stint as a network special ops soldier, Nicole had heard rumors that Immortal Guardians were like one big, closely knit family. But she hadn't realized how accurate that description was until she became a second and joined it. Immortals treated seconds like family too, which meant the world to her. She'd had no siblings growing up, and her parents had sucked. Instead of greeting her with smiles or affectionate hugs when she came home from school and asking how her day had been, they had immediately demanded a description of the topics her teachers had covered that day before giving her a strict study schedule for the rest of the afternoon and night that allotted her 20 minutes to eat dinner, 10 minutes to shower, and permitted no other breaks. The only time she could remember looking forward to going home was when bullies had given her grief for being smart enough to skip several grade levels. But as she and Sean strode up the walk to David's sprawling one-story home, Nicole found her spirits lightening, as they often did. This place felt as much like home to her as Sean's house. Located in the country, it sat in the center of enough acres to ensure that the nearest neighbor lived miles away. The grass in front was neatly mown. Tall evergreen trees formed a coliseum of sorts around the house and its lawns. Multiple cars lined the curved drive in front of it. Others occupied the large barn in the back, which served as a parking garage for those who stayed the night. And more had been staying the night in recent years, wanting to provide additional protection to Amy, Seth's adopted daughter, and her baby, Adira, the first child ever fathered by an Immortal Guardian. Though they'd eliminated the threat to Amy and Adira, many Immortals still sought their beds here. Out of habit, perhaps. Or maybe they just enjoyed the family atmosphere as much as Nicole did. A cacophony of voices met her ears when Sean opened the front door. Light and laughter spilled out to embrace them. Nicole smiled as she stepped inside. Sean followed and closed the door behind them. 2 or 3 dozen people, all clad in black, filled the large living room. Some occupied the many sofas, love seats, and wing-back chairs. Others loitered in groups. Most called a greeting. After giving them all a cheery wave, she slipped behind Sean and helped him shrug out of his coat. The wall just inside the door bore multiple wooden pegs, most of which already supported long black coats. Nicole added Sean's, heavy from the weaponry within it, and committed the alphabet letter and number above it to memory, so she'd know which one was his later. "Nicole!" Glancing around, she looked for whoever had called her name. On the opposite side of the room, a hand waved. Then Becca's face appeared as she jumped up and down a couple times to see over the shoulders of the tall males that surrounded her. Nicole laughed. Every immortal male present was at least 6 feet tall. Most of the male seconds were, too. The women, however, ranged in height from 5 feet to Nicole and Becca's heights of 5'6". Becca made her way through the throng. "Hey, I heard what happened last night." Upon reaching her side, she drew Nicole into a tight hug. "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I didn't get so much as a scratch." Backing away, she squinted her eyes at her friend. "You are Becca, right?" She grimaced. "Yes, I can't believe Nick did that." "You didn't know?" "Not until Seth popped in with Nick all bloody and naked, a sight I definitely could have done without now that he's my stepdad." Wrinkling her nose, she frowned. "If I'd known, I would have insisted on doing it myself." Sean nudged Nicole with his elbow. "I told you she was as hard-headed as you." Laughing, both women swatted him. Then Becca swept them both with a dubious gaze. "You really thought Nick was me?" "Yes," Nicole admitted. "He was very convincing." Sean nodded. "He even sounded like you." A look of consternation crinkled her features. "That's kind of creepy." Nicole watched her carefully. "Are you mad?" "At you?" Becca replied. "No, of course not. At Mom and Nick? Absolutely." A sharp bark split the air. The immortals near the back hallway parted as a cat shot out of it, raced through the living room to the connecting dining room, and disappeared into the kitchen. A beagle followed, ears flapping and nails clicking on the floor as he took a turn too quickly and skidded sideways. "Jax!" Susan called from somewhere on the other side of the living room. "Leave Slim alone." High-pitched giggles filled the room as a beautiful toddler burst out of the hallway. Her orange curls bounced and jounced as she ran after the dog and cat with that adorable run all toddlers seem to have, the one that made it look as if they were barely in control. A second toddler followed closely on her heels, his short black hair blowing back as his laughter joined hers. Every immortal present smiled fondly. All adored Marcus and Amy's daughter Adira, and Roland and Sarah's adopted son, Michael, doting on them endlessly. Now that the warriors had grown accustomed to holding the little ones, most of those present had not been around small children since they were children themselves, hundreds or thousands of years ago, so they had been amusingly nervous when they'd held the fragile little ones for the first time. As Nicole, Becca, and Sean made their way farther into the room, Krista and Etienne joined them. Krista gave her brother a discerning look. "Rumor has it you were a hot blonde with tattoos last night." Sean glanced at Nicole. She shrugged. "I didn't tell her that." Etienne stepped up behind his wife and rested his hands on her hips. "I told her." How had Etienne known? They hadn't seen him the previous night, and... Nicole scowled at him. "Wait, did you read my thoughts?" She seriously doubted Sean would have described himself as hot in his head. "Yes," the French immortal admitted without remorse, "but only because I heard something foul went down last night and was worried." Krista nodded with exaggerated solemnity. "And because he's nosy." Etienne laughed. Nicole turned to Sean. "Okay, so I did inadvertently tell them, but I did not mentally use the word hot to describe you." "Yes, you did," Etienne corrected her. "Many times." "Damn it," she grumbled. Sean grinned. Tracy, Lizette's second, joined them. "Did I hear someone say tattoos?" Her gaze roved over Sean. "Where are they, and how much clothing will you have to remove to show me?" "Dude!" Her boyfriend, Sheldon, called as he worked his way through the crowd. "I'm right here." The youngest second present, Sheldon was often treated like the kid brother of the group. "What?" Tracy asked innocently. "You might want to get a tattoo in the future, so I thought I should research some designs." Laughing, Sean shook his head. They were temporary tattoos and washed off in the shower. "Okay, everyone," Darnell called as he emerged from the back hallway. "Time to get settled." Tall, broad-shouldered, and muscular, he crossed to the dining room. Darnell had no problem issuing orders to the immortals present, despite his being a mortal. He'd served as David's second, and Seth's whenever the need arose, for quite a long time, though he looked like he was the same age as Nicole and Sean. His smooth brown head didn't appear to hide a receding hairline, nor did his face bear any wrinkles. Nicole had no idea how old he was, if he'd been a young recruit like her and Sheldon, or if he was 2 or 3 decades their senior, and aging very well thanks to Seth. Either way, Darnell wielded as much authority among the seconds as Chris Rorden did. He even trained them whenever time allowed it. "Immortals," he ordered, "take seats at the table. Seconds, you can hang in the living room and listen in." Immortal Guardians flowed into the adjoining dining room like a black tide. "Nicole," Darnell added as he caught her gaze, "you, Becca, and Cliff join the Immortals." She'd figured as much, and was glad Cliff would join them. Nicole spent nearly as much time at network headquarters as Sean did, so she'd gotten to know Cliff well. It was wonderful to see him looking so happy after his years of struggling with insanity. And buff. Cliff had packed on loads of muscle since regaining his mortality. A table long enough to seat at least 30 graced David's dining room. The Immortal family in North Carolina had grown significantly in recent years, necessitating the addition of multiple leaves. The chair at the head of the table was reserved for David, and the one at the foot for Seth. Nicole had always believed that the best leaders were those who didn't feel the need to flaunt their power, and that described Seth to a T. Seth never unseated others in their homes or businesses. Here at David's house, he always insisted that David sit at the head of the table, and he did the same with Chris Rorden whenever they met at network headquarters. Conversation resumed as the dining room filled. Nicole and Sean found seats near the middle of the table, with Krista, Etienne, Richard, and Jenna. Becca sat across from them with Kayla and Nick. Darnell sat on what would be David's right once the elder arrived. Amy sat where she always did, on the opposite end, catty-corner to Seth, with Marcus at her side. Marcus plunked little Adira down in a booster seat attached to the table at his elbow. Roland settled Michael in a second booster seat next to Adira. Then he and Sarah claimed the chairs beside her. Roland Warbrook was renowned for being the most antisocial of the Immortal Guardians, but one would never guess that by watching him now. Smiling fondly, he spread construction paper and crayons on the table in front of the children. Zach and Lizette sat across from them, leaving the seat closest to Seth's vacant for Leah. In short order, the rest of the Immortals found chairs. Darnell retrieved his cell phone, tapped the screen a few times, and then held it to his ear. "We're ready." David abruptly appeared beside his chair at the head of the table. Seth's second-in-command was an imposing figure. 6 feet 7 inches tall, he boasted broad shoulders, thick muscles, skin as dark as night, and masses of thin dreadlocks that were drawn back at the nape of his neck and fell to his hips. "Abaya!" Adira cried with a big grin. His striking features softening with a smile, he strolled along the table to drop a kiss atop her head. "Hello, puppet. Are you drawing us another pretty picture?" he asked with an Egyptian accent. "Uh-huh." He gave Michael's dark hair a gentle pat. "I see you are too." As he returned to the head of the table, he murmured, "Jared." Jared appeared seconds later, his hands on the shoulders of Tessa and Chris Rorden. David sank into his chair. "Seth." Seth appeared at the other end of the table. Adira waved a crayon at him. "Hi, Baba." Like David, he bent and pressed a kiss to her russet curls, then offered Michael a friendly pat on the head. As he turned to his seat, his gaze strayed to the empty one, catty-corner to it. "Where's Leah?" Darnell answered, "Healing jewels in Haiti." Seth closed his eyes. A moment passed. Leah appeared beside him. "Hi, babe. Did you miss me?" He smiled. "As always. How did it go?" Leah was gradually beginning to play a more prominent role in the Immortal Guardians family, answering some of the calls Seth, Zach, and David usually handled. "It went well." She held up blood-smeared hands. "I'm a little messy, though. Give me a minute to clean up. Then I'll come back and kiss you long enough to make everyone squirm." He laughed as Leah ducked into the kitchen to scrub her hands and forearms. Usually somber, Seth had smiled and laughed much more since she came into his life. Nicole thought it sweet and heartwarming. and hoped to experience a love like that herself one day. True to her word, Leah returned and gave him one hell of a kiss. Nicole grinned. Seth wielded more power than anyone else on the planet, and most immortals viewed him as a father figure. So the fact that Leah wasn't at all intimidated by him and treated Daddy like an ardent lover continued to stun the immortal world. Though she was 5'10", Leah still had to rise onto her toes to loop her arms around his neck. When she finally dropped her heels to the floor, she sent him a teasing smile. "How's your day going, handsome?" A faint golden glow lit his eyes as he grinned down at her. "Things are definitely looking up." "But Tish," Sheldon said in the next room. Everyone laughed. Seth seated Leah, then himself. "All right, let's begin. A situation has arisen that involves Becca." All eyes went to the teenager, who did not look comfortable being the center of attention. "Sean, Tessa," he continued, "fill everyone in on what happened last week." Sean described their confrontation with the 5 vampires who attacked Becca and her friends. Tessa let him do most of the talking, only stepping in long enough to relate her brief conversation with Reed before his escape. Marcus frowned. Was this a coincidence, or was Becca targeted? Chris rested an elbow on the table. "That's what we wanted to find out. I had my guys review security footage covering that area in the 2 weeks leading up to the attack, and they found nothing to indicate that Reed had been hanging around Becca's residence hall stalking her." Cliff spoke. "As a vampire, he wouldn't have to hang around the building to stalk her. His enhanced eyesight would enable him to watch her from long distances." Chris nodded. "That was my thought, too. I had them check the rest of Duke's security footage. There are over 1,300 cameras on that campus, so it took a while, and they did catch sight of Reed, twice. But it was nowhere near her dorm, and late enough that she was already inside, asleep." "Nicole," Seth said. She sat up straighter. "Yes?" "Tell us what happened last night." As succinctly as possible, she catalogued the night's events, leaving out the heated kiss she and Sean had shared, of course. Roland scowled at Sean. Or maybe he had already been scowling and she hadn't noticed. That seemed to be the surly immortal's go-to expression whenever he wasn't looking at his wife, Michael, or Adira. "You didn't see or hear him coming?" Sean shifted uneasily. "I didn't. I was pretending I was about to leave and telling Becca and Nicole good night." Heat crept into Nicole's cheeks. Damn her tendency to blush. "There was also a party raging in the distance," she added. "The music was pretty loud." A lame excuse. Roland arched a brow. "Even though I didn't hear him," Sean said, "he wouldn't have escaped this time. I was instantly on his heels, so he couldn't halt without confronting me. And once he did, if I couldn't find a way to safely extricate Becca, Nicole would have tranked him." She nodded. "Sean piggybacked me." "Instead," Chris inserted, with obvious displeasure, "Nick killed him." A hush descended as all eyes went to the French immortal. Unrepentant, Nick crossed his arms over his chest. Beside him, Kayla remained tight-lipped and looked as if she would tear into anyone who fussed at him. Marcus cleared his throat. "I would have done the same." When Adira heard her father's voice, she grinned up at him. He winked and sent her a smile. Then she returned to her joyful scribbling. "I would have too," Roland added. "And I," Bastian said. Chris loosed an exasperated sigh. "It doesn't surprise me that you would, Bastian. You kill everyone." A comment that inspired laughs all around. Bastian was notorious for his violent nature. "Look, I understand what motivated Nick, but we needed the information Reed could have given us. He knew Nick's full name, which indicates that Becca was likely targeted because of her association with him. Reed probably wanted to use her as bait to ensnare Nick." "For what purpose?" Nick demanded. "I don't know him." "That's what I'm trying to find out," Chris explained patiently. "And thanks to you, we're out of leads. This operation should never have been executed without consulting me first. Sean and Nicole are new enough not to have realized that, but Nick, you've been an immortal for hundreds of years and should have known better."
Nicole had to admit she felt relieved at being given an out. She would have to ensure she didn't repeat the mistake in the future. When Nick and Chris launched into a heated argument, Seth held up a hand. Silence fell. He looked at Chris. "Where do you believe we should go from here?" Chris leaned back in his chair. If Reed was acting alone, then his death should end it. But if he worked with someone else or with a group of someone else's, we don't know if those other 2 vampires he hunted with the first time were in on it, then we need to get to the bottom of this. The cleanup crew checked his phone and found nothing to suggest that Reed was being tracked. Does anyone know if he was wearing a wire that night? My guys didn't find one. Sean glanced at Nicole. She shrugged. "I didn't see anything." "I didn't either," Sean said. Nick sighed. "He wasn't. I would have felt it when I was pummeling him." "Then, if we're lucky," Chris said, "no one knows what happened to him, which provides us with an opportunity." Nick nodded. "I'll continue to pose as Becca." "Hell no!" Chris and Becca both shouted, then looked at each other in surprise. Chris addressed Nick first. "No way. Not you. You're too close to this, and I can't risk you killing our next lead." Aidan, a nearly 3,000-year-old Celtic immortal, spoke up. "I could do it, but I'd have to spend time with Becca first to get her mannerisms down." Becca frowned. "No one should imitate me. I should be the one to do it. I'm the one being targeted, after all, and having a bunch of lookalikes running around posing as me is creepy." Nick frowned at his stepdaughter. "If Reed had taken you the second time, he would have rendered you unconscious with a bite, just like he did before. You wouldn't have been able to stop him from stealing you away." "I would have if I'd carried a tranquilizer gun." "You aren't proficient with weapons." "I'll get proficient with weapons," she countered. Nicole admired Becca's courage and determination, but agreed with the others that the teenager shouldn't be involved in this. Her lack of experience could very well get her killed or captured, leaving them with no way to find her. "I'll do it," she stated calmly. Everyone turned to her. Sean scowled. "What?" "I'll do it. I'll pose as Becca and see if anyone takes the bait." Chapter 5. When everyone stared at her, Nicole shrugged. "Sean just mentioned the other day that she and I look like sisters, so I'm sure I can pass for her with the right haircut, makeup, and clothes. I know all of Becca's mannerisms because we hang out together. I'm also well-trained in combat and fighting vampires, and I already have experience with both." "No," Sean protested. Nicole continued as if she hadn't heard him. "I can move into her dorm. Becca no longer has a roommate and keeps a low profile, so I think I can get by without anyone noticing the switch. I'll go through her daily and nightly routines, and we'll see if anyone attacks." "No way," Sean insisted. She turned to him. "Why not? It's not like I'd be in danger. I'd be armed, and I'm sure you'd insist on shadowing me." "Hell yes, I would." She smiled. "There you go. We have a plan." Frustration darkened his features. "That isn't what I—" "Actually," Chris interrupted, "that's not a bad idea. They do look alike, and Nicole knows how to handle herself in combat." "Which would help her how if one of Reed's vampire buddies takes her and bites her?" Sean demanded angrily. Chris waved a hand in dismissal. "Nicole is excellent in a crisis. You should know that since she's saved your ass in the past. That's why she was special ops before she became your second. If a vampire bit her, I'm confident Nicole could trank him before she passed out. Not if he sees her draw the gun." Melanie raised a finger. "I could load several auto-injectors with the tranquilizer and give them to Nicole. Anyone who takes her would be far less likely to notice those, particularly if Sean is chasing him." But Sean continued to shake his head. "Why can't Zach or Jared pose as Becca instead? They're both shapeshifters." Jared glanced at him. "I don't know Becca, so I doubt I could impersonate her believably." Zach nodded. "Same. Impersonating specific humans is far more difficult than assuming the form of generic animals. You have to get the look, the voice, the walk, the laugh, and 100 other things right to succeed. If I had to impersonate another male Immortal Guardian, it wouldn't be as much of a stretch.
We bear similar appearances, builds, and voices, so I'd only have to tweak a little here and there to get the accent right. But posing as Becca would be a challenge. Nick could do it because he's known her for years. Nicole knows her almost as well. We don't know how long Becca has been targeted, how long she may have been watched. Nick and Nicole are the only obvious choices. Chris leaned forward. And I don't trust Nick to keep his temper in check. I want to know what the hell we're dealing with here. Everyone looked at Seth. Could this be related to the troubles Nick and Kayla faced in Texas? Seth asked. Chris shook his head. That occurred to me, but the network cleaned that up months ago and left no loose ends. Ethan frowned. What happened in Texas? Kayla was in a car accident, Seth told him. While at the hospital with her, Nick bumped into a man he hadn't seen since shortly before the war in Vietnam. The old man recognized him and wanted to know how Nick had managed to not age a day in the decade since their last encounter. He was tenacious, to say the least, and caused quite a few problems, Chris added, but we took care of it and tied up all the loose ends. Nicole looked back and forth between them. Could someone have unburied his memories, like what happened with that mercenary group? Seth shook his head. He's dead. And his eldest son, the only other member of his family who encountered Nick, believed his father was confusing Nick with Nick's grandfather because the old man also suffered dementia. Chris nodded. Henderson has been monitoring things in Texas and has seen no sign of new activity on that front, so I don't know what this is. Well, Nicole said, the only way to find out is for me to pose as Becca. Seth consulted David. What are your thoughts? After a brief pause, David nodded. It wouldn't extend too far outside the boundaries of Nicole's duties as a second or former Special Ops soldier. If she's willing, I believe it's worth a try. When Becca opened her mouth to protest, David held up a finger. I do, however, think it best that Nick and Kayla take Becca somewhere safe while we wait to see what happens. I agree. Seth turned to the family in question. Pack some bags, and I'll teleport you to my castle in England. With no record of your travel, no one will trace you there, so the three of you will be safe. Becca looked from Seth to Nick to Kayla. What about my classes? I've got final exams in a few weeks, and— Don't worry about that, Chris said. I'll take care of it. Becca still looked unhappy with the outcome as she met Nicole's gaze. I don't want you to get hurt. I won't, Nicole told her with a smile. I kick ass, remember? Sheldon called from the living room. She kicks my ass all the time when we train. Even if I were a vampire, I wouldn't want to go up against Nicole. Nicole grinned. You just earned yourself a pizza, buddy. He laughed. She lost her smile, however, when she turned back to Seth. Seriously, though, I'm all in. But what will Sean do for a second? Can you assign someone to watch over him in my absence? I don't want another second, Sean protested. You're my second. And I'm trying to protect you, she told him calmly. You killed Reed's fellow vampires and chased him after his chat with Tessa. What if Nick's name isn't the only one he knows? What if he heard yours and told someone else? I don't want you hunting alone without a second keeping tabs on you. I won't be hunting. I'll be shadowing you. While hunting? Cliff leaned forward. I can be a second. All eyes swung to the former vampire. What? Bastian blurted, his face awash with surprise. Cliff shrugged. It would only be temporary, right? Yes, Chris answered. Then I'll do it. Melanie glanced at Bastian, then addressed Cliff. Don't you think you should talk to Emma about this first? Considering everything you two have been through, I don't know if she'd want you taking that kind of risk. I take a risk every time I go to network headquarters, he pointed out. Seth managed to convince the other vampires that I was unexpectedly cured by the darts I was hit with at the military base. But you haven't been able to reproduce the serum, he said, making finger quotes. In their lucid moments, Stuart and the others don't blame me for being cured while they still suffer. They envy me. But during their psychotic breaks, they can shift pretty quickly to resentment if I try to step in and calm them. Emma knows spending time with the vampires is a risk, but she also knows those guys are my friends and how much it means to me to help them. Sean and Nicole are my friends too, and the risk here is minimal. I'd just be performing the usual duties of a second and keeping track of Sean. Emma won't mind. Bastian arched a brow. Even if it means temporarily moving in with Sean? Cliff smiled. That part will suck, but she can come over every night and hang out with me while he hunts. He glanced at Sean. Can't she? After a long pause, Sean sighed in defeat. Yes, and she can stay at our place for the duration, if we end up doing this. Nicole smiled when he referred to the house as their place rather than his. All right, Seth announced. We have a plan. Nick, Kayla, Nicole, Sean, Cliff, and Becca remain here so we can work out the details. The rest of you may begin your hunt. But be vigilant. Telepaths, search the thoughts of every vampire you encounter for any mention of Becca or Nick. Trank any whom you suspect may be involved, then summon me or David. What about those of us who aren't telepaths? Ethan asked. If you've time, call Zach, Aiden, or Jared and have them read the vampires' minds before you dispatch them. Murmurs of agreement filled the air before most of those present rose and took their leave. A tinny version of Skillet's Monster broke the tension-filled silence that fell in their wake. When Seth drew his phone out of a pocket, Leah plucked it from his hand. Seth's phone, she answered brightly. Leah speaking, how may I help you? Seth grinned. Nicole fought a laugh. Leah sounded like an employee at a hotel's front desk waiting to take a room reservation. She listened for a moment. Sure, I'll be right there. She pressed a quick kiss to Seth's lips. Love you. Love you too. She disappeared. Still smiling, Seth turned to the rest of them. Now, let's work out the details. Sean paced the length of Nicole's bedroom while she packed a duffel bag. Sean, she said without looking up, you are working my last nerve. Either sit down or leave. He sat on the foot of the bed beside the open bag. How soon did Melanie say she could have the auto-injectors ready? Later tonight. She dumped an armful of bras and bikini panties in the bag. More of those were lacy than he'd expected. For some reason, he'd assumed she'd prefer utilitarian sports bras. Do you know how to use them? Flip the cap open, then jab the vamp. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Not if he bites you. I'll still have time to jab him before I get loopy, and if he does bite me, he'll probably go for my neck. I could always wear a turtleneck and tuck one of the stab-proof guards inside it. Something that would instantly tell him you aren't who he thinks you are. And what if he isn't alone when he grabs you? If he grabs me, we don't even know if someone is still out to get Becca. She sighed. You're overthinking this, Sean. When it comes to your safety, there is no such thing as overthinking it. Pausing, she smiled. Aw, that's so sweet. He frowned. She pointed at his forehead. Keep doing that, and people will believe you're as antisocial as Roland. He attempted to smooth his brow. I still think one of the shapeshifters should do this. Nicole added socks to the bag, then headed into the bathroom. There's no way any of those guys could pass for an 18-year-old girl from this century. You know how out of touch they are. The only thing most of them can do on a smartphone is make a call. Stanislav can't even download audiobooks. If Susan isn't around, Alexei has to do it for him. Immortal Guardians did tend to be behind the times when it came to electronic devices, slang, and the like. Upon returning, she added a hairbrush, comb, and various other toiletries to the bag. Besides, I'm fully capable of doing this. Rorden and Seth wouldn't have okayed it otherwise. Neither would David. Grabbing the bag, she left the room. Sean followed her to the armory and sat on a bench while she added a multitude of weapons to the duffel. It isn't that I don't think you're capable. I'm just worried. Sighing, Nicole sat beside him and took his hand. His heartbeat picked up a little as he twined his long fingers through hers. I know, she said softly, but I'm the best one for the job. Becca is gutsy, I'll give her that, but she's only 18 and has lived a pretty sheltered life. She's new to this vampire hunting world. Very new. You and I, on the other hand, have been at this for a while now. Years, if you count the time you and Krista hunted vampires before you transformed. If something happens, I'm more likely to think on my feet and less likely to be traumatized. Plus, she gave his shoulder an affectionate punch with her free hand, I'll have you at my back. Nodding, he met her pretty brown eyes. Always. Nicole was his best friend. He would always be there for her. And even if this mission didn't carry an element of danger, Sean still wouldn't want her to go simply because he'd miss her. She blinked, and the moment passed. Well, releasing his hand, she stood up and grabbed the bag's handles. I think that's everything. Sean rose. Seriously? All you packed was underwear and weapons. Not true. I also packed my toothbrush. When he continued to stare at her, she laughed. I'm not going to run around campus in my bra and panties, Sean. I'll be wearing Becca's clothes, remember? Oh, right. He smiled. Actually, I'd have more fun shadowing you if you stuck to the bra and panties. She laughed again, and his spirits lightened. I bet you would. Should I pack the jeans with the hole in the knee? The ones her ass looked fantastic in? He threw out his hands in feigned dismay. No! Shaking her head, she chuckled and left the armory. Sean strode along beside her. I'm going to miss you, he admitted. She sent him a sly smile. Will you miss my music? Hell no. She laughed, unoffended. Don't worry, I'm sure you and Cliff will have loads of fun. You two can pretend this is your bachelor pad. Did you forget Emma will be staying with us? Yes, I did. That was very nice of you, by the way, inviting her to join you. He shrugged. They're newlyweds. They shouldn't have to be apart, especially after everything they went through. So sweet, she said with a smile. Sean sighed. Why do I always cringe when women say I'm sweet? I don't know, because it's a good thing. I was attracted only to bad boys until I tried to date them. He studied her curiously. It didn't pan out? No. They might make great eye candy, but they suck as boyfriends. I think Melanie would disagree. She grinned. Yeah, Bastian appears to be the exception. And Zach. Zach, too. Her look turned thoughtful. Maybe I should have tried dating immortal bad boys. They seem a lot less a-hole-ish. He shook his head. Retrieving her phone from the counter in the kitchen, she headed for the front door. You want to give me a ride to network headquarters? Rorden's crew plans to give me a makeover, so I'll look more like Becca. Sure. I'm glad you won't have to cut much off the length of your hair, he commented as he grabbed his keys. She shrugged as she stepped onto the front porch. It's just hair. It would have grown back. Closing the door behind them, Sean already dreaded returning home without her. 2 weeks passed. Every night, Nicole put herself out there as Becca, walking to restaurants and bars, going to the library, and even attending a few parties. Parties weren't really her scene. Because the students in her classes had always been older than she was, they had never invited Nicole to any, nor had the other students ever pressured her to join them and get wasted. She had only ever gotten drunk once, curious to learn the appeal, and had not liked it. She'd hated the pounding headache and vomiting the next day even more, so the only beverage she consumed at the parties she attended now was club soda she brought herself. More cognizant of what happened on college campuses, Becca had issued several dire warnings before Nicole assumed her new role. If you go to a party, don't drink anything someone else prepared. Never leave your drink unattended, and limit yourself to one drink so you won't have to go to the bathroom. Never go to the bathroom at parties. If Sean had heard the other things Becca had told her, he would have freaked out and insisted Nicole avoid parties altogether. No vampires had attacked yet. Other than drunken revelers, no one approached her at all. Tessa had hunted with Sean several times and confided via text that she'd had to hold Sean back a few times when drunk guys had hit on Nicole. Nicole thought it was sweet that he'd wanted to kick their asses on her behalf. Some had come on to her pretty aggressively, more than once in pairs, especially when she pretended to be inebriated. But any who seemed disinclined to take no for an answer got their butts kicked. Not by Sean, by Nicole. Becca would have quite the reputation as a badass by the time this ended and she returned to school. The network had nailed Nicole's makeover. Sean had admitted that even he couldn't tell she wasn't Becca from a distance. Nicole didn't know what Chris had done regarding Becca's academic schedule, but that man had a hand in everything. So Nicole thankfully didn't have to contend with putting herself out there as bait all night and getting up early to attend biology, psychology, and other classes the following morning. She did, however, follow some of Becca's other routines that didn't include class time. Nicole figured it would seem suspicious if she stayed in the dorm room all day and emerged only at night, so she ventured out for lunch and went for a jog every afternoon. Much to her surprise, none of the dorm residents she passed on her excursions seemed to notice she wasn't Becca. While Nicole was relieved not to have her cover blown, she thought it sad that Becca had formed no friendships there in the residence hall. Fortunately, Becca had friends who lived in other dorms and off campus. Nicole had been successful thus far in ducking those. Though Becca was safely ensconced in Seth's castle overseas, she could still text and call her friends to make excuses for not seeing them. Nicole skipped down the steps in front of the dorm. Night had fallen, again. If she were at Sean's house, she would be laughing right now over the vast amount of food he consumed, then gearing him up for a hunt. She missed that, missed their routine, missed him. The isolation of this little impersonation was starting to grate on her nerves. She texted Sean every morning before dawn to make sure he made it home before sunrise, but she couldn't call him and hear his voice. If a vampire were eluding them and surveilling her, she didn't want him to overhear anything that would link her to Sean and the Immortal Guardians and blow her Becca guys. She talked to Nick and Kayla, though, calling them every other night and chatting about her day. Nicole remembered enough about college to invent study and class-related stories. She had recounted enough of them to her parents when she was in school. But her mom and dad had never responded as warmly as Becca's did, offering encouragement, praising her accomplishments, and teasing smiles and laughter from her. She really envied Becca that. Her cell phone pinged loudly, making her jump. A student walking past with her arms full of books glanced over at her. Smiling ruefully, Nicole pulled the phone from her back pocket. "I must have been thinking too hard. That startled the crap out of me." The student smiled back. Unlocking the phone, Nicole read the text. "Sean, you had to wear those jeans." She grinned. Sure enough, she wore the jeans with a tear in the knee, one of Becca's snug-fitting sweaters, a jacket, and a purse. Nicole thought they would make a good lure. Worked last time. He responded with a frowning emoji that made her laugh. Her spirits lighter, she strolled along the sidewalk. Tired of the parties, she planned to enjoy a delicious meal at her favorite restaurant and hang out at the bar until it closed. Nicole. "Is Tessa with you?" Sean. "Yes." She still had mixed feelings over that and would have to find some way to get past the Tessa almost killing Sean thing. Sean. "Jealous?" Nicole. "Hell no. She'll keep you from stealing my snacks." When he texted a drooling emoji, she laughed. The restaurant was packed, so she ate at the bar and read an e-book. "Hey," a man said behind her. Leaning in on her right, he rested a hand on the bar. "What you readin'?" "How not to get picked up in a bar," she responded without looking up. He laughed. "Doesn't sound very interesting. Can I—" "Nope." "You didn't let me—" "Nope." Muttering something derogatory under his breath, he left. Sean texted her a laughing emoji. Smiling, she finished her meal and spent the next hour sipping club soda. Another man approached her and received a similar nope, then another. Sighing, she texted Sean again. Nicole. "I think I may be antisocial." Sean. "I'm okay with that." She laughed. "Hi, Becca," a woman said cheerfully behind her. Oh, crap. Nicole tensed. Though she had avoided Becca's friends for the past couple of weeks, she supposed running into one at a popular hangout had been inevitable. Hoping she could pull this off, she swiveled on her stool. Tessa grinned and gave her a little wave. Nicole relaxed. Thank goodness. "Hi, what are you doing here? I thought you had to work tonight." Tessa claimed the stool beside her. She wore a bulky hoodie she'd borrowed from Sean over hunting blacks. She had also unbraided her dark hair and let it flow down her back in pretty waves. "Business was slow, so they let me leave early." Happy to have company for a change, Nicole smiled. "Awesome. What's good here? Drinks or food?" "Food." "Are you looking for a snack or a meal?" "A snack." "Then you should try the spicy nachos. They're totally addictive." "Excellent." While Tessa placed her order, Nicole's phone dinged with a new message. "Sean, save me some." Nicole laughed and showed it to Tessa. The two ended up eating all the nachos while they chatted, meandering from topic to topic, so they ordered extra to go. When they left, Tessa carried the container in a bag bearing the restaurant's logo. Nicole shivered. Another cold front must be rolling in. The temperature had dropped enough for her to envy Tessa and Sean's ability to regulate their body temperature. Nicole's phone dinged as they strolled onto campus. "Sean, walk faster. Those smell delicious." Another drooling emoji followed. She grinned. "Nicole, change of plans. I'm eating them as soon as I reach the—" A heavy weight slammed into Nicole, knocking the breath out of her and sweeping her off her feet. Campus buildings blurred as arms clamped around her in a clumsy cradle. Her phone tumbled from her fingers. Wind whipped her, much colder, as her abductor raced forward at inhuman speeds. Momentarily stunned, she fought to regain her breath. Had the bastard broken her ribs? Pain shot through her neck as fangs pierced her flesh. Crap. Gritting her teeth, Nicole hastily fumbled in her pocket and withdrew an auto-injector. Her head started to swim as if she'd had too many drinks. Flipping the cap off, she jabbed the bastard in the side, the only part of him she could reach with his tight hold restricting her movements. Grunting, he jerked his head back and cursed. Nicole cried out as his fangs tore her flesh. Warmth poured down her front. "What?" The vampire's hold loosened. Still running at preternatural speeds, he stumbled. Nicole flew out of his arms and hit something hard. Pain exploded in her head. Darkness. Sean smiled as he awaited Nicole's next text. Her spirits seemed lighter now than they had earlier. Good. All teasing aside, he could tell the long wait and the continued restrictions induced by her Becca disguise were aggravating her. Sean had Cliff and Emma to keep him company during the day and still got to hang out with his other friends at David's place once he finished hunting at night. Nicole didn't. Chris had told her to refrain from heading to her usual hangouts, namely Sean's house, the network, or David's place, at night or during the day, until they knew what or whom they were dealing with. The only people Chris wanted her to have verbal contact with over the phone or FaceTime was Kayla and Nick. Hence the texts Sean had sent to make her laugh. From his perch on the roof of a building near her dorm, he watched her smile and start to text something that would undoubtedly make him grin. Walking beside her, Tessa frowned suddenly and glanced toward the west. A second later, Nicole was gone, swept away by a figure who ran so fast he blurred. Shit! Her phone clattered to the sidewalk. Gasping, Tessa dropped the bag of nachos and raced after them. Sean leaped off the 4-story building and landed safely in a crouch. Taking off like a rocket, he chased the others at top speed. "Please don't let him hurt her. Please don't let him hurt her," he chanted in his head. Tessa was fast. She would catch whoever had taken Nicole and... Up ahead, Tessa swore. A thud sounded, followed by a rustle. Sean's heart thudded wildly in his chest. There! A man lay face down on the sidewalk, unmoving, one arm bent at an unnatural angle. Several yards away, Tessa bent over a figure crumpled at the base of a tree. His heart sank. Nicole lay on her stomach as still as death and made no sound as Tessa gently took her by the shoulders. "No!"
Skidding to a halt beside them, he sank to one knee and brushed Tessa's hands aside. "Don't move her. Not until we assess her injuries." "She tranked him." Tessa clenched her hands into fists on her thighs. "He went down and she kept going. I couldn't reach her before she hit the tree." Hands shaking, Sean leaned over Nicole and brushed her hair back. "What hit first? Her head, her back, her neck?" Her face appeared unmarred. "I don't know," Tessa said, her voice thick with tears. "But I heard a crack." "Call Seth." Icy fear filled him. If Nicole had broken her neck... The sounds of a number being dialed accompanied his jagged breaths. Sean had healed many of his sister's injuries over the years, but Krista had never suffered damage to her neck or spinal cord. He swiftly ran through everything Melanie had taught him regarding neck injuries. A broken neck didn't necessarily mean death, but if the spinal cord was damaged, it could disrupt the signals from the brain that controlled breathing. He silenced his harsh breaths so he could listen for hers. Tears of relief filled his eyes when he caught the sounds of both her breathing and her heartbeat. Then he noticed the blood pooling on the ground beneath her. His eyes widened. There was so much of it. The damned vamp must have ripped open her carotid artery. Hoping he wouldn't exacerbate any damage to her spinal cord, he carefully slid his fingers across her neck until he found the gaping wound. Warm blood pulsed over his fingers as Sean called on his gift. Healing warmth swelled in his chest and rushed down his arm through his hand into Nicole. Sean concentrated on mending the artery the vamp had torn, viewing it as the most immediate threat. The edges drew together while he carefully monitored her breathing. The blood flow slowed from a gush to a trickle, finally ceasing as the wound healed. "Yes?" Seth answered on the second ring. "Come now," Sean blurted before Tessa could speak. Seth appeared beside him. Sean gave him no time to take in the scene. "She's still breathing but has lost a lot of blood and may have broken bones. I didn't move her in case her neck or spine are damaged, and all I've healed so far is the torn artery." "Oh, shit," a woman said in the distance. "What happened? Is she okay?" Sean didn't even glance up, knowing Seth would seize control of the woman's mind, bury the memory of whatever she'd seen, and send her on her way. A second later, the Immortal Guardian leader knelt beside him. "Back away." Sean didn't hesitate, scooting back to give him room. Seth rested one hand on Nicole's neck and the other on her head. Soon those hands acquired a golden glow as the elder employed his healing gift. Sean wanted to pepper Seth with questions. Was Nicole okay? How severe were her injuries? Usually Seth's hands didn't glow unless he was mending substantial damage. Could he heal them all? Was there brain damage? Instead, Sean glanced over at Tessa. "Go get her phone." Nodding, she zipped away. If Nicole had hit that tree at preternatural speeds... Sean wiped his bloody hand on his pants. Rising, he crossed to the unconscious vampire. Though he wanted to tear that bastard apart for hurting Nicole, he quelled the impulse and grabbed him by the wrist, dragging his sorry ass over to Seth. The glow left Seth's hands. "She needs blood. But otherwise she's okay?" "Yes." The relief that one word inspired made his head spin. Tessa returned with Nicole's phone and the bag of nachos she'd dropped. When Sean cast her a questioning look, she shrugged. "We usually don't leave anything behind after a battle." She shifted her feet. "And I tend to tidy when I'm nervous or anxious." As if to prove it, she collected Nicole's purse. Seth stood. "Give me a moment. Then I'll take you all to the network." He vanished. Kneeling beside Nicole, Sean slipped his arms beneath her back and knees. Her head lolled as he lifted her against him. One slender arm slid to the side and dangled limply, her fingers brushing the grass. Tessa moved forward and gently repositioned Nicole so her face rested against Sean's chest and both arms lay in her lap. "Thank you." Her expression darkened with remorse. "I'm sorry I wasn't faster." Sean shook his head as he rose. Once the vamp sank his fangs into her neck, there was no easy way to safely extricate her. That was why he hadn't wanted her to pose as bait. "I didn't smell him coming." Tessa seemed as determined to hold herself responsible as he was. "I didn't either. He was downwind. And by the time I heard him, it was too late. The vamp was already on her. If the vampire had been sitting around for however long, waiting for Becca to return, the only way he would have drawn Sean's notice was if he had made little effort to hide, stood upwind, or chosen an area bereft of people, making his heartbeat stand out. Since the bastard hadn't done any of those things, he must not have been a vampire for very long, and still retained most of his cognitive faculties. Nevertheless, Sean cursed himself mentally for missing it. He should have parked his ass on campus and waited to see if anyone would show up, instead of following Nicole and lingering outside the restaurant. But without knowing where the next attack might take place, if there was one, he hadn't wanted to let her out of his sight. Seth reappeared, his hand on the shoulder of Imhotep, an ancient immortal warrior Sean didn't know well. Imhotep nodded to them and glanced around. Seth pointed to the vampire. "See how far you can trace this one." Born with post-cognitive abilities that allowed him to see recent events unfold as clearly as rewinding a video, Imhotep studied the scene for a few seconds and then took off, his dark skin helping him blend in with the shadows. Multiple footsteps approached at a jog. Now what? Seth, Sean, and Tessa turned to face the group advancing toward them. Sean frowned. Even though the newcomers were upwind, he couldn't detect any of the usual scents humans carried. Soap, deodorant, body odor, hair products, flowery laundry detergent, perfume, cologne. That was weird. 3 men and 3 women charged around the corner of a nearby building. All wore jeans, casual shirts, and jackets of various colors. Were they students eager to snap pics of the carnage they could post online? Ire rose. One man touched a walkie on his shoulder that Sean hadn't noticed. "Cancel the code 12. We're on the scene with Seth and 2 other immortals." "Anyone injured?" Rorden asked over the walkie. "Looks like Becca is injured, and 1 vamp has been tranked," the man answered. Sean relaxed. Of course, Rorden would install special ops teams on campus. Seth touched Sean's shoulder as he addressed the soldiers. "Imhotep is here as well, retracing the vampire's steps. Don't shoot or trank him when he returns." "Yes, sir." Once Seth reached out to clasp Tessa's shoulder, the campus dissolved into darkness. Chapter 6. Sean clutched Nicole tighter as the darkness gave way to Network Headquarters' brightly lit infirmary on Sublevel 5. Masculine laughter met his ears, but shut off abruptly at their sudden appearance. Several feet away, Melanie withdrew a syringe needle from Stewart's arm and looked up. The vampire's eyes blazed brightly, belying his worsening struggle with madness, but the glow began to fade as he glanced over at them. She must have given him a mild dose of the sedative to calm him. Brow furrowing, Melanie discarded the syringe in a hazardous waste bin and hurried forward. "What happened?" "Nicole needs blood," Seth said. "She lost quite a lot after a vampire tore open her carotid artery. She also suffered a severe concussion and several broken bones. I healed the broken bones and did what I could for the concussion." "Did what he could?" Sean's alarm spiked as he tightened his hold on Nicole. "What does that mean? Will there be lasting damage?" Seth patted his shoulder. "She may not remember the attack, or the events that led up to it. Other than that, no." Dropping his hand, he addressed Melanie. "I have to get back to Duke." Seth vanished before she could respond. Melanie motioned to a treatment bed. "Place her over there." Stewart followed them. "What happened?" Miguel, another of the vampires who resided on Sublevel 5, tagged along. "Shit! Did Becca get attacked again?" "This isn't Becca." Sean lowered her to the bed. "It's Nicole." "What?" Miguel and Stewart crowded closer. Stewart's eyes lost their glow. "It is Nicole. I couldn't see her face for her hair." He drew in a deep breath. "And she smells different." Miguel nodded. Jordan Moore and Leora Duran, 2 newly turned immortals who also lived at the network, joined them.
Seth had sent the other immortal newbies who had been under Gersham's influence to elder Immortal Guardians for training and mentoring. Melanie shouldered her way through them all and started setting up an IV. Sean repositioned Nicole so she lay more comfortably, then tugged the sheet at the foot of the bed up to her waist. She's been posing as Becca to help us determine if someone was targeting Becca or if the last attack was random. Rapid footsteps drew his attention to the doorway. The other vampires crowded inside. "Nicole's hurt?" one said. Murmurs of concern flowed together as the vamps gathered around. Sean hadn't realized the guys knew Nicole so well. Studying with Melanie usually distracted him when he was there. But he supposed it shouldn't surprise him. Nicole could befriend a badger. A few vampires prone to psychotic breaks wouldn't have given her a moment's pause. All right. Bastian spoke behind them. "Give us some room, boys. Nicole is okay, but she'll be out of it for a while since she was bitten." Stuart and Miguel only backed away as far as the treadmills Chris's tech guys had modified to support immortal speeds. Everyone else, except for Tessa, reluctantly filed from the room. Standing on the opposite side of the bed, Bastian stared down at Nicole. "I guess this means it wasn't a coincidence." Sean nodded. Jared abruptly appeared beside Tessa and looked her up and down. "No injuries?" She shook her head. "Only Nicole." Sean sat on the side of the bed and held Nicole's icy hand while blood slithered down a tube into her arm. Though voices floated around him, he paid them little heed and doubted he would have been able to concentrate on the conversation even if he'd tried. He needed Nicole to open her eyes and tell him she was okay. Duckworth and Shabuzi's "Start a Riot" swam out of his back pocket. Sean retrieved his phone and glanced at the screen. Cliff. "Yeah? Is everyone okay?" Cliff asked. Sean frowned. "How did you know something happened?" "Nicole tagged the lining of your coat so I could track you." Of course she had, because Nicole was the most efficient second ever. "In the past few minutes, you've gone from moving at a mortal's pace to shooting across a few hundred yards of campus to popping up in network headquarters." Sean swiftly filled him in. "Sounds like she'll be out of it for the rest of the night," Cliff said. "Why don't you bring her home so she can rest in her own bed?" Sean glanced at Melanie. She shrugged. "I'm fine with that, but I'd run it past Chris first." As though summoned by his name, Rorden strode through the door. "Well, this confirms it. Someone is definitely targeting Becca. I wish to hell we could have found out another way, though." Sean did, too. "Can I take Nicole home now?" He nodded. "Have a teleporter take you. I'm sure Seth wouldn't mind doing it. He should drop by shortly with the unconscious vampire." "I'll do it," Jared offered. Sean gave the elder immortal a grateful nod. "Thank you." "Has Seth read the vamp's mind yet?" Bastian asked. Chris shook his head. "They ran into some trouble at Duke. A student saw enough from a window to misinterpret the scene and texted his family that there'd been a shooting. Seth had to bury his memory of it, then go to his parents' house and his sister's apartment and bury their memories of it, too, while my team erased the texts and made sure he didn't post anything on social media." Bastian grimaced. "I hate cell phones." Most of the older immortals did, claiming vampire hunting had been a lot less complicated before the advent of smartphones that enabled accidental bystanders to instantly post pictures and videos of vampires and immortals online, reaching thousands in seconds. It made it much harder to keep the existence of vampires and immortals a secret. "Well, I don't," Sean said. "If I hadn't had a cell phone, Nicole might have died before I could finish healing her." Though he had more stamina as an immortal guardian, his healing ability didn't work much faster than it had when he'd been mortal, and he still had much to learn regarding the intricacies of healing brain, spinal cord, and organ damage. Melanie withdrew the IV and placed a small bandage over the transfusion site. "Okay, she's good. Let her sleep late tomorrow. Her wounds have healed, but her body still suffered trauma, so she needs to rest." "Okay. If she wakes up in the next 2 or 3 hours," Melanie continued, "she'll be pretty loopy, so you should watch over her and make sure she doesn't hurt herself getting up to go to the bathroom or something." He wouldn't take his eyes off her for a moment. "She may also be confused when she wakes up.
According to Seth, she suffered a severe concussion. Since he quickly mended the damage, and this was her first one, she shouldn't experience recurring long-term or short-term memory issues. This wasn't her first. Or rather, it isn't the first time she's suffered a traumatic brain injury. Gershom... Oh, right. Melanie thought about it a moment, then shook her head. I still think she won't have any lingering issues. Will she remember the attack? She winced. Probably not. But that has less to do with the concussion and more with the chemical released into her blood when the vampire bit her. I have no memory of Bastian biting me. Her lips twitched. Evidently, I said some things while under the influence in front of Roland and the twins that Bastian wishes I hadn't. The twins being Richard and Etienne. So, if Nicole says anything she shouldn't, be nice about it. Of course. He was sure Cliff and Emma would, too. Don't worry. The effects of the bite should wear off by morning. Nodding, he motioned to Nicole. Can we go now? He would rather not have an audience while he watched over her, especially if she might awaken and say or do something that would later embarrass her. Melanie smiled. Sure. If you have any questions or concerns, call me. Thank you. Once more, he gathered Nicole into his arms. Jared rested a hand on his shoulder. Ready? He nodded. Seconds later, he stood on his front porch. Sean blinked. He was so used to Seth and Richard teleporting him home that he'd expected to end up in his living room. He frowned as a thought occurred to him. How did you know where I live? Jared hadn't plucked the information from Sean's thoughts, had he? Like many others in the Immortal Guardians world, Sean did not like telepaths scouring his thoughts at will. And since Jared was as old as Seth and boasted almost as many gifts, such would be a simple task for him. Stepping back, Jared shrugged. I followed Tessa here when she came to apologize. Sean studied him. Why? I felt her anxiety and was worried about her. Oh. He could think of nothing to say to that. Okay. The front door opened. Cliff and Emma peered out at them. How's Nicole? Cliff asked as the couple stepped back. She's okay, Sean told them. Seth healed her and Melanie gave her a transfusion, but she'll be loopy for a while and needs to rest. He turned to thank Jared, only to find the porch empty. That guy was so weird. Cliff seemed unsurprised, probably because he'd spent so much time around Jared at Network headquarters that he was immune to the ancient immortal's idiosyncrasies. Emma offered Sean a kind smile and touched his arm. Let's get her settled. Nodding, he carried Nicole to her bedroom. As soon as he laid Nicole on the bed, Emma booted him and Cliff from the room so she could clean Nicole up and put some comfortable PJs on her. Sean took a quick shower while he waited. He would have preferred to pad around barefoot, wearing only boxer briefs and a T-shirt afterward. Nicole always encouraged him to wear whatever he would have worn if he'd lived alone, adding that she wanted him to be comfortable as long as he kept his goods covered, which made him smile. But he donned sweatpants in deference to Cliff's and Emma's presence and topped them with a soft, well-worn T-shirt. Since Emma wasn't immortal, it took her a while to tidy Nicole and get her settled. Cliff distracted Sean as best he could. But even a pizza the size of a freaking wagon wheel couldn't halt Sean's pacing. At last, Emma opened Nicole's bedroom door. Sean darted in, nearly bowling her over. Emma smiled. She'll be okay, Sean. She's just sleeping. Even though the logical part of him knew that, the rest was shaken by how close he'd come to losing her, and wouldn't relax until she opened her eyes and made some smart-ass crack that made him laugh. Thanks, Emma. Would you like me to stay with her? She asked, tentatively. I'm not sure how loopy she'll be when she wakes up. If she needs to go to the bathroom... No, we're good. Thank you, though. Cliff nodded. We're gonna head to bed early, then. Yell if you need anything. I will. Would you hit the light on your way out? Sure. Cliff switched off the overhead light. Good night. He and Emma headed up the hallway to the spare bedroom. A moment later, their door closed.
A light in the adjoining bathroom kept Nicole's room from falling into complete darkness, not that Sean needed it to see as he wandered around the room he rarely entered. Nicole kept it as tidy as the rest of the house. Like Sean, she disliked having to waste time looking for things when she needed them, so everything had its place. He closed the bedroom door when he came abreast of it and dragged her favorite reading chair closer to the bed. Sinking into the cushions, he took her hand in his. Almost childlike by comparison, it was still tan from the long hours she'd spent in the sun during the summer and felt disturbingly fragile. She kept her nails trimmed short so they wouldn't interfere with computer work or combat training. Unlike the women Sean had dated in the past, she never painted them, nor did she wear makeup. He had always liked that about her. With Nicole, what you saw was what you got. No surprises, no pretense. He drew his thumb across the back of her hand in a soft caress. Sean had only held her hand once before, when he'd posed as her British boyfriend, and she had intertwined their fingers in a comfortable grip that had tightened whenever she laughed. Now her slender fingers remained limp in his grasp. Nicole sighed in her sleep and turned onto her side, facing him. She looked so sweet and innocent, vulnerable. Not at all like she could kick his ass, he thought with some amusement, but damn, she was tough and stubborn. So much so that she would probably insist on continuing her Becca ruse after she awoke. Hard-headed, he murmured with affection, the criticism lacking any heat. It was difficult to blame her for doing something he would do himself if he could. "Who is?" she murmured. Sean sat up straighter. "You are." Her lids fluttered and lifted. Her eyes rolled around like a drunk's, then focused on his face. Both pupils were dilated, the chemical in the vampire's bite still coursing through her veins. Seth might be able to heal injuries, but he couldn't, as far as Sean knew, remove chemical substances from someone's blood. "I'm what?" she asked, her voice a little slurred. "Hard-headed," he replied with a grin, happy to see those pretty brown eyes open again. "Very hard-headed. And beautiful." "Aw." She reached toward him with her free hand. "That's so sweet." Chuckling, Sean abandoned the chair and sat on the side of the bed, his hip pressing against hers. Nicole touched her fingers to his cheek. "Come closer." He leaned down so she wouldn't have to reach up so far. She gave his jaw a gentle stroke, then drew her hand over his hair, shorn shorter than usual on the sides. "Handsome." He smiled. "You think so?" "Absolutely," she said with the smile of a siren. "Always have." His heartbeat picked up as he fought the urge to lean into her touch and rub against her like a cat. Her touch should not affect him the way it did. Energy waning, her hand slipped from his face and came to rest on her stomach. "I smell pizza." Her jaw cracked with a yawn she ordinarily would have covered. "Do you eat it all?" "Yup," she snorted. "Figures." Again she yawned. "Why am I so tired?" Sean brought the hand he still held to his lips and kissed the back of it. "You had a big night. Go back to sleep." The fear that had clamped around his heart like a vice eased. She was going to be okay. When he tried to release her hand, Nicole wouldn't let go. Instead, she yawned again and rolled away from him onto her other side, tucking his hand against her breasts. Sean froze. He would wiggle his fingers in an attempt to break free, but didn't want her to think he was trying to cop a feel. After sitting there for a moment, bent at an awkward angle, Sean opted to take the path of least resistance and gave in to temptation. Lying down on the bed, he spooned up behind her. They were a good fit. On any other night, if he'd snuggled up to her like this, he might have focused on how fantastic her slender, toned body felt against his. Tonight, however,
He was so relieved that she hadn't died and was still in his life that nothing else mattered. Her hair tickled his nose as he rested his head beside hers on the pillow. Some strands were damp from Emma's ministrations. As stress gradually released its grip on him, he sighed. "Night," Nicole mumbled, sounding more asleep than awake. He kissed a shoulder bared by the thin strap of her pajama tank top, confident that she wouldn't remember it. "Good night." Gradually, her hold on his hand loosened. Sean closed his eyes. Peace descended, luring a smile from him. What a night. "Love you." His eyes flew open at the barely audible murmur. His heartbeat picked up, and fatigue fell away as he stared at the back of Nicole's head. "What?" Rising onto an elbow, he peered down at her. Had Nicole just said what he thought she said? Long lashes rested upon smooth cheeks. Her lovely lips parted a bit as her chest rose and fell with slow breaths. "What?" he asked again, tempted to jostle her a little. No response. Heart pounding, he settled behind her once more. Had she been talking in her sleep? Or had she spoken just before she'd fallen asleep? His mind raced as question after question barreled through it. Had Nicole even been talking to him? Melanie had warned him she'd be loopy for a while, but how loopy? Was she so out of it that she thought he was someone else? She hadn't, after all, said, "I love you, Sean." Though he'd been an immortal for a couple of years now, Sean didn't have that much experience with women who had been bitten. Usually, those he rescued from vampires were already unconscious when he reached them. The few who had clung to consciousness had been incoherent and barely aware of where they were, let alone who they were with. When he realized tension tightened every muscle in his body, he forced himself to relax. Even if Nicole had been conscious, in her right mind, and said it to his face, she wouldn't necessarily have meant it romantically. They were friends, best friends. How many times had he heard her jokingly tell Cliff, also her friend, "I am so in love with you right now," when he brought her and the vampires she played poker with pizza, donuts, or cookies? And why was he getting so rattled, he decided, after determinedly nixing the word excited, over this anyway? Sighing, he closed his eyes. Deep down, he already knew the answer to that. He was rattled because Nicole meant more to him than a second should, and those words, coming from her lips, had changed something deep inside him, something that would keep him from ever thinking of her the same way again. Sprawled on her back, Tessa stared up at the ceiling. Though the room was dark, she could see the faint edge of every paint stroke made by the roller some network employee had used to coat it. She glanced at the kitchen, only partially visible through the open door to her bedroom, and could read the fine text on the bottom of the pita chip bag she'd left on the counter. Was this what cats saw when they prowled around at night? Was their vision as sharp as hers? Rolling onto her side, she stared at the art that adorned her wall. It still felt odd to see so clearly, and not only in darkness. Before Gershom had transformed her, she had been extremely nearsighted with astigmatism and had worn glasses since she was 5 years old. She'd tried contact lenses once she reached her teens, but frequent bouts of insomnia and late nights spent studying had left her eyes so dry that she'd quickly given up and switched back to glasses. Usually, once she took those glasses off and went to bed, the ceiling above her would be a blur, and the kitchen would be indiscernible shades of darkness. But the virus that had transformed her had also healed her eyes and corrected her vision more efficiently than a LASIK surgeon. A long sigh escaped her. Sometimes she found the novelty of being able to see so clearly as great a sleep deterrent as the bouts of insomnia. Will, her twin brother, had also worn glasses. How would he have reacted to suddenly regaining perfect vision? As always, the thought of her brother brought tears to Tessa's eyes and a lump to her throat. When she was in high school, her best friend's cat had been hit by a car and badly injured. Courtney had found the little tabby, which had died before she and her parents could get it to the animal hospital. And Courtney had later told Tessa that she wished one of her parents had found it instead, because whenever she thought of her pet, she saw again the pain in its bloody face and the wounds it had suffered. It was the same with Will. Tessa's brother had been with her when Gershom had posed as Seth and attacked. Defenseless against such strength and power, she had been gravely wounded and forced to witness every excruciating injury Gershom had inflicted upon Will, listening to her brother's cries of agony until he breathed his last breath. Moisture welled in her eyes and spilled down her cheeks. Sniffling, she wiped them away. How she wished she could unsee that and remember Will the way he had been before that night. Don't think about it. Think about something else, anything else. Rolling to her other side, she concentrated on the multitude of sounds that filled the building around and above her. Tessa wasn't sure how many employees worked at network headquarters. Hundreds, surely, maybe more. Few ventured down to sub-level 5. Employees had to have the highest clearance to take the elevator this far. But the 4 other subterranean floors, coupled with the ground floor, hosted a hell of a lot of people who held a wide variety of occupations and specialties. Physical trainers and physical therapists who worked with all employees, even those with desk jobs, to help them gain and maintain physical strength. Hand-to-hand combat instructors who taught every employee how to use that strength in the event of another attack. Physicians who provided free health care to all employees. Weapons developers who provided the network and Immortals with everything they needed on both a small and large scale. Viral researchers like Melanie, who sought a cure for the vampiric virus or a way to prevent humans infected with it from going insane. Accountants and investors who kept the network and Immortals wealthy and ensured that every employee earned a very healthy salary. Hackers capable of providing Immortals with new identities periodically so no one would realize they didn't age. Hackers who could erase any Immortal or vampire-related information that popped up on the internet. Actors who could step in and pose as witnesses, firemen, or even DEA or FBI agents in emergency situations to discourage looky-loos and gain control of the situation until Seth could arrive. Chefs for the network's top-of-the-line cafeterias, auto repairmen who kept the network's special ops vehicles in excellent condition, handlers who kept tabs on gifted ones so the network could step in if anyone discovered their advanced DNA and caused problems. The list went on, and Tessa could hear them all. She listened in on an acting class, in which the instructor pretended to be a police officer arriving on the scene of a vampire attack. Tessa hunted with Sean periodically, so she should probably learn how to handle witnesses if no telepaths were around to aid them. Alas, the class wrapped up 15 minutes later. Grumbling, she rolled back onto her other side, then gave up trying to sleep and slid out of bed. Immortal Guardians were supposed to have enormous control over their bodies, enabling them to sleep whenever and however long they wanted to. For Tessa? Not so much. She couldn't seem to get her mind to shut off. Padding into her living room, she crossed to the sizable faux window one wall sported. Chris Riordan was a good guy. Even in the face of her initial hostility and distrust, he had been nothing but kind to her and the other new Immortals who had unwisely given Gershom their loyalty. When the Immortal Guardians had captured them, for lack of a better word, Riordan could have put Tessa and the others in holding cells until they'd calmed down and come to grips with their situation. Instead, he had given them lovely apartments filled with luxuries, such as this window. Longing arose within her as she stared at it. It wasn't an actual window, of course. She was 5 stories underground. Instead, it was a high-definition flat-screen television that broadcast a live view of the meadow outside the building. Sunlight bathed tall grasses peppered with colorful wildflowers. Every once in a while a breeze would set all into motion, causing the grasses to ripple like ocean waves that had flowers bobbing on the surface. It was beautiful and wonderfully hypnotic. Tessa wished she could be out there, feel the wind tug at her hair, and replace the network's recycled air with the scent of those blossoms. She glanced at the classic corded phone on the kitchen bar. Its keypad bore only one button. Taking a deep breath, she crossed to it, lifted the receiver, and pressed the button. "Rawdon," Chris answered after just one ring. "It's Tessa." "Hi, Tessa." A creak carried to her ears, and she imagined him leaning back in his desk chair. "What can I do for you?" "I could really use some chocolate." It was a code he'd given her the night she'd met him to let him know she wanted to talk without the vampires or other immortals overhearing them. "No problem. I'll have Todd bring you some in a few." "Thank you." The call ended. Tessa dashed back into the bedroom and exchanged her cross-back tank top and sleep shorts for jeans and a t-shirt. As she slipped on a pair of sneakers, a knock sounded on her door. Tessa swiftly combed her fingers through her hair to tidy it, then tugged the door, as thick and heavy as that on a bank vault, open. Todd, the highest-ranking guard on Sublevel 5, smiled at her as he held up a paper bag. "Mr. Rawdon said you wanted some chocolate." Smiling, she took it. "Thank you." He glanced up and down the hallway, then jerked his head to one side. Nodding, Tessa set the bag on a nearby table. As soon as she stepped out into the hallway and closed her door, Todd led her to the only elevator this level boasted. A dozen guards with automatic rifles and tranquilizer guns loitered in front of it. Some stood, some sat behind a large desk. Among those standing, Jared stopped chatting with the guards and offered her a nod as she approached. Tessa nodded back and forced a smile. The elevator doors closed, sealing her inside with Todd. Neither spoke as they ascended to the ground floor. More guards greeted them as they exited and headed down a long hallway to Chris Rawdon's office. His assistant's office preceded his and offered ample seating for anyone forced to wait. The large desk that presided over it sat empty. The door that connected Kate's office to Chris's stood open. Todd only took Tessa as far as the doorway and rapped on the frame. Rawdon stood by his desk, shoulder to shoulder with Kate, as they went over some papers she held up for his consideration. Both looked over and smiled. Tucking the papers into a file folder, Kate offered Tessa a silent wave and left. Todd struck up a conversation with Kate, while Rawdon motioned for Tessa to follow him into an adjoining room. Tessa entered a large, swanky boardroom and waited for him to close the door. Absolute silence fell when he did. There was so much soundproofing packed into this room's walls, floor, and ceiling that even Seth couldn't eavesdrop upon whatever took place within. And the only way anyone in the swanky boardroom could hear what happened outside it was if Rawdon flipped a switch that let speakers play sound wired in from his office. Though many considered Rawdon a hard-ass, he turned to Tessa with a friendly smile. "What can I do for you?" She shifted her feet. "I'd like to go outside." Having to ask permission still galled her. But she was new to this world and, after all they'd done for her, should play by their rules. At least for a time. He glanced at the door he'd just closed, as if it were a window with a view of the building's exterior. "It's 9 a.m., and there isn't a cloud in the sky." "I know," she said, "but I'm as fast as an elder and can reach the shade trees before the sun burns me." Face sobering, he studied her with a piercing gaze. "Everything okay?" "Yes." She forced a smile. "I just get insomnia from time to time. Always have. And becoming an immortal doesn't seem to have eradicated that." "Well, that sucks," he responded with a commiserating smile. Tessa suspected, however, that he knew there was more to it than that. Rawdon was a very discerning man. "It really does. I thought maybe some fresh air would help."
"No problem. I'm sure Jared wouldn't mind accompanying you." Amusement sparkled in his eyes. "And the guards could probably use a break." She laughed. The ancient immortal was well known for talking the guards' ears off.
"I wouldn't want to bother him."
He waved her concern away. "It won't bother him." Before she could protest, couldn't she even go for a walk by herself? He opened the door and poked his head out. "Jared!" He didn't yell the name, just spoke it as if the ancient were waiting in his office. Jared appeared just outside the doorway and joined them. Chris closed the door. "Would you escort Tessa outside? She'd like to get some fresh air." Jared turned to her and issued a slight bow. "It would be my pleasure." She doubted that. She wasn't exactly in a chatty mood. Chris reached for the door. "Give me a minute to put Sublevel 5's windows on a loop. All the vamps are sleeping right now, but if they wake up, I don't want them to see you out there and get jealous. Most of them miss daylight." Vampires couldn't leave Sublevel 5 unless Bastion accompanied them, and, in moments when the encroaching madness drove them into darker thoughts, they sometimes resented that the immortals could. A couple of minutes later, she and Jared strode through the network's lobby. The guards all greeted Jared like a friend and co-worker. She would have thought they would be more in awe of him. He was, after all, as old and nearly as powerful as Seth, but his tendency to pester them with questions must have eroded that. She and the ancient immortal had to pass through a glass vestibule positioned just inside the entrance. At least, it looked like glass. According to rumor, whatever it was made from could survive a blast from a freaking bunker-busting missile. Then they stepped outside. Tessa squinted against the bright sunlight. A narrow, tattered awning provided just enough shade for her and Jared to shelter in, not that he needed it. The older the immortal, the more sunlight he or she could tolerate. A parking lot full of vehicles stretched before them. She glanced to the right. Large trees provided shade for several picnic tables. In 3 hours, employees would gather at those tables and engage in laughter and enviable camaraderie while they ate lunch and enjoyed the cool weather. Jared touched her shoulder. Half a second later, she stood beside those tables, safely ensconced in shade. Tessa glanced up at him. "I could have made it on my own without burning," she said softly enough that the vampires wouldn't hear, if any roused. "Gershom transformed me with Aiden's blood, so I can withstand more exposure to daylight than other young immortals." "Apologies." He offered her another of those slight bows. "I forgot, and didn't wish to see you harmed." Nodding, she sat backward on one of the picnic benches, facing away from the table. Tessa was so used to the high-quality everything inside network headquarters that the tired, run-down exterior always surprised her. The one-story structure boasted no windows, just a nondescript wooden door. It looked like something a warehouse delivery service might use to sort and store packages. When she'd commented on it once, Cliff had explained that Rawdon wanted to make sure the place appeared so uninteresting that anyone who inadvertently got lost or wandered out this way would have no desire to investigate it. Mission accomplished. The place looked boring as hell. Tessa tried to relax now that she was outside, but Rawdon's insistence that she not venture out alone continued to irritate her. "It isn't distrust," Jared mentioned softly. "It's concern." "What is?" "Chris's reason for wanting me to accompany you." She frowned at him. "Are you reading my thoughts?" After all the damage Gershom had done up there, she did not want telepathic immortals to ramble around inside her head. "No," he responded, unperturbed by the heated accusation. "It's simply what I would think in your position, that he wanted someone to watch over me because he doesn't trust me." "Oh." She pondered his words. "How do you know it isn't distrust?" He shrugged. "I know."
Coming from someone else, the response would have made her roll her eyes. But Jared had lived thousands of years and seen so much that the claim carried weight. "What's there to be concerned about?" He hesitated. "The sun is high in the sky. Accidents happen." She wondered if Chris might be more worried about non-accidents happening. Did he think her so troubled that she might walk into the sun and let the light sear away both her troubles and her immortality? Tessa shook off the unsettling thought, determined to enjoy herself. She hadn't been outside during the day in... Well, she couldn't remember how long it had been. Not since the morning after she'd transformed, she supposed. Doubting Gersham's claims that the sunlight would harm her, she had stepped into it and learned, to her pain and eternal dismay, that it would. A cool breeze buffeted her, tugging her hair back from her face. Closing her eyes, she drew in several deep breaths. So nice. When Jared sat on the other end of the bench, her end rose minutely. She smiled. He was a big man. 2 or 3 inches short of 7 feet tall, he carried enough muscle to ensure he weighed at least twice what she did. For once, he didn't speak. She had noticed that about him. With everyone else, Jared talked incessantly, always asking questions, perpetually curious about the lives he had watched from afar while he'd remained in seclusion with the rest of the others. Tessa thought it sad that, for thousands of years, he'd had no contact with humanity and no interaction with anyone other than the dozen or so powerful males like himself who believed that interacting with mankind and influencing them in any way would kickstart Armageddon. He seemed perpetually hungry for new experiences and was as eager as a teenager to discover what a normal, unencumbered life could entail. And yet, he was often quiet in her presence. "I know Chris does everything he can to provide employees with clean, healthy air," she murmured, "but it just can't compete with this." "No, it can't," he concurred, his voice a deep rumble. Several minutes passed. "I wish you could have experienced what Earth looked and smelled like in the early days of civilization, long before the Industrial Revolution." Opening her eyes, she turned and found him studying her. He looked away, focusing on the meadow she had admired from the faux window in her apartment. "Even here, surrounded by so many trees that filter the air, it isn't the same." She nodded, sharing the same wish. With her gift, it would have seemed like a utopia. Another breeze encouraged the blossoms to dance. "Mortals often can't detect the fragrance of each individual wildflower," he disclosed conversationally. "I could," she said, "even before I transformed." He cast her a curious look. "Because of your gift?" She nodded. Tessa had been born with the ability to make plants grow and flourish with a touch, and even though she'd lacked the hyper-acute senses of an immortal, she had always been able to detect more floral scents than her peers. Will had been the same way. Flashes of her brother lying several feet away in a pool of blood, screaming in pain, erased the beauty of the meadow. Tessa squeezed her eyes shut, as if that could banish the horrific memory. Curling her hands into fists, she clenched her teeth. Tears rose, but she ruthlessly forced them back. How long would this continue? How much time would have to pass for her to stop seeing her brother's suffering every time she thought of him, and instead remember the happy times they'd shared? Opening her eyes, she rose and toed off her shoes. The grass was soft and cool beneath her feet as she strode toward the edge of the shade. Behind her, Jared rose. Halting, Tessa stared at the grasses and sporadic flowers that waved at her. Her parents' home rested in the center of several acres of land, and from spring through fall, she and Will had kept the rolling hills covered with a wealth of fragrant blossoms. More images of Will's last moments bombarded her. More tears welled. Kneeling, she buried her hands in the grass, wiggling her fingers until they reached the soil. It was still moist from recent rains, and cold to the touch as she burrowed her fingertips into its depths. Energy thrummed through her as Tessa called upon her gift. Building in her chest, it flowed down her arms and entered the soft earth. Wildflowers in the meadow burst with new blossoms. Seeds dropped by the plants sprouted, the roots driving deep as stalks emerged, grew, and produced a wealth of fresh blooms. Dozens and dozens, then hundreds arose, rippling across the meadow like the white froth carried to the beach by ocean waves, until they formed a dense, colorful, fragrant carpet. Tessa's heart beat harder as her energy faltered, but she didn't stop, pouring everything she had into the ground beneath her. Tears spilled over her lashes and trailed down her cheeks. The warmth her gift always generated slipped away, leaving her cold and spent. Exhaustion replaced it, so intense that her head hung low. Her elbows buckled. Tessa toppled sideways. Strong arms caught her before her head could hit the ground. Her eyelids growing heavier by the second, she looked up and caught the concern that darkened Jared's expression as he drew her against his chest. Sighing, she closed her eyes. Perhaps now she could finally seek oblivion in sleep. Chapter 7. Inside a holding room on Sublevel 5 of Network Headquarters, Seth frowned down at the vampire Nicole had tranked. Gary was a mere 22 years old. Seth would pity him for the future that awaited him, if the boy hadn't already had a history of violence before he'd transformed. Having gleaned everything he could from perusing the young vampire's twisted mind, Seth touched a hand to Gary's chest. The heart housed within it ceased beating. A moment later, the vampire's body began to shrivel up. It was a painless death, more than the boy deserved after the suffering he had spawned in his victims. Gary had killed none of them, per Gersham's orders, but he had delighted in hurting and terrifying them. Seth's lips curled with disgust. Coward. The vampire had enjoyed picking fights with humans who were significantly weaker than he was, yet he hadn't hesitated to run when faced with the prospect of battling an Immortal Guardian who could match his strength. Typical bully. Turning, Seth opened the heavy door to the hallway. Sound flooded in, his enhanced hearing carrying it to him from every floor of the building. Rawdon had thought it best to soundproof this holding room, to keep vampires they couldn't persuade to join them from listening to the inner workings of the organization. Normally, Seth wouldn't consider that an issue. Any vampires who didn't join them met the same fate Reed and Gary had. Since they couldn't be saved, a quick, merciful death seemed the only way to ensure they wouldn't harm or kill anyone else. So there was little chance the vampires would escape and share knowledge of the network with others. But there had been too many how-the-hell-could-this-have-happened incidences in recent years, and Rawdon liked to cover all bases. Leaving the door to the holding cell open, Seth headed up the long hallway. Perhaps he would pay each of the slumbering vampires who lived at network quarters a visit first, and see what damage he could heal in their deteriorating young minds before leaving. Once the madness began to kick in, the vampires who sought refuge here became increasingly uncomfortable around the powerful Immortal Guardian leader, because they knew he could see and hear every twisted thought and impulse they did their damnedest to suppress. So he often did it without their knowledge. Seth was just about to visit Stuart, who seemed to struggle the most, when the elevator doors at the end of the hallway opened. Jared emerged, an unconscious woman cradled in his arms. "Oh, shit!" Todd blurted. "What happened?" "Tessa's all right," Jared murmured. "She's just sleeping." But his eyes, when they met Seth's, said otherwise. Seth met him at the door to Tessa's room and opened it. Once Jared carried the newly turned immortal inside, Seth entered and closed the door behind them. What happened? Jared crossed the living room and entered her bedroom. Are all the vampires sleeping? Seth listened for sounds of movement in the neighboring apartments, found none, and searched each vampire's mind. Yes. What of the immortals? Jared placed Tessa on her bed. Melanie and Bastian won't return until tonight, and Jordan and Leora are both asleep. Straightening, Jared headed into the adjoining bathroom. A cabinet opened, and water ran as Seth studied the young woman on the bed. Dark circles painted the skin beneath her eyes. As long as Immortal Guardians transfused themselves often enough with the network's donated blood, they could go days, even weeks without sleep before they manifested any physical symptoms of fatigue. And yet Tessa resembled a human who suffered from sleep deprivation. His gaze traveled over her. She wore no shoes or socks. Dark soil coated her fingers and thumbs as though she had been digging in the dirt. Jared returned with a dry towel in one hand and a wet one in the other. While Seth watched in bemusement, Jared gently bathed the dirt from her hands. "What happened?" Seth asked again. He could easily pull the information from Tessa's thoughts, but refused to do so. Gershom had toyed with her mind enough. Seth wouldn't betray her trust by invading it without permission. "She can't sleep," Jared murmured. "Tessa has suffered insomnia on and off throughout her brief life, and becoming immortal doesn't seem to have remedied it." "She told you that?" The other shook his head. "I had her tell Stuart once when she joined him for an afternoon run on the treadmills." Sometimes the vampires ran themselves into exhaustion on the network's specially designed treadmills. Not an easy thing to do when one has their strength and stamina, in an attempt to suppress the violent impulses spawned by encroaching madness. "Grief for her brother seems to have compounded it," Jared added. Seth frowned. "You haven't been combing through her thoughts, have you?" Jared looked at him from the corner of his eye as he dried Tessa's hands. "Only once. Today." Anger rose. "Damn it, Jared, I know." His brows drawing down in a scowl, Jared ceased his ministrations and faced him. "After what she's been through, it was a betrayal of her trust. But I was worried." Seth's anger evaporated, replaced by surprise. Drawing a hand over his short hair, Jared sighed with apparent frustration. "Tessa wanted to go outside. Something about fresh air helping her sleep. Chris asked me to accompany her. I could feel his concern and—" He shook his head. "If you had seen her, Seth, the grief she wrestled with as she stared at that field." He paced away from the bed and back. "For a moment I shared Chris's fear that she would walk into the sun and try to end it." "Chris said that? That he thought she might—" "No. I read it in his thoughts." Seth frowned again. "If Chris finds out you ramble around in his head without him knowing, he's going to kick your ass." The last thing he needed was for those two to butt heads. This was the first period of peace the Immortal Guardians had enjoyed in some time. They had battled one enemy uprising after another for several years now, and they could all use a break. Unconcerned by the warning, Jared stared down at Tessa. "We were sitting at one of the picnic benches. When she rose and walked toward the sunlight, I grew concerned and delved into her thoughts." He met Seth's gaze. "Grief for her brother is eating her up inside." Once more, regret that he had failed to keep both Tessa and Will safe from his enemy gnawed at Seth. He watched over gifted ones as assiduously as he did Immortal Guardians. Gershom knew that, and had killed Will, then recruited Tessa specifically because he knew how much those actions would hurt him. Seth's inability to save those Gershom had slain gnawed at him. "It isn't just that he died," Jared continued. "It's how he died.
Tessa can't think of him without seeing it over and over again.
Seth sighed as the grief he'd harbored for thousands of years resurfaced.
It was the same with my wife and children.
For so long he had not been able to think of them without remembering the way he'd found them after enemies had taken their lives. The pain on their beloved faces still haunted him.
I can remember them now with joy. It will be the same for Tessa once the wound is not so raw. Until then, there is little we can do other than be here for her and support her, as you did today.
Jared studied him for a long moment.
There is something we could do that would help her.
He slid Tessa a glance.
We could remove the memory of her brother's suffering and—
No! Seth snapped, the word an order, not a mere expression of disagreement.
You will not alter her memories, Jared. None of us will. We will not betray her trust.
Jared grimaced.
Even suggesting it felt like a betrayal.
His shoulders rose and fell with a dejected shrug.
I don't want her to suffer.
Closing the distance between them, Seth clapped a hand on his shoulder.
None of us do. But Tessa knows what we are capable of. If she wishes us to bury the memory, she will ask us.
He nodded.
And tampering with the minds of others, their thoughts, their memories, or even their dreams is tricky, as you learned firsthand.
Jared grimaced. His earliest attempts to alter minds had nearly resulted in Heather's death.
True.
Seth dropped his hand.
What happened when she walked toward the sunlight? Did she intend to end it?
He hated to even verbalize it.
No. She stopped at the edge of the shade, buried her hands in the soil, and poured every bit of energy she had into filling the field with more flowers. Once done, she collapsed.
Again he stared down at her.
Her last thought was that now, perhaps, she would sleep.
Seth's heart went out to her. Losing a loved one was always hard, knowing they suffered before dying, and witnessing that suffering firsthand only made it harder.
"Why are you here?" Jared asked suddenly. "You usually spend your days teleporting to the other side of the globe to help Immortal Guardians in need."
It was always night somewhere.
"Zack and David are fielding my calls."
Seth motioned to the hallway.
"I was scouring the mind of the vampire Nicole tranked. What did you find?" "We may have a greater problem than we believed."
Jared studied him.
"You think Reed and this other vampire weren't working alone?"
"Correct."
Leah abruptly appeared beside Seth.
"Hi, babe." Rising onto her toes, she pressed a kiss to his lips. Seth smiled and slid an arm around her waist to keep her close, warmth and affection filling him, as they always did, in her presence.
"What are you doing here?"
She studied him intently. "I sensed something was up. You okay?" Had she felt his turmoil from so far away? Pride filled him. Leah's power was growing. They often communicated telepathically while apart, much like Zack and Lizette, and shortly before he'd come to network headquarters, she had teleported to Nigeria to heal an injured immortal.
"Reed and the other vampire weren't working alone,"
he told her, keeping an arm around her. Her brow furrowed. "Were you able to see who else is involved?"
"No, but I have my suspicions and want to look into a few things."
Giving his waist a little squeeze, she smiled up at him. "Want me to tag along?" He grinned.
"Absolutely."
After nodding to Jared, he teleported them to Texas. Slumber slowly slipped away. Since Nicole had assumed her Becca guise, she'd been sleeping later than usual. There wasn't much to set her alarm and get up for. Chris had worked his magic to ensure she wouldn't have to attend Becca's classes. Normally, Nicole would rise earlier and take care of business for Sean, which didn't require as many daylight hours as she'd initially thought. The most strenuous task she performed was mowing the lawn, something Sean had objected to until she'd convinced him she enjoyed it. It was a task she'd seen many kids do at their parents' bidding in television shows and movies, and one she'd heard her high school classmates complain about. But Nicole had always been too inundated with schoolwork to perform that chore, so she viewed it as yet another bit of normalcy she'd missed out on. Who's mowing the lawn now? She wondered. They'd had enough warm spells that the grass still grew despite approaching winter. Maybe Cliff was mowing the lawn and watering her plants. If so, he probably reveled in the normalcy of it as much as she did. She sighed as discontent with her current circumstances crept in. For years, her life had revolved around working as either a network special ops soldier or Sean's second, but she couldn't perform any of the duties those positions required in case someone was monitoring her. Unaccustomed to this level of inactivity, Nicole was bored off her ass. Perhaps if her parents had given her enough free time to find a hobby or something to occupy herself with when she wasn't studying or working. Determined to slip back into slumber, she snuggled into the covers and hugged the hand she held to her chest. She stiffened. The hand she held? Instantly alert, she belatedly registered the big, warm body behind her. Her eyes flew open. Oh, shit! She wasn't in Becca's dorm room. She was in her room, at Sean's house, which meant the big body curled up against her was... Sean? A sigh ruffled her hair as the muscled arm wrapped around her tightened. What the hell had happened? Why was she home? And why was Sean snuggling up to her as if they were lovers? Wait, they weren't lovers, were they? A quick glance down revealed she wore a tank top and pajama bottoms. Oddly, Nicole alternated between feeling relieved and disappointed. She peeked over her shoulder. Sean slept on top of the covers in a t-shirt and sweatpants. Nope, they were definitely not lovers. So why was he in her bed holding her so tightly? Her mind raced. Something must have happened. Something must have happened to her. Nicole's gaze strayed to the blinds around which bright sunlight peeked. It was daytime, so whatever occurred must have taken place last night. She struggled to recall the events of the previous evening and could dredge up nothing. Vaguely, she remembered heading to her favorite restaurant for dinner, but had no memory of reaching it. Had she reached it? Nicole frowned as a foggy memory of Tessa tried to force its way through the haze. Had she seen Tessa last night? Several moments of contemplation merely yielded more frustration. She couldn't remember. Okay, don't panic. Stay calm. She had been injured in the line of duty before. When the Immortal Guardians had blitzed that huge mercenary base, and she and the rest of the network's special ops soldiers backed them up, she'd been shot. It had hurt like hell, and had pissed her off, because Richard had teleported her away to network headquarters for triage, so she'd missed the rest of the battle. Nicole had no difficulty remembering that. Then there'd been the night Tessa had impaled her with a dagger. That memory was clear as day. And Nicole had suffered brain damage once, thanks to Gersham's sorry ass. As with last night, though, she had no memory of the last. She'd been Sean's second by then and new to the job. Sean had suffered injuries of his own and had been furious when he'd learned what had happened to her. For days he had hovered over her, worried that she'd suffer permanent damage until she'd finally convinced him she was okay. He had hovered. He hadn't clung. And right now, Sean was clinging to her, as if he thought she would fall off a cliff if he let go. "Sean," she said softly, dread pooling in her stomach. Shifting in his sleep, he snuggled closer. Even with concern crowding her, she felt her pulse pick up at the contact. But now wasn't the time. "Sean," she repeated a little louder, not wanting to startle him, yet eager to get some answers. His muscles tensed. "Nicole?"
Yeah. What happened? A long moment passed. Then he hugged her even closer, nearly cutting off her breath. "You almost died," he whispered, his voice hoarse. A chill skittered through her. "Tell me." Without relinquishing his grip, he relayed the events of the previous night. Nicole had to admit, it unnerved her. She had almost died. She'd hoped Sean was exaggerating, but when he went into medic mode and started talking about a possible broken neck, her spinal cord, and excessive blood loss, yeah, it unnerved her. She swallowed hard. Well, that didn't exactly go according to plan, did it? No. And still he held her. Was Seth pissed? Only at Gary. I assume Gary was the vampire? Yeah. Where's Gary now? Dead. Seth killed him after reading his mind. The tone of his voice left no doubt in her mind that Sean wished he had been the one to kill him. You brought me home after Seth healed me? He nodded, his chin brushing the back of her head. Melanie said you'd be loopy for a while, and I wanted you to be comfortable. He'd also apparently felt quite clingy. She frowned. Or had she felt clingy? Melanie had admitted to saying some pretty personal things to Bastian in front of several other immortals while she'd been under the influence of a bite. Nicole bit her lip as a new concern rose. I didn't do anything I should feel embarrassed about, did I? A vampire's bite didn't just leave victims loopy. It could also lower inhibitions. Other than ravishing me and stealing my innocence, then farting in your sleep? No. She laughed. I did not. Okay, you didn't fart in your sleep. She grinned. But I did steal your innocence? No, he said, injecting his response with amusing petulance. I kept waiting for you to, but no, all you wanted to do was sleep. Again, she laughed. I'm serious. You didn't do anything, he divulged softly, his voice gaining a somber edge. You just slept. So deeply, I worried that she wouldn't wake up. Affection filled her as she patted the hand still cradled against her chest. I'm okay. I don't even have a headache. A sigh ruffled her hair. Thank goodness your head is so hard. She chuckled. A long moment passed. He didn't move. So, she broached conversationally and struggled to keep her heart from beating harder at his nearness. Damn, he felt good. So, he parroted, you want to tell me why you're still holding me? Well, if you must know. I must. He sighed. Cliff made pizza last night after we came home, and I'm afraid you'll kick my ass when you find out I ate it all. She laughed. At last, Sean slid his arm from around her and sat up. As she turned to face him, he rolled out of bed and sat in the reading chair now positioned close to it. Yeah, he called, looking at the door. She's awake. The door opened, and Cliff poked his head in. A wide smile lit his handsome features when he saw her. Hey, how are you feeling? Sitting up, she shrugged. Other than being a little weirded out over not remembering what happened, I feel fine. His lips turned up in a smile of commiseration. I know how that is. When the encroaching madness had spawned psychotic breaks, Cliff had often retained no memory of what he had done afterward. Any dizziness or nausea? None. How many fingers am I holding up? She studied the hand he raised. 3. No double or blurred vision? None. Her stomach rumbled loudly enough to be heard in the next room. Cliff grinned and opened the door wider as Emma appeared beside him. Sounds like you could use some of the pizza we made last night. Nicole glanced at Sean. I thought you said you ate it all. Cliff snorted. Are you kidding? Sean hasn't put a thing in his mouth since he brought you home. He was too worried about you. She grinned when the immortal in question shifted uncomfortably, a tinge of pink creeping into his cheeks. "Aw, that's so sweet." "Oh, brother," he grumbled and rose. "I'm going to shower and change." "No hunting tonight," Cliff said as Sean approached. "Seth's orders. I guess he figures you could use a break after last night." "I could." His stomach growled as loudly as hers had. Nicole laughed. "I'd better see how much of that pizza I can devour before you get out." Sending her a grin, he put on a burst of speed and swept past Cliff and Emma in a blink. Cliff shook his head. "I'd better make some sandwiches, too." Chapter 8. Sean didn't eat all the pizza. He was too content watching Nicole scarf down a warrior's portion. She looked good. Almost good enough to make him forget how pale and bloody and, though he hated to think it, dead she'd looked, crumpled at the base of that tree. The night Tessa had thrown a dagger at Nicole had scared him. This time had shaken him so deeply that he didn't want to let her out of his sight. Fortunately, he didn't have to. Not yet, anyway. Cliff and Emma left after lunch, something about heading home to water their plants and feed the dog. Sean was so happy to have Nicole home again that he hadn't really been paying attention. After Sean told Nicole that Melanie said she should take it easy today, they parked their butts on the sofa and spent the afternoon playing video games while they razzed and teased each other. They were just about to start binge-watching The Mandalorian again when Cliff and Emma returned. "Time to go," Cliff announced with a smile. "Go where?" he asked. "Did Seth call a meeting?" Sean had hoped to spend the evening relaxing with Nicole. She was stubborn enough to insist on resuming her role as Becca, so for all he knew, she might leave again tomorrow. "No, we're going to our place." Cliff curled an arm around Emma, who leaned into his side with a smile. "I thought I'd make burgers for dinner, and your grill sucks. Plus, our backyard rocks. You can relax by the fish pond, stretch out on the sofas and stargaze, or even dance under the moonlight." Emma smiled up at him. "I love dancing with you under the moonlight." The two shared an affectionate kiss. Sean looked at Nicole. Her eyes twinkled. Both turned to Cliff with big grins. "You had us at burgers." An hour later, Sean slouched on one of the cushy chairs on Cliff and Emma's back deck. The relative newlyweds lived in an isolated country home with a large meadow in the back, surrounded by multiple acres of forest. It was nice, quiet, no neighbors around for miles, and the couple had worked hard in recent years to turn it into their dream home. The sleek back deck Cliff had added was large enough for a sizable social gathering, but he didn't stop there. Cliff had many friends in the Immortal Guardians world and made a habit of inviting them over. So, after he finished the deck, Cliff added a limestone path that led to a large outdoor living space 20 yards away that he and Emma designed together. It was awesome. Just looking at it eased Sean's stress so much that he was seriously considering adding something similar to his home. The same limestone Cliff had used in the path made up the floor of the circular living area. An enormous fireplace with attached stone benches dominated one side of the space. Since the air tonight carried a brisk breeze, a fire crackled merrily in the hearth. 2 sofas, a couple of armchairs, and an ottoman large enough for him to sleep on provided additional seating for the other guests Cliff invited to tonight's barbecue. All the furniture bore sleek, modern lines and thick, comfortable cushions. A pergola stretched above it, the retractable awning tucked away to reveal the bright stars above. Beyond that rested a smaller limestone circle that supported a large table with 6 chairs and what looked to Sean like an entire outdoor kitchen, a grill, an oven, a refrigerator, a sink, and a couple of things that remained a mystery to him. Pretty solar-powered lights illuminated it all. Bastian and Melanie arrived shortly after Sean and Nicole. Then Sheldon, Richard's second, showed up with his girlfriend Tracy, Lizette's second, and several bags of groceries. Those two rarely left each other's sides, often carrying out their duties together.
and Sheldon was renowned for feeding hungry immortals, always aiding Darnell and other seconds in preparing lavish meals for the Immortal Guardian crew and keeping piles of sandwiches on hand for Seth and David to grab between calls. Of course, Lizette arrived, curious to see what her second was up to. Much to Sean's surprise, Roland and Sarah joined the growing crowd, along with their adopted son Michael. The most antisocial of the lot, Roland wasn't as beloved as his brethren, but he had helped Cliff with the backyard construction, so Sean assumed that had netted him an invitation. Naturally, Marcus and Amy brought little Adira to the gathering. Marcus and Roland had been best friends for 8 centuries, and their children adored each other. The toddlers now alternated between chasing each other around the flower-filled meadow and marveling over the fish in the pond. After years of believing that everyone with retractable fangs and preternatural speed was a bad guy, it still tripped Sean out sometimes to see the close family bond these immortals shared. How lucky was he to be a part of it? Cliff and Sheldon manned the grill, while their friends and makeshift family stood or lounged in little groups throughout the backyard, laughing and talking, teasing and enjoying the cool night air, anticipating a scrumptious meal before they embarked upon their nightly hunts. Sean wasn't getting as much one-on-one time with Nicole as he would have liked. Right now, she stood across the yard with Tracy and Emma, while he sprawled in his chair and shot the breeze with Bastian. If Sean and Krista had thought their entrance into the Immortal Guardians world had been hair-raising, it had been nothing compared to Bastian's. Sebastian Newcomb was the proverbial black sheep. He had somehow eluded Seth's detection when he transformed and had spent the next 200 years believing he was a vampire. Not only that, he thought Roland had killed his sister. Determined to exact his revenge, Bastian had spent most of his immortal years trying to track Roland down, then had raised an impressive vampire army, the first successful one in history, and pitted it against the Immortal Guardians in an attempt to slay them all. So most of the immortals had loathed him when Seth had brought him on board. Sean, however, hadn't been invested in the Immortal Guardians' past when he'd met Bastian, and he had appreciated the Brit's honesty and enjoyed his sometimes dark sense of humor. Sean also admired Bastian's dedication to helping Cliff and the other vampires fight the insanity that clawed at them. He now considered Bastian and Cliff his other besties, as Nicole would say. Sheldon nudged Cliff aside at the barbecue and held out a hand. Smiling, Cliff removed his apron, which sported a cartoon gladiator, and handed it to Sheldon. The two bickered for a moment over who could produce the best burgers. Sheldon was sure he was the barbecue king. Cliff laughingly ceded him the title and headed toward the house. After pausing a moment to drop a kiss on his wife's lips, he continued on to the deck. Bastian scooted over so Cliff could sit beside him on a love seat next to Sean's chair. "Vegans do it like gladiators?" Sean said, quoting the apron. "Are you a vegan now, Cliff?" He grinned. "Hell yeah. How do you think I bulked up so fast?" Sean studied him. Cliff wore a pale blue t-shirt that left his brown arms bare, and those arms bore biceps the size of bowling balls. His shoulders were broader, too, and if his thigh muscles got any bigger, he'd have to go up a size in pants. "You are sporting more muscle than you used to." "A lot more." Bastian grunted. "I bet I could still beat you at arm wrestling." Laughing, Cliff gave him a shove. Bastian smiled. For many long moments, the men watched their friends and loved ones mingle. Every face wore a smile. Laughter abounded. They really were like one big happy family, despite the dark existence they sometimes led. Seth and David had done a phenomenal job helping the immortals they shepherded find contentment and happiness in this existence. Nicole suddenly threw her head back and laughed at something Tracy said, then reached over and gave the other second a playful shove. Sean grinned, happy to have her with him for an evening, even if she was across the lawn. From the corner of his eye, he caught Cliff studying him. Sean glanced at him. "What?" "What's with you and Nicole?" Cliff asked. "What do you mean?" "What's going on?" Shrugging, Sean returned to watching his second. "I don't know.
We're waiting to see if Seth is going to want her to continue posing as Becca, or if... I already know that. I mean, what's going on between the two of you? Sean kept his face impassive. Nothing. We're just friends. Bollocks, Bastian drawled. What? He asked, all innocence. Neither Cliff nor Bastian were telepathic, so they couldn't possibly know the illicit fantasies Sean had woven around her. I see the way you look at her when she isn't paying attention, Cliff imparted with a sly smile. Bastian smirked, as if you're starving and she's a steak. Sean frowned. Oh, come on, I do not. At least, not when anyone else was around. Did he? Sure you do, Bastian countered, all amusement. You also smile every time she does and grin whenever she laughs, just like this poor besotted chap here. He jerked a thumb toward Cliff. Cliff snorted. Like you don't do the same with Melanie. Of course I do, which is why I know Sean here is telling porkies when he says nothing is going on between him and Nicole. Crap. He hadn't thought he was that easy to read. Sean forced a casual shrug. She almost died. I'm just happy to see her alive and well. Bollocks, Bastian protested again. You're in love with her. Sean had begun to think the same thing. You realize every immortal here can hear you. Yes. Bastian examined those present. Why? Are you worried there may be tattlers in their midst? Sean opted not to answer that. Nicole is my second. Are you saying you wouldn't be happy to see Tanner alive and well after he suffered a close brush with death? I would be very happy to see Tanner alive and well after a brush with death, he responded, as I was after you immortals attacked my lair and destroyed my army. But I wouldn't also be picturing Tanner naked. Cliff burst out laughing. Sean hadn't been picturing Nicole naked, not at that particular moment, but he'd done it often enough lately that he had to fight the urge to squirm. You're not a telepath. You don't know what I'm picturing. I do, Zack said, his smile rife with amusement as he climbed the steps to the deck and joined them. Sean scowled. Stay out of my head, damn it! As soon as the words left his lips, he swore. That had sounded too much like an admission of guilt. Look, nothing can happen between Nicole and me. She's my second. It's forbidden. Forbidden. Bastian rolled his eyes. Why should that stop you? Cliff grinned. Says the black sheep of the Immortal Guardians family. Well, if we're talking forbidden love, Bastian countered, what about Amy? She was about as forbidden as you can get. Seth loves her like a daughter, but Marcus didn't let that stop him. Although, Cliff inserted, Seth did kick his ass once, sort of. He did? Surprised, Sean glanced at Marcus, who lingered near Amy over by the fireplace. Marcus turned toward them and nodded with a sheepish grin. And it still didn't stop him, Cliff finished. Bastian motioned to Zack. What about Zack and Lizette? All whistled. Zack leaned back against the deck railing and crossed his arms over his chest. Seth specifically warned me away from her and warned her to stay away from me. Yet she pursued me anyway. Boinking Seth's enemy was ballsy as hell, Cliff stated with admiration. Across the yard, Lizette laughed. And totally worth it, Sean laughed. Face it, Bastian said. We're all rule-breakers at heart. Sean wished someone would change the damn subject. Shouldn't they be bickering over sports or something? It's different for you all, he pointed out. You've been part of this world for a long time, but I'm the new guy, and so is Nicole. Technically, Zack commented, I haven't been part of this Immortal Guardians world for a long time. I just joined it 2 or 3 years ago. But you've known Seth forever. He pursed his lips. True. Sean shook his head. It took Nicole years to land a gig as a second. Why? Bastian asked. Is she difficult to work with? No! Sean instantly jumped to her defense. That's the thing, she's freaking awesome. But most Immortal Guardians are male, and Chris couldn't find any who didn't instantly balk at the idea of a woman risking her life for them. I thought that was bullshit and not fair to her, so I chose her to be my second, and when I did, Rawdon made it very clear, multiple times, that sex is not part of her job. Is it part of her personal life? Zach asked. Sean frowned. Chris wouldn't differentiate between the two, and I don't want to risk Nicole's professional future. Bastian glanced at his wife. I suppose I can understand that. I thought having any kind of relationship with me, even friendship, would cost Melanie her job. But it didn't. Rawdon got over it. Frustration built within Sean. These guys just weren't getting it. Melanie leads the viral research division at network headquarters. Her work is invaluable, and she's one of only 2 doctors who are willing to work hands-on with the vampires who surrendered to the Immortal Guardians. She's essentially irreplaceable. Nicole isn't. There are dozens of other network employees who would love to step in and serve as a second, probably hundreds, and that's just on the East Coast. Bastian waved his words away. I wouldn't worry about Rawdon. If he can get over me breaking his nose, violating safety protocols at network headquarters, and injuring countless guards, he can get over you diddling your second. Zach laughed. Sean sent him a pointed look. And how many years did it take Rawdon to get over that? Cliff snorted. He still brings it up occasionally. Exactly. And if any of the guys passed over for the job as second made one snide comment about Nicole sleeping with me, I would have to kick his ass. Then Rawdon would call Seth in to heal him, and... I doubt that. Cliff cut in. Rawdon doesn't tolerate that kind of crap from his employees. If any guy badmouthed Nicole for sleeping with you, Rawdon would probably watch you kick his ass, make the guy heal the slow way, then either fire him or transfer him to a desk job elsewhere. Sean stared at him. Really? Yeah. But Seth would still hear about it. Zach sighed. Immortal Guardians do love to gossip. And how do you think that would go over? Sean continued. Seth is as protective of gifted ones as Rawdon is. Bastian's eyebrows rose. Nicole is a gifted one? Yeah, she has minor precognitive abilities, like Melanie. He smiled. Well, that's perfect. Because gifted ones could safely transform and become immortals without losing their minds. Zach nodded. Don't worry about Seth. I sure as hell don't. Sean snorted. Because you're as old as he is. If Seth gets mad at you, he won't kick your ass. What are you talking about? Zach countered. He did get mad at me, and he totally kicked my ass. Oh, right, he had. They all laughed. A thoughtful expression crossed Cliff's face. I don't know that Rawdon would actually object to you two pursuing a relationship. Look at me. You know how many people I injured during my psychotic breaks. You saw some of it firsthand and know how dangerous I was to be around. And yet, Chris looked the other way when he found out I was secretly seeing Emma, one of the many gifted ones under his protection. He even called her in to calm me down on some of my worst days, so you wouldn't be the only one to tread where you've been told you shouldn't. That actually gave Sean pause. Was he overthinking this? A little ember of excitement flared to life when he let himself consider crossing the line and pursuing more than friendship with Nicole. Cliff motioned to the barbecue's gathering. Look around you, Sean. I didn't just do this because I know Nicole misses her friends and you both need a break after what happened last night. I did it because we've all been where you are. We've all wanted something or someone we thought we couldn't have. Bastian nodded. In other words, we have your back, brother. Wow. Sean couldn't help but feel a little choked up over that vow. For years, Krista had been the only one he could count on to have his back. His parents loved him, he didn't doubt that, but they had kept their distance for a time so they wouldn't inadvertently influence Krista and Etienne's meeting and falling in love after his dad foresaw it. Now, these guys were all saying they would stand up to Seth, the most powerful being on Earth, if need be, to ensure Sean's happiness? Thanks, guys. That means a lot to me. Zach's lips turned up in a sardonic half-smile. Don't get too choked up. We have your back was just code for get your head out of your ass. Sean laughed. I'll think about it.
While Sean changed the subject, apparently not yet ready to take the plunge and say he was all in where Nicole was concerned, Bastian let his gaze wander over the men and women who'd come to Cliff's barbecue, as well as the 2 children who watched raptly as Amy made them wildflower crowns. It was weird being part of it. Bastian hadn't just burned a few bridges when he'd burst onto the immortal scene. He had blown them to smithereens. And yet not only was he invited to these get-togethers, he also felt comfortable in them now and, dare he say, welcome. Contentment settled within him. He still marveled over the peace Melanie and her brethren had brought to him after 200 years of strife. For the first time in centuries, he was happy. Only one thing troubled him, and it kept pecking at him like that crazy rooster in the Moana movie Adira and Michael loved so much. Bastian studied Cliff from the corner of his eye. A smile curled the former vampire's lips as he watched Emma. As Bastian had pointed out, Cliff's smile grew every time his wife laughed, and there was an air of peace about him that Bastian had never seen before. Yet one doubt continued to plague him. "Are you happy?" Bastian asked softly. Cliff's smile broadened. "Happier than I've ever been in my life." He deserved it after the years he'd struggled. Cliff had held out longer than any other vampire, and had tenaciously clung to his deep-seated honor until the very end, when he'd decided to end his struggle by sacrificing his life to save others. Thank goodness that hadn't worked out the way Cliff had expected. "No regrets?" Bastian couldn't resist asking. Emma chose that moment to wave. Grinning, Cliff waved back. "No regrets." Bastian fought a strange urge to fidget. "What's on your mind, Bastian?" Cliff asked without looking at him. "I can practically hear the wheels turning." "Melanie," he quipped lightly. "Naked, always." Cliff laughed. "Aside from that," he shrugged. "It's kind of hard to think about anything else when Melanie is up in my head, tempting me by—" "Don't you dare say it!" she shouted across the clearing. All the immortals present laughed, while the mortals, who lacked their hyper-acute hearing and weren't aware of the conversation, looked puzzled. Once everyone returned to their conversations, Cliff looked at Bastian. "I know you better than anyone other than Melanie. Something's troubling you. Tell me what it is." For a moment, he considered lying, but Bastian needed to know. "Don't you wish you could have become immortal instead of human again?" "No." No hesitation tinged Cliff's response, nothing to indicate he held even a tiny shred of doubt. His tone turned gentle, coaxing, maybe even a little apologetic. "I'm not like you, Bastian." He nodded toward the immortals milling about his backyard. "I'm not like any of you immortals. I wasn't born with special gifts I had to hide. I didn't have to isolate myself from others to keep them from realizing I was different, so they wouldn't hunt me, capture me, or try to kill me. I was born human. I had an ordinary childhood, lots of friends and adventures, lots of long summer days spent bike riding, going to the beach, and playing baseball, basketball, or soccer, until my mom or dad called me in for supper. I had 2 parents who loved each other as much as I love Emma and you love Melanie, parents whose love shaped my dreams for the future." His gaze fastened on Emma. "I may not have been ready to settle down when I went away to college, but I knew what I wanted. I wanted to marry a woman who would be my best friend, someone who would share the highs, the lows, and everything in between. Buy a house in the burbs or in the country, raise children together, have grandchildren. Spoil them rotten. Live happily ever after. And the vampire who transformed me took that away from me in an instant. All I've wanted since then was for life to go back to normal." Bastian had heard him say as much too many times to count during their years of friendship. Cliff's smile faded. "I admit, the idea of never growing old and of spending the rest of eternity with Emma sounds phenomenal. But I would have had to sacrifice the rest of my dream, a dream she and I both share. We want children.
I want to watch her stomach get so big that she looks like she swallowed a beach ball. I want to rub her feet and her aching back and be there for her when she goes into labor. I want to hold our tiny newborn in my arms. Teach our children to walk, take them to the playground on sunny afternoons, spend the day at the zoo, picnic on the beach, and build sandcastles, all the things my parents did with me. Bastian wanted that too. Not being able to father children with Melanie was one of his deepest regrets. And while he knew they could adopt, what kind of life could they offer a child? He couldn't do the things Cliff mentioned, the things Bastian would want to if he were a father. He couldn't go outside during daylight hours because of his damned photosensitivity, and he'd seen how Roland and Marcus looked each time they sent their little ones to the playground with Sheldon during the day because they couldn't go themselves. If I had turned immortal, Cliff continued, Emma would have had to choose between growing old while I didn't or transforming to stay forever young with me. And once she transformed, she would have had to miss out on all of those things. Bastian knew Emma would have transformed for Cliff and understood well the sacrifices she would have had to make. They were the same ones Melanie had made. But there had been no other choice in Melanie's case. And uncertainty crept into Cliff's expression, stealing his smile. And, Bastian prodded. Cliff sighed. If I were an immortal guardian, I would have to spend the rest of my nights hunting and slaying vampires, especially since Gershom left so damn many behind. Tension crept into his posture as he shook his head and stared off into the distance. Do you know how fucked up that would have been for me? He did. Cliff had been so disturbed by hunting other vampires that he had insisted on sneaking back into network headquarters so the other vampires housed there wouldn't see or smell the blood that stained his clothing. He wouldn't have hunted vampires at all if he hadn't desperately needed an outlet for the violence the insanity incited. Yes. Cliff motioned to the other Immortal Guardians present. They don't. You and Melanie do, but the rest of them? They don't know what it's like to be a vampire, to lose a little piece of yourself every day, no matter how hard you fight to keep it as the madness grows inside you, to struggle with every breath of your being to hold on to who you are while everything inside urges you to become a monster. Cliff's struggle had been heartbreaking to watch. Most of the vampires out there didn't ask to be turned. They didn't ask to lose all sense of right and wrong. Some are like I was. They don't kill their victims, not yet. They just infuse themselves and move along. Or they do like you had us do back when you raised your vampire army. They choose the worst of society to kill if they have to, assuaging those violent impulses while ridding the world of pedophiles, rapists, and murderers. They fight the madness. Bastian looked at his fellow immortals. They know that. But they ignore that, skip ahead to what the vampires will ultimately become, and kill them without feeling any remorse, because they've never experienced it themselves. It's different when you do. And hunting other vampires, killing them night after night for hundreds of years. His throat worked in a swallow. I think that would have chipped away at me as efficiently as the virus did. Sighing, Bastian wrapped an arm around his friend. I know it would. I'm just selfish enough to want to keep you by my side for the next however many centuries or millennia. Other than Melanie and Sean, you're the only friend I have. Cliff chuckled. I don't know about that. Aren't you and Zach best buddies now? Zach's lips twitched. Besides, Cliff added, Seth said he could use his healing gift to extend our lives so Emma and I can have an extra century or more together. Bastian smiled. Think of all the children and grandchildren you could produce in that time. And great-grandchildren and great-great-grandchildren. His whole being lighting up, Cliff grinned, clearly thrilled by the prospect. Bastian's heart lightened. So you really are living the dream. I'm living the dream. And Bastian's gift confirmed that Cliff was indeed exceedingly happy with the way things had turned out, and had no regrets.
He had sensed no regrets in Emma either. The couple was blissfully happy. Dropping his arm, he nudged Cliff with his shoulder. "You know I'm going to call you Grandpa as soon as your hair starts to gray." Cliff laughed. "I figured you would." Zack shook his head. "Immortality does have its downsides." Bastian grunted. "If anyone would know, I suppose it would be you." "And Seth, Jared, and David," Cliff added. Zack made a sound of assent. "It's hard to live as long as we have and watch mankind make the same damned mistakes over and over again, ignoring the past and learning nothing from it, to see thousands of years of needless suffering as a result." He stared into the distance. "I admit, I understand a bit the anger and frustration that motivated Gershom to want to watch humanity die out. But, unlike Gershom, I clung to my hope that a generation would eventually come along who would be different." "Has that happened yet?" Cliff asked. "Hell no. Mankind still does the stupidest shit." Bastian laughed. "Yeah, we're pretty flawed." "You more than anyone," Roland Warbrook drawled loudly enough for his voice to carry. Chuckles circulated the yard. Bastian gave him the finger. "Damn it, Bastian!" Marcus snapped. Surprised, Bastian glanced at Marcus, who scowled at him and looked pointedly at the two toddlers playing in the grass in front of him. Both sported flowery crowns and smiled proudly as they gave everyone the finger. Standing beside Marcus, Amy sighed. "Marcus, honey." "What?" He glanced at her, then winced. "Oh, right. Adira, sweetie, don't say damn it." Still giving everyone the finger, the toddler smiled. "Okay, Daddy." When Marcus turned another frown on him, Bastian pasted an innocent look on his face and pointed at Roland. "What? He started it." All laughed as Roland bit back a curse. Discordant buzzes abruptly filled the air as multiple cell phones alerted their owners to incoming texts. Bastian's cell vibrated in his pocket. Frowning, he shared a look with Zack as both retrieved their phones. "Seth is calling a meeting," Sheldon announced before Bastian could read his text. "Tomorrow night, an hour after sunset." He didn't have to say the meeting would take place at David's house. Unless there were extenuating circumstances, they always gathered at David's home to discuss strategy. Clutching her phone, Nicole turned and met Sean's gaze. Bastian didn't have to touch Sean to read his emotions, nor did he have to be a telepath to discern his thoughts. Sean feared that Seth would put Nicole back into play as Becca, and the last time she had acted as bait. Sean had almost lost her. Chapter 9. Every Immortal Guardian stationed in North Carolina found a seat around the long table in David's dining room. There were so many now, thanks to recent marriages and transformations, that their seconds had to sit behind them in folding chairs instead of taking a seat at the table. Though Tessa had not yet officially begun to hunt, she joined the Immortal crew with Jared at her side. Once more, Seth sat at the foot of the table, while David occupied the chair at the head of the table, with Chris Rorden at one elbow and Darnell at the other. Nicole sat between Sean and Tessa. Sean's knee bobbed up and down, betraying his agitation, and when she risked looking at him, his expression was grim as hell. Nick, Kayla, and Becca sat across from them again. "Is everyone settled?" Seth asked. Nods all around. "All right, let's begin." Though the Immortal Guardian grapevine had spread word of the second vampire's capture and Nicole's injuries to most ears, Seth gave everyone a brief rundown. When all eyes shifted to Nicole, she smiled. "I'm fine. Seth healed me." More nods. "After reading the vampire's thoughts," Seth continued, "and investigating the suspicions they spawned, I have come to believe that we are dealing with a larger problem than we initially thought." Nicole studied him. "What did you see in his mind?" Seth looked at Stanislav and Susan. "His thoughts were disturbingly similar to those of the men who hunted you." Stanislav's brow furrowed. "In what way?" "The vampires who attacked Becca and her friends with Reed were grunts. So was Gary.
Reed led the group and only told them what they needed to know and, according to Gary, answered to an unnamed person with deep pockets. Susan glanced at Stanislav, then Seth. What did they need to know? That Nick Belanger is an Immortal Guardian, their buyer, I suppose we'll call him, wants to get his hands on so his scientists can create a fountain of youth elixir he can sell to his billionaire cronies for a vast fortune. One that won't result in them succumbing to the same insanity that grips vampires. Word that had passed down through a shadowy chain of command suggested that Reed and the others could use Becca to lure Nick out of hiding. "What the hell, Seth?" Nick blurted furiously. "How can anyone even know that? We tied up every loose end when that shit went down with Rubel." Seth held up a hand in a calming gesture. "Such was my thought. So David and I, with the help of Chris Rawdon and Scott Henderson in Houston, have spent the past 24 hours retracing our steps to see if we missed anything." David nodded. "We've scoured every mind we altered during the cleanup." "And?" Nick prodded. Seth shook his head. "We found nothing." Quiet descended. Nicole studied the grim faces around her. "Could it be unrelated? I mean, Oliver told me what happened." Nick and Kayla's second had been spending time here in North Carolina, so he could watch over the newlyweds while Kayla completed her training as an immortal. "Could one of Nick's neighbors have seen something? Someone with the connections?" Nick shook his head. "No one in my neighborhood would have those connections." Kayla nodded. "It's all middle-class families. Anyone with the kind of funds Seth referenced would live in one of the more upscale neighborhoods." Roland crossed his arms over his chest. "Perhaps one of the network employees in Texas has been whispering in someone's ear." Chris slammed a hand down on the table. "Damn it, Roland! I'm tired of you trying to pin all the bad shit that happens in the Immortal Guardians world on network employees. Every man and woman we hire has been thoroughly vetted." "How recently?" Roland interrupted. "Situations change. I could name at least a dozen reasons someone might find himself in desperate need of an influx of cash. And if said individual wished to leak the identity of an Immortal Guardian for financial gain, now would be the perfect time to do it, because everyone's mind would instantly veer in the direction it has, wondering what, if anything, Seth and the network might have missed while cleaning up the Rubel incident." Silence fell. Bastian spoke. "I hate to admit it, but he's right." Chris glared at them both, then looked at Seth. The Immortal Guardian leader sighed. "I believe it more likely that we did indeed miss something." Leah nodded. "Someone Rubel's age would probably write himself reminders, like Chris here does, with a pencil and paper, instead of typing it into his computer or phone. He might also have mailed a letter to someone instead of texting them so he wouldn't leave an electronic trail and his snooping sons could follow. Seth said Rubel had little love for them." Curses flowed freely. Nicole didn't know how they could find out whom the old man might have told if he'd done it via snail mail. Kayla's brow furrowed. "So where does that leave us?" No one spoke. Nicole shrugged. "The same place we were before. I'll continue to pose as Becca and see what happens." "Damn it, Nicole!" Sean snapped. She threw her hands up. "Well, what other choice do we have?" "Let Nick pose as Becca," he flung back. Chris shook his head. "Right now, Nick is the only immortal they appear to know by name. I don't want him involved." Sean frowned. "You're just saying that because he screwed up." "Actually, yes," Chris acknowledged without hesitation. "If he hadn't, we might know more than we do now." "Not necessarily," Kayla tossed in, eager to defend Nick. "What makes you think Reed would have revealed more than Gary?" Chris turned to Tessa. "Was Gary one of Gersham's vampires?" She thought about it a moment. "I can't say with certainty, but I don't recall ever having seen him before he snatched Nicole." Chris motioned to Tessa as he met Nick's gaze. "Then, if nothing else, Reed could have at least told us if this is Gersham's plan B." An uneasy hush descended. Seth studied Chris. "You think Gershom could have instigated this before we neutralized him?" Chris shook his head. Isn't that what we've all been waiting for? The other shoe to drop? Zach looked at Seth.
Gershom might have been off his nut, but he was a fucking brilliant strategist.
David nodded.
And every time we thwarted him and prevented him from kick-starting Armageddon, he enacted a new plan, one that he clearly had already set into motion. Otherwise, it would have taken him years to regroup after the defeats we delivered.
Nicole's stomach sank. She had hoped this would turn out to be a relatively small endeavor, the brainchild of some egomaniac whose greed knew no boundaries, someone who wouldn't want to cut anyone else in on the action and, thus, keep their numbers low. But if Gershom were involved in any way? He didn't go small. He went big, upping the ante every time. Tessa shifted restlessly.
I think it's odd that Reed wasn't at our home base the night you came after me and the other missing immortals. Gershom gave us a strict curfew and a precise window of time in which we were to transfuse ourselves and hunt the Immortal Guardians we thought were our enemy. So we all returned by the same hour, and Gershom didn't tolerate disobedience.
Roland's expression darkened.
Something Veronica learned firsthand.
Tessa swallowed hard, her face full of remorse.
I didn't know about that. We were told
that Immortal Guardians killed her, Seth said. She nodded. Nicole studied her thoughtfully. Could Gershom have sent Reed on an errand?
The more I think about it, the more I think he must have, Tessa said.
Anyone who didn't return on time was retrieved. Gershom teleported us to and from home base, and the few who missed curfew never missed it again after Gershom caught up with them. If Reed wasn't there, it must have been because Gershom wanted him elsewhere, especially since Reed expressed no fear when he told me he needed to see Gershom. Sean spoke. Maybe Gershom tasked Reed with contacting the buyer's representative.
David nodded. A buyer in whose ear Gershom had already been whispering.
Zach grunted.
We all know greed is a powerful motivator.
If it weren't, Seth said, we wouldn't have had so much trouble with mercenaries in recent years.
And, David added, this is an avenue Gershom knew we wouldn't suspect.
Nicole's gaze ping-ponged between them. A drive in the private sector to be the first to create an immortality serum that actually works? Cliff nodded. And works for everyone. Sean motioned toward Becca. Reed must have struck a deal with the buyer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tried to nab Becca.
Tessa nodded. He also seemed determined to carry out his last orders, whatever they were. He was pretty desperate to contact Gershom.
Seth sighed. That was likely a result of mind control. Gershom excelled at such.
Tessa nibbled her bottom lip. I don't know about that. Gershom was mind-controlling me, and it wore off pretty quickly once I was away from him.
Jared spoke softly. Because hating and harming others is not your nature. Nick scowled, his hands curling into fists. It sure as hell was Reed's. And Gary's, Seth added. Kayla clasped one of Nick's hands and twined her fingers through his. Some of the darkness in his expression eased. Well, Nicole said again, I'm willing to continue posing as Becca. I don't think the goal here is to hurt her. It's to use her as bait so they can get their hands on Nick. I probably wouldn't have been injured when Gary took me if I hadn't tranked him.
Not necessarily,
Zach responded. If those who want him know Nick is immortal and are aware of all he's capable of. Do they know what he's capable of? Becca asked. Remaining forever young doesn't mean he has superior strength, speed, or other special abilities. Cliff shook his head. If they're working with vampires, they know about his enhanced speed and strength. What about his ability to shapeshift? She pressed. All eyes returned to Cliff. Most vampires don't know about Immortal's special gifts because they rarely survive encounters with you all.
Tessa nodded. I didn't even know anyone else in Gershom's army had gifts. We never talked about it.
Nicole studied her curiously. Why? She shrugged.
Habit, I suppose. Plus, Gershom always exuded so much power that the little things we could do seemed inconsequential.
Seth sighed. At least we may have that in our favor. If they thought capturing an immortal would enable them to gain eternal youth and special powers. Zack grunted. They'd cause as much trouble as the mercenary outfits did. And the mercenary outfits had caused mountains of trouble, all in a quest to create an invincible army they could hire out to the highest bidder for billions. Our primary lead, Seth continued, is Becca. And Chris seemed set against Nick, posing as her. Then I'll continue my ruse, Nicole said. No, Sean insisted. If Nick can't do it, let another shapeshifter do it. Though she was loath to admit it, Nicole didn't trust Nick not to screw up again and kill their only lead. That had completely caught them off guard. I can do it, Aiden volunteered. But I'll need to spend a week with Becca first to get her appearance, voice, and mannerisms down. A week? Nicole glanced around the table. Can we afford that kind of delay? If the vampires go missing for a few days, the bad guys might blame it on insanity. But if Becca disappears for a week, they may suspect we're on to them and become even more covert in their actions. If we can't identify and track them now, how much harder will it be if they go dark? I agree, Seth said. As do I, David added. But if Nicole continues to pose as Becca, she should only do so until Aiden can replace her. Why can't Aiden replace her now? Sean protested, and glanced at the Celtic immortal. You're an ancient. Would it really be that hard for you to pretend to be Becca? Harder than you might think, Aiden responded honestly. I usually shift into the form of animals. I haven't assumed the form of another person in... He thought on it a moment. At least a couple 1,000 years. Seth nodded. If Becca were a man, it would be easier. Aiden wouldn't have to alter his height as much. Adopting and maintaining a smaller form for long periods is always more challenging than going bigger. He also wouldn't have to speak in a higher voice, conceal his accent, or walk like a woman. Sean's brow furrowed. Could you do it? Or Zack? Seth shook his head. We're needed elsewhere too often. Leah chimed in. I would do it if I were better at shape-shifting. I wouldn't have to change my accent or my walk, and speaking in a higher voice wouldn't be a stretch. But this is all still new to me, and I haven't had enough practice. Most of my attempts to impersonate others are hilarious. Seth grinned. She has difficulty holding the shape, so her features often fluctuate. Leo laughed. It's creepy as hell, like something out of a horror movie. Then I'll do it, Nicole repeated. I'll pose as Becca again. When Sean immediately opened his mouth, she turned to him and held up a hand. It's just temporary. Last time it took 2 weeks for them to attempt another snatch and grab, so I doubt anything will happen before Aiden replaces me. Tight-lipped, he stared at her for a long moment before turning to Seth. She's not doing it unless I pose as her boyfriend. Nicole scowled at him. What? Sean didn't care. She had just volunteered to place herself in danger. Again. You heard me. How can you pose as Becca's boyfriend? You already pretended to be mine the night I took Becca to the bar. And Reed was the only one who saw me with you. That you know of? I don't care. I'm not letting you do this alone, even if I have to dye my hair blonde and get real tattoos this time. Melanie held up a finger. Just a note, immortals can't get tattoos. The virus views the ink as a chemical foreign to the body and pushes it back out. Everyone stared at her. Seriously? Sean asked. Yes. She's right, Aiden inserted. I learned that firsthand. The only time the virus doesn't rid you of tattoos is if you already have them when you transform. Melanie nodded. It's the same with dental fillings. Fine, Sean stated. I'll just buy more temporary tattoos. Tessa leaned forward. Sean can be her boyfriend, and I can be Becca's new roommate. That way we can keep Nicole safe until Aiden's ready. Sean could go with that. 2 protectors would be better than 1, and Tessa fought with the speed and strength of an elder. But Nicole frowned. Now, wait a minute. Seth didn't even say Sean could do it with me. She sent Sean a narrow-eyed look. And don't say badumtish. He laughed. How did she do that? Aggravate him 1 second and make him laugh the next? Nicole merely arched a brow. And when Aiden takes my place, are you going to make out with him too? Sheldon perked up. You two made out? No, Sean and Nicole quickly denied. Aiden grinned. I'll just dump him the day I take over. Nick shook his head, his frustration palpable. This is about me, not Becca. They want me, so I should do it. I fucked up when I killed Reed. I won't make the same mistake twice. There's too much at stake. Actually, Chris said, I think Aiden should do it. When Nick opened his mouth to fire back a response, Chris held up a hand. For a different reason. He's a telepath. He wouldn't have to wait for them to capture him and cart him off to wherever they intend to do their research so we can find out what we need to know. He can pluck the information straight from their minds when they attack and instantly convey it to Seth. Seth visually consulted David. David nodded. I agree. If those who attempt to capture him lack the information we need, Aiden can allow them to take him and provide us with live updates. The more of this group that he encounters, the more minds he can scour, which should lead us to the man in charge. We have a course of action, then, Seth said. Aiden, I want you and Dana to stay with Nick, Kayla, and Becca in my castle in England so you can have as much time with Becca as you need. Becca slid Aiden a look of dread. This is going to be so weird. He grinned. At least you know the man impersonating you won't run around killing people or kidnapping gifted ones whilst in your guise. The teenager stared at him. What? Laughing, Aiden shook his head. It's a long story. I'll tell it to you in England. Nicole, Seth asked, are you sure you're willing to risk posing as Becca in the interim? Yes. She studied the somber faces around her. It's not like I'm hoping to get captured or anything. One brush with death is enough for me, thank you. But I don't want whoever is behind this to think Becca and her family have gone into hiding. Rubel didn't know about vampires. This buyer does. What if greed isn't his only motivation? What if he's sick or dying? If he's as desperate as Rubel was and thinks he's lost his one shot at getting his hands on a genuine immortal, who's to say he won't start infecting himself and others with the virus and hope they'll be able to beat back the madness later on? Damn it. She would have to make a valid point. Marcus groaned. The last thing we need is another vampire uprising. We're still trying to stamp out the leftovers from the last one. Plus, Nicole added, I trust Sean to protect me. And I can always restrict my movements at night to reduce the risk and buy some time for Aiden to replace me. Sean took her hand beneath the table and rested it on his thigh. I'll have her back, he vowed. Becca, your dorm is co-ed, isn't it? Yes. Are guys allowed to stay in girls' rooms overnight? Only if she doesn't have a roommate, and you have to get permission from the RA first. Kayla arched a brow. And you know this how, young lady? Becca rolled her eyes. My former roommate wanted her a-hole boyfriend to spend the night, but the RA nixed it. Sean issued a decisive nod. Then I'm staying in the dorm with her. Chris drew a small notepad and pencil from his pocket and started jotting down notes. I'll take care of it. I may need your help with that, Seth. Call me if you do. Fortunately, mind control didn't cause brain damage. Erasing all traces of it would, but Seth needn't do that for this. Melanie again held up a finger. If you'd like a little extra protection, I can implant a tracking device that will allow us to locate Nicole if she's captured. Sean frowned. Won't they find that if they scan her? Would they scan her? Zach asked. We've only seen vampires thus far and don't seem to be dealing with the kind of tech-savvy mercenaries we've faced in the past. Kayla swiveled in her seat to address Nick second. Did Rubel's goons scan us when they took us, Oliver? You woke up before I did. I don't know. I was still unconscious when we got there. Oh. Facing the table once more, she gave an apologetic shrug. Sorry. Bastian draped an arm across the back of Melanie's chair. Could you put the tracker somewhere they wouldn't expect to find it? Sean bristled. She could stick it up your ass. They wouldn't find it there. Laughter erupted. Unoffended, Bastian grinned. I didn't mean someplace intimate. I meant somewhere they might miss it. Melanie tilted her head to one side. I could put it in her wrist, the one she wears her smartwatch on. If they run a scanner across it, they'll assume the signal is coming from the watch. I doubt they'll scan her wrist again after removing it. Chris pointed at her. That's not a bad idea. I think that'll work. Sean tightened his hold on Nicole's hand. I still go where she goes. Seth inclined his head. As you will. There's one more detail we need to discuss, she said, and sent Sean a wary glance. If they try to abduct me again before Aiden takes over, I think I should let them take me. What? He practically bellowed. Nicole ignored him. If I do, you'll be able to track me, thanks to Melanie. And I doubt Sean will stray far, so he'll be right on their heels. Hell yes, I will, he snapped. Chris tapped his pencil on the table, drawing Sean's attention. And you won't stop them unless her life is in danger. We need to reach their hub and find out if we're only dealing with one buyer or if Gershom told others. Again, Seth reminded them, we don't know that Gershom is behind this. Rubel could have told a friend or colleague about it. Chris, have your people find out who his cronies are and investigate anyone he maintained an amicable relationship with. Will do. More scribbling. I'll also keep a special ops presence on campus and have a team member sneak into Becca's room and do a quick scan for listening devices, just in case. Seth arched his brows as he met David's gaze. Care to add anything? David leaned forward. Everyone else should hunt in pairs and remain vigilant. We hope their focus will remain on obtaining Nick, but if they grow frustrated with their inability to secure Becca as bait, they may look for other immortals. Text your seconds at the top of every hour and keep them apprised of your location and activities. If Gershom is involved, the group we're dealing with may have the sedative. The only sedative on the planet that could incapacitate an immortal or vampire. Seconds, track your immortals. If they fail to check in, call me immediately. A chorus of yes, sir, filled the room. Seth caught Aiden's eye. Work swiftly. I will. Seth turned his attention to Nicole. If you change your mind. I won't. Then we're done here. Good hunting to you all. A mass exodus began as everyone headed out to begin their hunts. Sean seethed, while Jared teleported him, Nicole, and Cliff home. The ancient other immediately returned to David's place. Emma emerged from the kitchen with a smile that faltered when she saw Sean's expression. Well, he was too furious to don a poker face. She sent Cliff an inquiring look. Everything okay? Yeah. Cliff closed the distance between them and pressed a kiss to her lips. Nicole is returning to Duke tonight. Oh. Nicole forced a smile. Sean's pissed. Emma nodded. So I see. Releasing Nicole's hand, Sean strode up the hallway. I'm going to pack. Low murmurs followed him as Nicole and Cliff caught Emma up on the situation. Sean paid little attention to it as he entered his bedroom. Grabbing a duffel from his closet, he started stuffing it with clothes. Nicole already had everything she needed at the dorm, so she chatted with Emma as if it were just another night, and she didn't intend to spend the next week risking her damned life. Well, screw that. Sean was going to stick to her like glue. Let them take her, my ass, he grumbled. Cliff entered, carrying a second duffel. Judging by the way his biceps bulged, the bag was heavy. I packed you some weapons. Thanks. Emma's helping Nicole raid the fridge. Is there anything else I can do? Pausing, Sean struggled to calm his chaotic thoughts. Would you drop by every other day and water Nicole's plants for her while we're gone? I'd really appreciate it. Sean had been taking care of them in her absence. Sure, that's a given. As far as this op goes, though, if something foul goes down and you need me, I'm just a call away. He forced a smile. Emma would tear me limb from limb if you got hurt coming to my rescue. Probably. Cliff grinned. Then she'd fuss over me and kiss it to make it better. Sean laughed. No doubt.
Cliff's expression turned somber. Seriously, remember what Bastian said yesterday. We have your back, Sean. Every one of us. He smiled. Even us mere mortals. Lucky to have such loyal friends, Sean pulled him into a man hug and clapped him on the back. Thank you. For some reason, heading to the kitchen and seeing Nicole laughing and talking as if she didn't have a care in the world resurrected the anger that had faded. Stewing in silence, Sean waited impatiently for Riordan to call and give them the go-ahead. When he did, Riordan said they hadn't found any listening devices in Becca's room. Seth appeared shortly thereafter and teleported them directly to Becca's dorm room. The Special Ops team is in place here on campus, and Tessa will hunt nearby with a partner. Nicole smiled. Okay, thanks. Seth teleported away. Sean dropped the smile he'd forced. Silence filled the room, growing heavier with every moment it took Nicole to pack Becca's mini-fridge with all the food she'd brought from home. As soon as she finished, Nicole spun around and threw up her hands. What, Sean? What? Why are you so angry? You know this is the smart thing to do. Everyone agreed to it and... The smart thing to do? He growled as he took a step toward her, would be to wait and let Aiden put himself out there as bait next week. We already covered that. If Becca just disappears, I don't care, he shouted. I don't care if a week's delay might make it harder to find out who's behind this. I don't care if Nick screws up again if he takes your place. I care about you. I care about your safety. I care about your life. And you almost died 2 nights ago. Do you not get that? You almost died. Unable to stand still, he paced the small room. Do you have any idea what seeing you crumpled at the base of that tree was like for me? It wasn't just that the vampire had severed your artery. It wasn't just the horrifying amount of blood gushing out of you. I thought you'd broken your neck. And yeah, I'm a healer, but the wounds I healed on Krista always involved simple things, like a broken arm or cuts and gashes. Do you know how complicated healing damage to a spinal cord is? It's like fixing fucking brain damage. Nicole watched him mutely. I'm not as powerful as the elder healers, Nicole. Like most gifted ones born in the past century, I'm fortunate to have any healing ability at all. When I lay hands on you, I don't always see what needs to be fixed and know exactly how to fix it the way elders do. I have to know everything about anatomy first. I have to know how a surgeon would repair the damage in an operating room so I can consciously mimic that with my healing gift. I'm learning everything I can from Melanie as quickly as possible, but I still didn't know enough. If you'd stopped breathing, I didn't know if performing CPR until Seth arrived would help you or kill you. I didn't know if I'd be able to make your heart continue to beat if it faltered. And Seth's healing abilities don't extend to fucking resurrection. He ended in a roar. Breathing hard, frustration coursing through him, he stopped a foot away from her. Nicole continued to stare up at him, unspeaking, and as she did, tears welled in her eyes. Oh, hell. Remorse filling him, he closed the distance between them and drew her into a hug. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell, I just... Care about me? She finished for him. Yes. Sliding her arms around his waist, she hugged him tight. Tears dampened the front of his shirt. You care about me, she whispered. Something about the way she said it made him wonder. Was he the first person who had ever told her that? Cradling her close, Sean cupped one hand over her soft hair. Yes, he confessed. I care about you. His heart began to pound as he decided to take the leap. I care for you far more than an immortal should care for his second. Chapter 10. Nicole's eyes